Chapter 855. The 10-directional total annihilation was the most powerful and terrifying heaven and earth killing trap since the Antiquity era. Even if a powerful being were to barge into this killing trap, he or she would be turned into ashes. The person who set up the 10-directional total annihilation trap was probably going to deal with a supreme saint. However, Gu Fei and the others had barged in and triggered this heaven and earth killing trap. Rumble. The heaven and earth shook and endless darkness shrouded the area. The tombs cracked open and evil chi soared into the sky. A black coffin floated in the endless death chi. The black coffin emitted a terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate. It was as if a terrifying king of darkness was awakening. It was extremely terrifying and evil. In the dark sky, huge figures could be seen from time to time. Black lightning constantly bombarded the mountain and river cauldron. Each lightning was as big as a mountain. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook and the primordial chaos chi fell from the mountain and river cauldron, enveloping Gu Fei and the others. No matter how hard the heaven and earth outside collapsed, it would not hurt Gu Fei and the others. The power of the 10-directional total annihilation trap started to operate. The destructive power surged towards Gu Fei and the others from all directions, trapping them in a space of less than 100 feet. This terrifying heaven and earth killing trap attracted the power of the heaven and earth. It was the power of the heaven and earth. Gu Fei and the others could not resist it at all. They could only use the mountain and river cauldron to protect themselves. The power of the heaven and earth had already sealed the area. It was impossible for Gu Fei and the others to rush out. There was no chance of survival in all directions. How could they rush out? Roar! A loud roar came from the dark clouds that pressed down from the sky. Every stroke of the 4 ancient characters turned into a black dragon. The black dragon attracted the power of the heavenly spirit chi. The yin tomb attracted the earth evil chi. The heavenly spirit chi and the earth evil chi could destroy everything in the 10-directional total annihilation trap. This was a veritable inescapable net. Gu Fei and the rest, who were trapped in the 10-way extermination trap, were truly at a dead end. Fortunately, Gu Fei had the mountain and river cauldron, an extreme saint weapon that could suppress the mountains and rivers of the heavens and earth. If it was anyone else who had barged into this killing trap, they would have been killed. Boom! Suddenly, the sky shook, and a pitch-black beast claw broke through the black mist, directly grabbing at the mountain and river cauldron floating above Gu Fei's head. The black beast claw was as big as a mountain, enveloping a part of the void. Boundless heavenly astral energy poured down from the beast claw, shaking the mountain and river cauldron. Bam! The terrifying beast claw tore through the void and viciously grabbed onto the mountain river cauldron. The heavens and earth shook. The gigantic beast claw wanted to grab the mountain river cauldron away. Buzz! At this moment, the mountain and river cauldron let out a loud sound, and primordial chaos energy surged out of the mountain and river cauldron, as if a chaotic world was evolving within it. An extremely powerful force erupted from the mountain and river cauldron, annihilating even the void. The beast claw that was grabbing onto the mountain and river cauldron was directly shaken off. "Big brother, what should we do?" Junior Qing asked in a deep voice. The current situation was very unfavorable for them. "Old He, what can we do?" Gu Fei did not answer Junior Qing, but asked He Tian instead. This method of borrowing the power of the world was He Tian's strength. This was because the formation borrowed the power of the world to draw upon the power of the world to kill the enemy. There is no way to break the 10-way extermination trap, unless a supreme saint personally comes. Mahakala sighed. The person who set up this ambush did so for the sake of killing his enemies. He definitely wouldn't leave any chance of survival. Are we going to be trapped here until we die? At this time, Balan also became nervous. At this time, the black coffin that was floating amidst the endless death chi suddenly trembled, and the baleful aura emitted from the black coffin instantly multiplied. The terrifying aura of the 10-way extermination trap almost suffocated everyone. If it were not for the mountain and river cauldron, a supreme saint artifact, protecting everyone, the 10-way extermination trap's aura would have been enough to kill them. Using the supreme saint artifact consumed a lot of yuan qi, and Gu Fei's yuan qi was constantly being sucked away by the mountain and river cauldron. If it were not for his internal power of the world continuously replenishing his yuan qi, he would have already been sucked dry by the mountain and river cauldron. "We can't go on like this," He Tian said. "What should we do?" Everyone became anxious. The 10-way extermination trap had left no chance of survival, and the whole area had become a dead land. The power of the heavenly dipper and earthly evil had sealed the area, so it would be difficult for Gu Fei and the others to rush out. Rumble, the power of the 10-way extermination trap was still increasing rapidly, and the whole world seemed to be suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron gradually. Seeing this scene, Little Qing, He Tian, and Balan were all shocked. The mountain and river cauldron, which suppressed the mountains and rivers of the world, was suppressed by the power of the 10-way extermination trap, so one could imagine how terrifying the power of the 10-way extermination trap was. Bang! At this time, the lid of the huge black coffin suddenly flew up, and a terrible death chi surged out of the huge coffin. The death chi soared to the sky. Amidst the endless death chi, a terrifying evil corpse walked out of the giant coffin. The evil corpse emitted a terrifying aura. The endless pressure of the heaven and earth was so great that people's bodies were in pain, and they almost broke. It was just an evil corpse, but it had such a terrible power. It can't be. He Tian's jaw dropped to the ground, and he was shocked to the extreme. This evil corpse was definitely an existence that surpassed the Almighty when it was alive. Otherwise, its aura would not be so strong even after death. The aura of this evil corpse was much stronger than all the death creatures that He Tian had seen before. Damn it! Gu Fei roared, and his dantian suddenly emitted endless divine light, and the vast power of the world surged out of his dantian. The power of the world enveloped everyone, including the mountain and river cauldron. Roar! The evil corpse that walked out of the huge coffin let out an earth-shattering roar, and the world seemed to collapse under this roar, and the mountain and river cauldron was almost shaken away. The evil corpse directly pounced on Gu Fei and the others, and the monstrous death chi surged towards Gu Fei and the others, making them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave, and their bodies shivered. Everyone sensed the danger. Swish! At this critical moment, the divine light flashed, and the void distorted. The space seemed to collapse, and the figures of Gu Fei and the others disappeared in the void. Chapter 856. The all-annihilation heaven and earth-killing formation was too terrifying. It left no chance of survival and destroyed everything. Gu Fei, He Tian, and the others had no choice but to hide in their inner worlds. Gu Fei was different. He cultivated two inner worlds. One was in the sea of consciousness of the Mudpill Palace between his eyebrows, and the other was in the dantian. The inner world in the sea of consciousness was the chaotic origin embryo that Gu Fei had obtained from the mountain and river cauldron. He had refined that chaotic origin embryo into an inner world. The other inner world in the dantian was the divine land that Gu Fei had refined from the Shen clan's ancestor, Li Xuandao, into his body. It had become his second inner world. In addition, Gu Fei had also refined the origin world bead of the Hell Path into his body. He could use the power of the Hell Path. It could be said that the current Gu Fei controlled the power of the three major worlds. The location of the origin world bead of the Hell Path was a little special. It had actually been refined into Gu Fei's heart. The power of the Hell Path's heaven and earth would spread from his heart to the rest of his body. With the three major worlds continuously providing power to Gu Fei, there was no possibility of Gu Fei's divine power drying up. It could be said that his divine power was endless. It had to be said that Gu Fei was really different. Since ancient times, no one had had such a fortuitous encounter. Gu Fei seemed to be blessed by the heavens. Gu Fei's dantian was connected to a divine land. At this time, Gu Fei and the others were in a picturesque valley. Pavilions and terraces decorated the side of a mirror-like lake. Immortal grasses and divine trees could be seen everywhere. Above the lake, there were red-crowned cranes flying. A faint mist lingered over the lake. Even the celestial realm could not compare to such a scene. In a pavilion by the lake, Gu Fei and the others sat around a stone table. "Big brother, what should we do? We can't stay here forever." Xiao Qing was a little anxious. They had actually been forced to hide in their inner worlds. This seemed to be the first time. "Let's wait. At the very least, I'll enter the Naraka realm," Gu Fei said. His expression was still calm. Things had not reached a dead end yet. He still had a backup plan. Enter the Hell Realm. Xiao Qing, He Tian, and Balan heaved a sigh of relief when they heard this. At most, they could enter the Hell Path and exit from the exit. Although this was a little troublesome, it was definitely better than being trapped in one place. When Gu Fei was refining the Hell Path's origin world bead, he had also refined 4 boundary steels that could connect to the Hell Path and then enter the Hell Path. Now, He Tian and Xiao Qing had one boundary stone in their hands. The other was in the hands of Old Tortoise. As for the last boundary stone, Gu Fei wanted to give it to the most important person in his life. He had wanted to give it to Zhao Ziru, but she had gone into seclusion at this time. As long as they activated a trace of the Hell Path's origin energy contained in the boundary stone, Xiao Qing, He Tian, and the others could enter the Hell Path. However, the boundary stone was equivalent to the key to enter the Hell Path. They could only enter but not leave. This was also the reason why Xiao Qing and the others would never use this trump card unless it was a matter of life and death. It should be known that it was easy to enter the Hell Path, but it was not easy to come out of it. Moreover, the exit of the Hell Path was in the desolate land of the far west. The distance between the western region and the eastern land was more than tens of thousands of miles. Even if a cultivator could fly, it would probably take more than 10 years to travel from the western region to the eastern land. The Tinglong continent was too vast. The 4 major domains of the Tinglong continent could only be connected through the super teleportation formation. The super teleportation formation was in the hands of the major forces and sections. An ordinary cultivator might not even be able to travel through the 4 major domains in his lifetime. "Don't worry. After we enter the inner world of Boss, the all-annihilation trap might collapse on its own," said He Tian. "Balan, how are your injuries?" Gu Fei suddenly asked Balan. Balan had suffered a significant impact when he punched the tombstone. "I'm fine." Balan was still a man of few words and was very direct. At this time, his injured right hand had already recovered. At his cultivation level, no matter how injured his body was, as long as his spiritual soul did not dissipate, he would be able to recover. A great demon at the 9th heaven of Immortal realm would not die so easily. "It's good that you're fine." Gu Fei retracted his gaze. Balan was a fire Qilin, a divine beast of the fire element. Although he was not an innate divine beast, he possessed talents that ordinary demon cultivators did not have, and his body was extremely strong. Just as Gu Fei and the others entered the inner world, a figure silently appeared outside the all-annihilation trap as if he had appeared out of thin air. The person was wearing a purple robe with a dragon crown on his head. He looked majestic, but he was a middle-aged man with the aura of a ruffian. This person was the old tortoise who had entered this forsaken world for more than half a year. The all-annihilation trap emitted a monstrous murderous aura. A part of the world was filled with rolling black chi and surging murderous aura. The terrifying aura of destruction made one's heart palpitate. Huge figures could be vaguely seen in the endless black clouds. Occasionally, some scales and claws could be seen. Roar. Earth-shattering roars could be heard from the darkness ahead. Blood-colored light flickered inside, and an aura that made the old tortoise's expression change came from inside. The old tortoise was shocked when he saw the scene before him. The all-annihilation trap. Who is it? Who set up this all-annihilation trap? The old tortoise was even more frightened when he recognized the trap. Is the person who set up this all-annihilation trap trying to trick a supreme saint? The old tortoise mumbled to himself with a trembling voice. I can sense Xiaoqing's aura. Are they trapped inside? The old tortoise stretched out his hand and an ancient seal appeared in his hand. It floated above his palm and was covered in cracks as if it could collapse at any time. This was the Grand Sovereign Seal refined by the supreme expert of the demon race, the Grand Sovereign. Whoosh! The Grand Sovereign Seal soared into the sky from Erebus's hand, growing to the size of a mountain. It emanated a terrifying and powerful pressure. This was a pressure that could cause everything in the world to tremble. Extreme godly might. The Thai Sovereign Seal displayed its extreme godly might, causing the entire world to tremble. Boom! The Grand Sovereign Seal smashed into the all-annihilation trap. The black chi that shrouded the world was immediately dispelled by the terrifying power of the Grand Sovereign Seal. Within the black clouds, dozens of huge black dragons that were like winding mountains also collapsed, dissipated, and returned to nothingness. The 10 Directions Annihilation shocking killing formation was shaken. An opening was smashed open, and the situation inside could be seen. Chapter 857. Rumble. It was as if the sky and earth were sinking. The Thai Sovereign Seal displayed its godly power and dispersed the black aura that shrouded 1,000 miles of land, creating a gap in the deadly trap. The scene inside the all-destructive trap appeared in front of the old tortoise. Boundless murderous aura surged inside, emitting a peerless murderous intent. The destructive power could wipe out all living things. It was the all-destructive trap. In the sky above a short mountain that had cracked open, there was a huge black coffin floating. Boundless earth baleful energy gushed out from the mountain, and a terrifying figure stood on top of the huge coffin. Roar! The figure seemed to have sensed the threat from the Thai Sovereign Seal. He raised his head and roared. The terrifying sound waves spread out and shook the sky and earth. Bang! That figure raised his hand and struck the sky, shattering the void. He struck an extremely terrifying blow at the Thai Sovereign Seal, actually clashing head-on with it. This old tortoise was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. The guy in the 10-directional annihilation trap was actually going head-on against the Tai Huang Seal, which was the ultimate godly power. That was insane. Boom! The Thai Sovereign Seal unleashed its divine might, suppressing the power of the 10-directional annihilation formation. The entire formation was on the verge of collapsing. The right arm of the silhouette turned into ashes in an instant. Together with the coffin, they were smashed into the crack of the short mountain. He only lost an arm. The old tortoise was shocked. The person only lost an arm under the attack of the godly power of the extreme Tao. In the primordial era, only a saint of the extreme Tao could go head-on against a sacred weapon of the extreme Tao. Only a saint of the extreme Tao could go head-on against a sacred weapon of the extreme Tao. Could that person be the corpse of a saint of the extreme Tao? The old tortoise mumbled to himself. However, he soon shook his head. If that person was the corpse of a saint of the extreme Tao, he wouldn't have lost an arm while going head-on against the godly power of the extreme Tao. Could it be the corpse of a great calamity from the primordial era? That's possible. The old tortoise thought to himself, in the distant past, many fearsome beings were exiled to this abandoned world. The corpse in the 10-directional annihilation was definitely not the corpse of a supreme saint. If it wasn't a supreme saint, then only a primordial great ferocious body would be so strong. Legend had it that some great primordial vicious beings were innate deities that were born between heaven and earth. They were incomparably powerful and moved about unhindered in the great wasteland. Very few people could restrain them. Just which savage from the primordial era was buried here? The old tortoise was bewildered. He was a great demon from ancient times, one of the 9 sons of the supreme demon ancestor, so his knowledge was naturally not something an ordinary person could compare to. The person who set up this 10-direction annihilation trap was really generous. He actually found the corpse of an immemorial fierce man and used it as an evil object to trigger the earth evil chi. Muffled roars came from the ground, and death chi filled the air. The evil corpse that was suppressed by the Grand Sovereign Seal actually showed signs of breaking out of the ground. They weren't trapped by the death trap. When the old tortoise saw that Gu Fei and the others were not in the 10-direction annihilation trap, he immediately stopped the Grand Sovereign Seal's sinking momentum. The Grand Sovereign Seal's divine power could indeed break the 10-direction annihilation trap, but the old tortoise did not want to do so. After all, it was not easy to completely break this trap. The old tortoise did not want to do useless things. It's none of my business who was unlucky enough to be trapped by this trap. The old tortoise muttered to himself. He was not a good person, so he would never do such a strenuous and unrewarding thing. The old tortoise withdrew the Grand Sovereign Seal, and the divine power of the extreme Tao quickly retreated into the Grand Sovereign Seal. After excavating 9 tombs for half a year, I only obtained half a divine weapon of a mighty being. I hope there will be something good in the 10th tomb. After all, it is that guy's tomb. The old tortoise muttered to himself. It turned out that he had been a grave robber for the past half a year. He specialized in robbing the tombs of the immemorial fierce men, but it seemed that he did not obtain anything good. The immemorial fierce men were exiled to this world, and most of them were imprisoned in this world by supreme experts. These fierce men were all extremely vicious and evil. After being imprisoned for countless years, some died, and even if some did not die, they were on the verge of death. Mysterious yellow. There should be something good in your tomb. The old tortoise said and directly disappeared into the void. At this time, the 10-direction annihilation formation was activated again. Black chi gathered from all directions and once again shrouded heaven and earth. Huge figures could be vaguely seen in the black chi. Boom! The short mountain in the middle of the 10-direction annihilation formation suddenly exploded. Dirt and stones flew everywhere, and in the endless death chi, a terrifying figure rushed out from the ground. Roar! The terrifying evil corpse stood in the endless death chi and roared. The heaven and earth shook, and the dark clouds rolled. It was as if the end of the world had arrived, obliterating all living beings in all directions. At this time, Gu Fei and the others, who had hidden in their inner worlds, had already found their own places to cultivate. They did not know when the 10-direction annihilation formation would stop, so they could only wait. However, they could not do nothing while waiting. In that case, he could only cultivate. There were several divine springs of life in Gu Fei's divine land, which condensed endless life essence. He Tian sat cross-legged beside one of the divine springs, inhaling and exhaling the spirit chi of heaven and earth, and cultivating the yin-yang technique. Yin and yang chi intertwined on He Tian's body, and there was a faint yin-yang divine diagram on He Tian's body. On top of a spiritual peak, a green figure sat cross-legged. A divine pearl floated above the figure's head, emitting the mighty fluctuations of the true dragon chi. This was a dragon pearl, and the person sitting cross-legged on top of the spiritual peak was Shao Qing. In this divine land full of spirit chi, a figure surrounded by fiery chi sat cross-legged in a beautiful valley, and waves of heat spread out from the valley. A red divine spear floated in front of the figure. The figure constantly injected pure fire elemental power into the divine spear, and the divine spear flickered with flames. Balan was refining a divine weapon. At this time, Gu Fei was sitting cross-legged on top of the highest mountain in this divine land, and an ancient cauldron floated in front of him, emitting an infinite ancient and vicissitude aura. Gu Fei wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to refine his own weapon. The 9-heaven star iron was an item exclusive to supreme saints, and it was an immortal divine material. A divine weapon refined with the 9-heaven star iron would not be eroded by time, even if it was passed down through the ages. Time was the most terrifying killing weapon, and it was an invisible killing weapon. As long as there was enough time, even a divine weapon refined by an almighty would decay. Chapter 858. Immortal materials were the exclusive materials used by supreme saints to refine ultimate saint tools. They were extremely rare in the world and could not be found even if one searched the heavens and earth. In ancient times, not every saint of the Supreme Path could refine their own saint weapon of the Supreme Path because immortal materials were just too difficult to find. It had to be said that Gu Fei's luck was so good that even the heavens were envious of him. 9-heaven star iron was a divine material that could only be found in outer space. Even supreme saints couldn't find such a divine material even if they searched for it. However, Gu Fei had obtained a mountain completely made of 9-heaven star iron. At this time, Gu Fei felt that it was time to refine his weapon. Everything was ready except for one last thing. Now, he even had an immortal material and obtained the true Yang Phoenix marrow from the land of death of the Phoenix. The true Yang flame could smelt all things in the world and was the divine flame exclusive to supreme saints. The dragon essence nurtured by the earth dragon Qi and the phoenix marrow nurtured by the land of death of the phoenix, one yin and one yang. When the two converged, they could interweave into the world's great Tao. He Tian could use these two supreme treasures to regenerate his flesh and blood. However, Gu Fei wanted to use the true Yang flame to refine the 9-heaven star iron, so He Tian could only wait. I want to refine my own ultimate saint weapon. Gu Fei sat cross-legged at the highest point of this divine land. He had already made up his mind. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron vibrated. Under Gu Fei's control, the cauldron floating in front of Gu Fei spat out 2 divine beads, each the size of a fist. One of the divine beads was surrounded by divine flames, emitting endless heat. Even with the primordial chaos gas as a barrier, Gu Fei still felt like hot LNG was blowing on his face. Even the blood in his body seemed to be boiling. The other divine bead was surging with dragon Qi. There seemed to be tiny earthworm-like dragon shadows swimming on its surface. The dragon Qi of the earth was vast and mighty. The divine pearl that contained the essence of the dragon and phoenix could change its size. It was already so miraculous even before it had been refined. If it had been refined, it would definitely become another supreme saint artifact. With the mountain river cauldron as the center, the aura emitted by the dragon essence and phoenix marrow spread out in all directions, and soon spread across the entire divine land. Are we going to start? On a spiritual peak, Shaoqing swallowed the dragon pearl floating in front of him, then turned to look in the direction of Gu Fei. Dragon essence and phoenix marrow, next to the heavenly spring, the yin-yang divine diagram on He Tian's body kept flickering. The soul flame in his skull was throbbing, emitting powerful soul fluctuations. Roar! A deep roar came from a valley filled with blazing flames. A scarlet qilin the size of a small mountain bathed in blazing flames stood up. Master, in the distance, in a mountain range shrouded in a thick death qi, 3 terrifying figures rushed out. Terrifying roars came from the mountain range, like the sorrowful cries of a group of ghosts, causing one's heart to palpitate. The aura of the dragon essence and phoenix marrow made the undead creatures uneasy. Gu Fei began to refine the immortal material, the 9-heaven star iron, which alarmed all the creatures in the divine land. Under the aura of the mountain river cauldron and the dragon essence and phoenix marrow, everyone's expression changed. Rumble! At this time, a small black mountain rose from the mountain river cauldron and was placed between the phoenix marrow and the dragon essence by Gu Fei. This way, Gu Fei could control the fire better. If the true yang divine fire emitted by the phoenix marrow was too strong, he could use the dragon essence qi to counteract the true yang divine fire. Moreover, under the refinement of these two kinds of essence qi, the 9 heaven star iron might be able to interweave the lines of the great Tao. The dragon essence and phoenix marrow, the yin-yang essence qi, when the two interweaved, they could evolve into the primitive world. In the ancient times, there was a great figure who cultivated the yin and yang, swallowed the sun and the moon, and finally became an invincible saint. Boom! The fist-sized phoenix marrow pearl emitted a monstrous fire. Gu Fei drew the power of the divine pearl and drew the true yang divine fire to refine the 9 heaven star iron. Rumble! When the true yang divine fire pounced on the small mountain formed by the 9 heaven star iron, the whole mountain shook. Under the smelting of the true yang divine fire, although the 9 heaven star iron was shaking, the surface of the small mountain did not seem to have any reaction. If it was an ordinary divine iron, it would have turned to ashes under the true yang divine fire. It is indeed worthy of being an immortal material. Gu Fei thought. The 9 heaven star iron was the exclusive refining divine material of the extreme Tao saint. Even the true yang divine fire could not smelt it in a short time. Smelting the 9 heaven star iron was not an easy task. Gu Fei was already mentally prepared. He did not expect to be able to smelt the 9 heaven star iron into a liquid in a short time, although it would take a long time. Above the mountain peak, the divine fire was vast and mighty. The heat surged in all directions. The trees on the mountain peak gradually withered and lost their vitality. The primordial chaos qi emitted from the mountain river cauldron had greatly weakened the heat emitted by the true yang divine fire. However, the mountain peak where Gu Fei was located was still affected. At the top of the mountain peak, it was as if a dazzling sun had appeared. The power of the true yang was vast and mighty. Even the primordial chaos qi could not completely isolate the fluctuations emitted by the power of the true yang. 1 hour, 4 hours, 6 hours, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The dazzling brilliance above the mountain peak did not disappear. Instead, it became stronger and stronger. Within the brilliance that resembled the sun, there was a divine pearl that emitted a clear brilliance like the moon. Those who had cultivated the heavens would also discover that there was a small black mountain floating between the two divine splendors. On the pitch-black mountain, there were some reddish-brown things. It was the impurities contained in the small mountain that had been smelted out. Even an immortal divine material like the 9 heaven star iron had impurities. It was not absolutely pure. Over the past half a month, the true yang fire had been constantly burning the small mountain formed by the 9 heaven star iron. However, there was still no movement from the 9 heaven star iron. Could it be that even the true yang fire can't smelt the 9 heaven star iron? Gu Fei could not help but feel surprised. The true yang fire could smelt all things. It was the exclusive refining divine fire of extreme Tao sages. How could it not smelt the 9 heaven star iron? It looks like I have to raise this divine fire to its limits. If this divine fire was graded, the true yang fire could be divided into 9 grades. The divine fire that Gu Fei was currently using was at most a grade 3 divine fire. This level of divine fire would not be able to smelt the 9 heaven star iron. Only when the phoenix marrow divine pearl was able to display its full power could the true yang fire be raised to the formless, almost incorporeal ultimate divine fire. Raising the divine fire's grade would require more yuan qi. Fortunately, Gu Fei's divine power was endless. His yuan qi was as vast as the sea, so there was no need to worry about his yuan qi drying up. Gu Fei began to trigger the phoenix marrow divine pearl's power. The phoenix marrow divine pearl began to emit a powerful aura of life, as if a sleeping phoenix had awakened. Inside the pearl, one could vaguely see a phoenix rising from the ashes. The phoenix's divine power has been activated. Beside the divine spring, He Tian's expression changed again. He awoke from his cultivation state and stood up, looking in Gu Fei's direction. The aura of the divine beast, the phoenix, spread throughout the divine land, causing all living beings to tremble in fear. Even Shaoqing and Balan's expressions changed. A phoenix cry resounded in the sky above Gu Fei's mountain peak. A divine bird flew out of the sun above the mountain peak and circled around it. The phoenix's aura was powerful to the extreme. It was not a true divine beast, but a phantom formed from the phoenix marrow essence. However, it was like a phoenix descending from the 9 heavens, causing all living things to tremble. The phoenix soared, divine fire burning the sky. The divine fire emitted by the phoenix phantom had already taken on a translucent form. Boundless heat spread out, causing the void to collapse and crack. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldrons shook again and again. Primordial chaos chi sealed the area, suppressing the void. Even so, all the trees and flowers on the mountain peak had withered and died. The top of the mountain was bare. All the trees had turned to dust and scattered on the ground. Even the rocks had cracked from the heat emitted by the true yang divine fire. At this time, although Gu Fei had already used the inner world's power to block the heat emitted by the true yang divine fire, he was still sweating profusely. It was as if he had just climbed out of water. The phoenix marrow divine bead emitted a brilliant divine light, but the dragon origin divine bead was dim. Gu Fei did not activate the power of the dragon origin divine bead. Now was not the time. On the top of the mountain, the phenomenon of the phoenix soaring lasted for a full half a month before it disappeared. At this time, the black mountain formed by the 9 heaven stars iron finally changed. The surface of the black mountain had melted into a black paste, but the entire black mountain had not completely melted into a liquid state and could not take the shape of a weapon. Over the past month, Gu Fei had constantly increased the power of the true yang divine fire. At the same time, he was thinking about what kind of divine weapon he could refine this mountain-sized 9 heaven stars iron into. Bell, seal, cauldron, sword, knife, mirror, staff, pagoda. All kinds of weapon shapes appeared in Gu Fei's mind. In the world of cultivation, most cultivators like to refine cauldrons, bells, pagodas, and other magic weapons. Therefore, the majority of cultivators and divine arts practitioners use such magical treasures. However, Gu Fei was not a cultivator, nor was he a divine arts practitioner. Weapons shaped like cauldrons, bells, pagodas were not suitable for him. He wanted to refine a warrior's divine weapon, not a divine weapon of the immortal Tao. Sword. That's right, it's a sword. The sword is the ancestor of all weapons. Let's refine a sword. Let's refine a 9 heaven stars sword. Gu Fei finally decided to refine the 9 heaven stars iron into a sacred sword. Chapter 859. Gu Fei was fully focused on refining his godly weapon in his inner world. He would not be going out for the time being. The peerless all-destructive formation outside came to a stop after half a month. Many people were aware of the existence of the formation, thus no one dared to enter the area within 1,000 li of the formation. The cracked tomb returned to its original appearance. The ancient runes on the tombstone were branded onto the tombstone, announcing to the crowd that it was the tomb of the martial progenitor. One could not help but admit that the words martial progenitor's tomb had attracted the attention of the crowd. It was extremely attractive to the cultivators. The tomb of the peerless supreme martial progenitor that dominated the primordial desolation era, anyone would be tempted by it. However, some people could not help but enter the tomb, and never came out again. Someone saw a heaven realm cultivator enter the tomb too, but he disappeared without even stirring a single LNG flower. Everyone knew that the heaven realm cultivator would never come out again. Even a heaven realm cultivator had died in there. The place had completely stunned everyone. No one dared to enter the place to search for the martial progenitor's tomb. Some people saw the Yao Tai saint standing on a seven-colored godly lotus nearby, while the old martial monarch of the Jiang clan had a chaotic divine orb floating above his head. Some even saw the Tao master of the atavistic Tao sect using his sacred weapon to launch a shocking attack at the martial progenitor's tomb as a test. The primordial desolation faction had existed for a long time, thus they had more than one martial monarch. Some of them had died, but they had left their sacred weapons behind. The atavistic Tao sect was said to be the succession of the supreme martial progenitor, thus it was not surprising that they had a few sacred weapons. The primordial desolation faction was not to be underestimated. The fact that they were able to survive until now without being destroyed by the merciless passage of time was enough to intimidate everyone. If even the martial monarchs were intimidated and did not dare to enter the place where the supreme martial progenitor was buried, the others would not dare to act recklessly. In the end, after the martial monarchs left, the rest of the cultivators that had entered the legendary Heaven Realm left too. No one was willing to commit suicide even though they knew they would die. Not long after, another earth-shattering event occurred in this abandoned world. The grave of the ancient peerless ferocious Xian Huang had been discovered in the depths of this world. The name Xian Huang, even in the great desolation of ancient times, would cause anyone's face to change at the mention of it. There were some super old-timers who had lived for countless years who seemed to know the origin of the ominous profound yellow. It was said that profound yellow was a great ominous being born from the profound yellow energy of heaven and earth. The innate great beasts born from the heavens and earth would cause the heavens and earth to change color as soon as they appeared, causing the earth to flow with rivers of blood. They were peerless great beasts in name and in reality. The martial ancestor was one thing, but the exceptional ominous Xianhuang tomb was different. That was because the Xianhuang tomb had refined a pagoda known as the Xianhuang Pagoda. This pagoda was refined from the mysterious yellow energy of heaven and earth, and it was as heavy as 100,000 archaic divine mountains. It could crush heaven and earth, shatter the universe, and possess unmatched might. During the great desolation of ancient times, countless big shots had been crushed to death by this Xianhuang pagoda. Legend had it that this treasure had refined a connate true demon that had been born from heaven and earth. Although the martial ancestor was an extreme path martial saint, no one had ever heard of him refining any weapons. The ominous profound yellow was famous throughout the great desolation, and the power of the Xianhuang pagoda was obvious to all. Once the Xianhuang pagoda appeared, even an extreme path martial saint would have a headache. The ancient desolation forces naturally knew about the existence of the Xianhuang pagoda. The Xianhuang pagoda was refined from the profound yellow energy of heaven and earth. The profound yellow energy of heaven and earth was an immortal divine material that could not be destroyed even after thousands of years. Even if the ominous profound yellow died, the Xianhuang pagoda would not disappear. Therefore, the attention of all the ancient desolation forces was attracted by the Xianhuang tomb. Even the martial monarchs of the current era rushed into the depths of this world. In the depths of this abandoned world, a figure stood at the peak of a towering mountain that pierced through the clouds. Humph! Come on! As soon as the news of the Xianhuang tomb spread, it has indeed attracted those guys. The old tortoise stood on the peak of the mountain and laughed coldly. The news of the Xianhuang tomb's appearance was spread by him. This Xianhuang tomb still wants to trick people even when it's dead. The old tortoise sighed and turned to leave. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the vast world. The depths of this world were not a beautiful place. The sky was dark, and even the sun could not shine in, which made people feel extremely depressed. This so-called heavenly realm was just an abandoned world, not a paradise. The celestial qi was not as thick as the one Gu Fei and the others had seen when they first entered this world. Most of the scenes of celestial qi were fake. Someone had set up countless killing traps in this world. Some places seemed to be surging with celestial qi and flashing spiritual lights. This was a deity land. However, if someone let down his guard and entered, he would definitely trigger a killing trap. If he was lucky, he would be able to break out. If he was unlucky, he would die inside. In the depths of this world, there were gloomy clouds and fog. From time to time, blood-colored lightning would fall from the sky. A murderous aura shrouded the area for thousands of miles, as if a peerless demon was lurking. In the center of the area, there was a huge hill. The hill had a radius of 100 miles and was thousands of feet high. From afar, it looked like a grave mound. Recently, there were figures appearing outside this area from time to time. The murderous aura shrouded the area for thousands of miles was like a different world from the outside world. Gloomy clouds and fog lingered inside, but the outside world was sunny. No one could easily enter that place. The burial place of the ancient peerless Xianhuang was definitely not simple. There were all kinds of unpredictable dangers. The eerie white bones that appeared from time to time were the best proof. Even if the old tortoise had the supreme sacred artifact of the demon clan, the Tai Huang seal, he was not willing to take risks easily. In the area shrouded by the murderous aura, dry bones could be seen scattered among the rocks and grass. Some of the bones of wild beasts were as big as small mountains. Even though they had died and turned into dry bones, they were still extremely ferocious and frightening. These wild beasts must have been extremely powerful when they were alive, but they had all turned into dry bones. All of this was a sign that there was a place of great danger ahead. The real big shots have not arrived yet. The old tortoise had been watching the movements outside the Tomb of Heaven and Yellow for the past few days. He himself had not entered the Tomb of Heaven and Yellow. The mysterious yellow pagoda was an extreme sacred item. No one could resist its temptation. Even if they knew that there was great danger ahead, those people would still flock to it like moths to a flame. The old tortoise was very confident. He wanted to use the people from the ancient desolate forces to scout the way for him. Chapter 860. When the old turtle discovered the Tomb of Heaven and Yellow, he was also extremely shocked. Even an unparalleled monster like Black and Yellow had fallen. What on earth happened in the distant past era? The old turtle was caught into the virtual sky world by a person who could stand shoulder to shoulder with a supreme saint. Then, he was sealed in the peerless killing formation. He had no idea what happened. The abnormal person who caught the old turtle never came back. The old turtle was sealed for countless years. His vitality was almost exhausted by the killing formation and he died. Supreme saints were extinct, and Black and Yellow had fallen. The great change back then must have been catastrophic. Otherwise, the untainted land wouldn't have disappeared and evolved into the Tinglong continent. Black and Yellow pagoda. The old turtle muttered to himself. He knew that the holy weapon that Black and Yellow used to dominate the world and challenge supreme saints was in that huge tomb. When he approached the Tomb of Heaven and Yellow, the Tai Huang seal in his body reacted. They were both supreme holy weapons, so there was a subtle connection between the Tai Huang seal and the Black and Yellow pagoda. However, this was also what Old Tortoise was worried about. He knew very well that if the mysterious yellow pagoda was used by someone or used as a divine object to suppress the formation eye, he might not be able to keep the mysterious yellow pagoda even if he had the Tai Huang seal. A killing formation that used a supreme holy weapon as the formation eye was a peerless killing formation that could give supreme saints headaches. In particular, a perfect supreme holy weapon would increase the power of the peerless killing formation to a terrifying extent that could crush heaven and earth and obliterate all living things. The old turtle didn't act rashly. He didn't rashly enter the Tomb of Heaven and Yellow. He was waiting for someone to explore the way for him. After a few days, more and more cultivators appeared near the Tomb of Heaven and Yellow. People from the ancient desolate realm were constantly rushing here. There were many people who had entered this heaven realm. However, in less than a year, there were not many people who could survive in this world. Those with weak cultivations definitely did not have any ability to protect themselves in this so-called heaven realm. Those who survived either had a powerful cultivation base, or they had a rare treasure on them, or they were extremely lucky. After all, this was not a blessed land. There were terrifying killing formations here that could kill Celestial Being Realm's Celestial Emperor and Shin King. There were also killing formations of heaven and earth that could bury immortals and gods. As the sun set, the old turtle stood on a mountain peak outside the tomb of heaven and yellow. He scanned his surroundings and discovered that many immortals had begun to appear in the nearby area. Suddenly, the old tortoise seemed to have sensed something and looked toward the eastern horizon. A silhouette appeared in the distant sky, facing the afterglow of the setting sun, walking in the void, step by step. The powerful aura made even immortals and gods retreat. Celestial beings. Old Tortoise sensed the strength of the newcomer. It was an immortal emperor in the celestial being realm. There were 18 divine lights circling around his body, making him look like an immortal emperor of the 9 heavens who had descended to the mortal world. Although the immortal lord's aura was so powerful that the crowd of immortals and gods backed away, such a powerhouse was still nothing in the old tortoise's eyes. A bunch of cowards. The newcomer glanced at the immortals and said coldly. Then, he walked directly into the area in front of him that was shrouded in gloomy clouds and miserable fog. The immortal lord did not notice the old tortoise standing at the top of the mountain peak in the distance. Sometimes, it'll kill you. Old Tortoise looked at the scene coldly. The figure of the immortal lord attracted everyone's attention. They saw him carefully walking over the ominous land step by step. Until he went several miles deep, nothing happened. There's no danger. It can't be. How is that possible? That's the burial place of the ancient and peerless ferocious Xian Huang. He just went in. That doesn't mean anything. The people outside could not help but whisper when they saw the immortal lord still walking step by step. Every step of the immortal lord tugged at the nerves of the crowd. Soon, the immortal lord had gone more than 10 miles deep. Still, nothing happened. It seemed that the ominous land seemed to be an exaggeration. Just when everyone's nervous mood was slightly relieved, boom! A sudden clap of thunder sounded, and a blood-red lightning directly bombarded from the dim sky. It connected heaven and earth, and was as huge as a mountain. All of this happened suddenly and without any warning. Everyone was greatly shocked. Roar! The celestial being realm immortal lord roared and opened his mouth to spit out a bronze divine furnace, which went to meet the blood-red lightning that bombarded from the sky. However, under the blood-red lightning, the bronze divine furnace that emitted endless divine light was instantly torn apart. The immortal lord was also hit by the lightning. The huge blood-red lightning emitted an endless aura of destruction. With just a flash, the immortal lord disappeared into the void, leaving nothing behind. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. A celestial being was destroyed in body and soul just like that. It was unbelievable. Everyone felt that this was a fantasy. They could not believe that an incomparably powerful immortal lord had fallen just like that. As expected. The old tortoise was very calm when he saw this scene. The tomb of heaven and yellow was not a place that anyone could approach. The immortal lord had overestimated himself. The fall of the immortal lord had suppressed all the people who were eager to make a move. Although the mysterious yellow pagoda was an extreme sacred artifact, one needed to be alive to possess it. The old tortoise turned and disappeared in the afterglow of the setting sun. He had to make some preparations. The tomb of heaven and yellow seemed to be more dangerous than he had imagined. Just as the old tortoise left, a woman stepped on a 7-colored divine lotus, like a fairy from the 9th heaven, descended from the sky and arrived outside the tomb of heaven and yellow. The female sage of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground had arrived. Purple chi came from the east. A figure stepped on purple clouds, walking step by step. The aura emitted made everything in the world pale. It was as if a celestial emperor was walking in the world. Emperor Z of the Yuancher immortal sect had arrived. In the west, a chaos divine pearl rose as if a chaotic world was evolving. It emitted an ancient aura that shocked the world, making all living beings tremble. The old celestial emperor of the Jiang family had arrived. Rumble, an extremely shocking sound came from the sky in the south. The whole world was shaking. An ancient bronze chariot, which looked like a primordial sacred mountain, came crashing down from the sky. A sage-like figure stood on the chariot. The path master of the primordial Tao sect had arrived. When the four mighty figures of the current era arrived, the pressure that emanated was something that even immortals and gods could not withstand. If they had not restrained their auras, no one in the vicinity of the tomb of heaven and earth would have been able to stand. Old Jiang, why aren't you dead yet? Emperor Zi of the Yuanshi Immortal sect, who was hidden in the purple qi, said coldly. Humph. Don't worry. I won't die before you die. The old celestial emperor of the Jiang family sneered. They did not seem to be on good terms. Fellow Taoists, let's discuss how to open the tomb of heaven and yellow. The path master of the primordial Tao sect, who stood on the ancient bronze chariot, said indifferently. Fellow Taoists, you are right. Yao Tai Saintess, who was standing on the seven-colored divine lotus, said. It was not easy to open the tomb of the fiercest person in all of history. Even the mighty figures of the current era would be very cautious. No one knew what kind of danger they would encounter. They had witnessed the tomb of the martial progenitor before. It was a place of certain death, and no one could verify if the tomb belonged to the martial progenitor. The fiercest person in all of history, the Xianwang Pagoda, was an unparalleled fierce person who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the supreme sage. The Xianwang Pagoda had killed many powerful figures of the untainted land. The burial place of this unparalleled fierce person was not inferior to the tomb of the supreme martial ancestor. There was no doubt that it would be extremely dangerous. Even though this fierce person is dead, he still dominates the world. The path master of the primordial Tao sect exclaimed as he looked at the huge hill in the distance. The actual burial place of the Xianwang tomb was only 100 miles wide. There was no tombstone, only a huge mound. However, the fierce aura that emanated from the mound affected the area within a radius of 10,000 miles. The sky was so dark that even the rays of the sun could not shine through. In the mountains and forests, white bones could be seen scattered all over the ground. There were human bones and the remains of different species. Blood-colored lightning flashed in the sky from time to time. The fierce aura that emanated from the Xianwang tomb was enough to shock the mighty figures of the current era. It was hard to imagine how powerful the fiercest person in all of history was when he was alive. The four sages of the current era were very cautious. After a brief discussion, they began to gather their disciples, and disciples of their respective sections. The people of the ancient wilderness factions began to quickly gather in the area where the Xianwang tomb was located. In the end, there were more than 1,000 cultivators gathered outside the Xianwang tomb. None of them were weak. Their cultivation bases were at least at the demigod realm. Cultivators of the royal void realm were not qualified to participate. Moreover, there were not many royal void realm cultivators who could survive in this heaven realm. After all, even celestial realm immortal emperor and Shen King could die here. Thousands of people had entered the heaven realm, but 2/3 of them had already stayed here forever. The old turtle's figure appeared in the distance. He had completely concealed his aura, so the four almighties did not notice that he was spying on them. The four almighties of the current era began to extrapolate the forces of heaven and earth outside the Xianwang tomb. They used various secret techniques to probe the tomb of the fiercest person in all of history. Boom! Blood-colored lightning struck down from the sky from time to time, tearing through the void. The blinding light illuminated the dim sky and earth in a blood-red color. Chapter 861. The four almighties of the current era had gathered all the ancient antiquity factions that had entered the heaven realm and worked together to set up a heaven-defying divine formation outside the tomb of heaven and earth. This was definitely a super-divine formation. The divine formation sealed off a region of 10,000 miles. It wasn't just the sect masters of the ancient antiquity factions. Even the super-antiques who had lived for countless years and were even more powerful than the sect masters were doing their best to help the four almighties of the current era set up the formation. These super-antiques, who were like living fossils, naturally knew about the legend of the ancient ominous mysterious yellow. The mysterious yellow pagoda was an extreme sacred weapon that could make anyone go crazy over it. However, with the almighties of the current era around, even if they broke through the tomb of heaven and earth, the mysterious yellow pagoda was not something that these antiques could lay their hands on. These antiques were working so hard because they had no choice but to do so under the pressure of the almighties of the current era. Furthermore, besides the mysterious yellow pagoda, the ancient ominous mysterious yellow probably had many treasures in its collection. The ancient ominous mysterious yellow had swept through the world during the primitive times. God knew how many great figures of the primitive times had died with the mysterious yellow pagoda. Just the spoils of war that it had obtained were already a super-divine treasure. Therefore, everyone got into action. There was strength in numbers. This saying was true after all. Outside the tomb of heaven and earth, divine light flashed and immortal chi surged. Mysterious formation patterns were carved on the ground, mountains, and rivers. The four almighties of the current era used their supreme magical powers to imprint countless formation patterns in the void. They drew upon the power of heaven and earth and drew in endless power. All sorts of methods were used in preparation. The four almighties of the current era wanted to borrow the power of heaven and earth to break through the tomb of heaven and earth. The super-divine formation was gradually taking shape. Endless heaven and earth spiritual chi began to gather from all directions. Formation patterns began to appear on the ground and in the void. Perhaps only the four almighties of the current era could spend so much money. They had mobilized so many people to set up a super-divine formation that covered an area of 10,000 miles. Within the area of 10,000 miles, there were endless mountain ridges, surging rivers, and dense forests. There were countless mountains, but they were all covered by the super-divine formation. These guys, from time to time, Old Tortoise would appear nearby while he hid in the dark and watched coldly from the sidelines. However, even he could not help but be moved when he saw the methods of the four mighty figures of the present age. Could it be that those people actually wanted to refine the entire tomb of heaven and yellow with the power of the formation? These fellows are too cautious. Old Tortoise hid at the side and closely observed the situation outside the tomb of heaven and yellow. The Old Tortoise was a little surprised that the four almighties did not enter the tomb of heaven and yellow. It was not an easy task to set up a super-god formation that covered 10,000 miles. Everyone was doing their best. Just the number of formation inscriptions alone was already an astronomical figure. In this way, it would take a lot of time. One had to know that there was a time limit to the opening of the ancient desolation world. If one were to appear in the ancient desolation world after the period when the energy of the heaven and earth was at its weakest, it would be extremely risky. If he were to accidentally attract his own heavenly tribulation, that would be terrible. Time passed by as the Old Tortoise waited patiently. With the Thai sovereign seal in hand, he was not afraid of heavenly tribulation at all. 1 day, 2 days, 1 month, 2 months. More than 1,000 powerful cultivators, the four almighties, more than a dozen sect master immortal emperors, and Shen King spent more than half a year incessantly inscribing the formation inscriptions of the super god formation. The remaining 10% of the formation inscriptions could not be inscribed by ordinary immortals. There were not many inscriptions, only a few hundred of them. However, they were formed by extreme Tao saint inscriptions. Only the almighties of the present age could inscribe such extreme Tao saint inscriptions in the void and complete the final step. It had to be said that the four almighties of the present age were going to be ruthless. Although the extreme Tao saint had disappeared from the world, the extreme Tao saint inscriptions that the extreme Tao saint had inscribed during his enlightenment had been passed down and obtained by the forces of the ancient desolation. Of course, what the forces of the ancient desolation obtained was not the complete extreme Tao saint inscriptions. The extreme Tao saint inscriptions that the four almighties had inscribed in the void were not many, but they were very mysterious. The aura of the great Tao surged and seemed to be able to attract the mighty power of the great Tao. At the end of the God formation, there were only a few hundred ancient inscriptions. Those were the veins of the great Tao. Inscribing one of these veins required a lot of time and effort. These fellows. The old tortoise was moved when he saw the final inscription of the great Tao saint inscriptions. Those were the saint inscriptions of more than one extreme Tao saint. The supreme Tao ancestor, the Yao Tai goddess, and that madman. The old tortoise muttered to himself. Anyone who heard this would be extremely shocked. The old tortoise recognized the extreme Tao saint inscriptions that the four almighties had inscribed in the void. The primeval Tao Gates Tao Lord had inscribed the incomplete saint inscription of the supreme Tao ancestor, the Yao Tai goddess inscription of the Yao Tai goddess inscription, and the Violet Emperor and the Jiang family celestial emperor had inscribed the great Tao saint inscription of an old madman from the primeval age. The old tortoise was a little surprised that the Violet Emperor and the Jiang family celestial emperor had mastered the old madman's great Tao saint inscription. The three different great Tao saint inscriptions intertwined and magically formed the final part of the peerless God formation. Rumble, 7 days later, when the last great Tao saint inscription was inscribed in the void, the entire super God formation immediately activated. Countless inscriptions appeared on the ground and in the void, emitting a dazzling divine brilliance. When the super God formation was activated, it was as if the power of heaven and earth and the entire heaven realm had been activated. The ground shook, and a starry sky appeared in the sky. At this time, everyone had already retreated far away. They looked at the scene in front of them in shock. All of them were dumbfounded and speechless. This was in broad daylight. A starry sky appeared in the sky, and from the ground, wisps of earth chi began to rise. The area that was covered by the God formation immediately collapsed. The various visions that appeared from the God formation made people's hearts palpitate. The peerless God formation was shrinking, and the area that was covered by the God formation began to gradually collapse from the outside in. Not only the ground, but even the void was collapsing. Cracks in the space were spreading. The mighty power formed by the God formation was obliterating everything as it gradually shrank inward. Hundreds of great Tao saint inscriptions that were inscribed in the void attracted endless starlight. It was as if hundreds of stars had appeared in the sky above the tomb of heaven and yellow. The power of the stars dispersed the darkness that shrouded the sky above the tomb of heaven and yellow. Blood-colored lightning that was as big as a mountain was also annihilated in the starlight. The peerless God formation moved heaven and earth, displaying an extremely terrifying power. In particular, the hundreds of great Tao saint inscriptions attracted endless power of the stars. It caused the sky above the tomb of heaven and yellow to seem as if a starry sky was descending, crushing the void and heaven. It was extremely shocking. This super God formation had taken the blood, sweat, and tears of four almighties of the current era. It was completed in half a year. It was the pinnacle of the current era's God formation, and it had also integrated the incomplete great Tao saint inscriptions of three supreme saints into it. Perhaps even an almighty of the current era would be reduced to ashes under the cover of this peerless God formation. The peerless God formation possessed unimaginable power. It was as if it could destroy heaven and earth and destroy the world. The winds and clouds within a radius of millions of miles changed color. Restless roars came from all over the heaven realm. Many killing traps in other regions were also triggered. Beams of divine light shot up from the ground into the sky from time to time. Terrifying energy waves spread throughout the regions, and the entire heaven realm seemed to be in chaos. Rumble, the land within a radius of 10,000 miles was shattering, and the void was collapsing. The power of destruction was vast and mighty. Endless divine light was flashing, and countless inscriptions were emitting dazzling divine light. They continuously attracted the power of heaven and earth. The Yao Tai Saintess sat cross-legged on the seven-colored lotus platform. The elder god emperor of the Jiang family held the chaos divine pearl in his hand. A simple and unadorned emperor's blade that emitted a boundless purple light floated above the purple emperor's head. The primeval Tao Sex Path Master stood on an ancient bronze chariot. A divine pearl that looked like the sun floated above his head. The Sun Divine Pearl. I didn't expect the primeval Tao Sex Path Master to actually bring that sacred item with him. Legend has it that it's a sacred item refined from a real sun star. Some living fossil-like figures recognized the divine pearl that was floating above the primeval Tao Sex Path Master's head. It was like a sun that emitted boundless divine light. That divine pearl had a shocking origin. In ancient times, someone used his supreme powers to pluck a sun star from the boundless starry sky and refined it into a supreme treasure. Once the sun divine pearl appeared, the land within a radius of 1,000 miles was dyed red. Although the primeval Tao Sex Path Master did not activate the sun divine pearl, everyone could feel the supreme yang qi that was emitted from the sun divine pearl. Their bodies felt hot and dry. There was an array platform the size of a millstone in front of the four Almighties. The array platform was flashing with divine light, and countless inscriptions appeared. They used the array platform to control this super divine array. The array platform was a miniature version of the divine array. The entire super divine array was like a super destructive millstone that was operating, destroying everything within it. The land within a radius of 10,000 miles was collapsing, and the boundless evil aura was being dispersed. The tomb of heaven and earth was shaking. Very quickly, the 10,000 miles of land was reduced to a radius of only 1,000 miles. The rest of the land had been destroyed by the ultimate divine array. A huge hill stood within the divine array. That was the burial place of the number one savage throughout the ages, the Xianhuang tomb. The aura emitted from the hill was getting stronger and stronger. When the destructive power emitted by the divine formation shook the hill, the entire hill suddenly cracked, and a boundless fiendish aura rushed out from the cracks. A powerful and violent force surged out from the tomb of heaven and earth. The entire shrinking super divine array actually shook. The dazzling starlight formed by the 500 great Tao Saint patterns that had descended from the sky was also blocked. Chapter 862. Boundless murderous aura surged out of the tomb of heaven and yellow, shaking the entire super divine array. Even the starry sky formed by the hundreds of great path saint patterns was blocked. A pitch-black coffin rose from the cracked grave. 9 ancient runes appeared on the coffin, and a peerlessly ferocious aura was emitted from the coffin. It was as though a terrifying demon was hiding in the coffin, and it was frightening. The 9 ancient runes that appeared on the coffin attracted boundless murderous aura towards the pitch-black coffin. Everyone felt extremely uneasy. A terrifying wave of energy quickly gathered in the coffin, as though a terrifying existence was awakening from its slumber. Within the tomb, there seemed to be boundless murderous aura continuously gathering towards the coffin. As the murderous aura entered the coffin, the murderous power of heaven and earth surged. Damn it! The 4 great existences were all shocked. They activated the divine array with all their might, and the array platform in front of each of them radiated with dazzling divine light. Rumble, the entire divine array was shaking, and countless runes appeared, drawing in the power of the heavens. Hundreds of great path saint patterns even drew in the endless starlight from the 9 heavens. The starry sky above the tomb of heaven and yellow continued to descend. Under the endless power of the stars, the void was collapsing, and the destructive power obliterated everything. Bam! The pitch-black coffin suddenly shook, and the 9 ancient runes that seemed to be imprinted on the coffin emanated boundless murderous aura as they rushed out from the coffin. Boom! The 9 ancient runes hovered above the coffin, emitting a terrifying wave of energy that triggered an inexplicable power. It actually resisted the starry sky that descended from the sky. The 4 great existences were shocked. Above the 9 ancient runes, there was an endless flow of Taoist rhymes circulating, drawing in the power of the Great Path. These were Great Path saint patterns. The ancient ominous Xian Huang's coffin actually had 9 Great Path saint patterns, which was really unbelievable. After all, Xian Huang was not an extreme path saint. The innate celestial beings that were born from the heaven and earth walked a different path, unlike the human cultivators and the monster race that walked the path of the extreme Tao saint and monster great saint. Of course, a phenomenal innate deity was on par with the extreme Tao saints and monster great saints. The strongest divine weapon forged by them was also on par with the extreme Tao saint weapons. Xian Huang was not an extreme path saint. He did not comprehend the Great Path, so he naturally did not have the Great Path saint mark. However, the Great Path saint mark had appeared on Xian Huang's coffin. The mysterious yellow pagoda could also be considered an extreme saint weapon, but the saint marks of the Great Path that rushed out from the coffin were definitely not from the mysterious yellow pagoda. Preposterous. Could it be that this is another trap? Old Tortoise, who was hiding in the distance, was shocked when he saw this. However, the Thai sovereign seal in his body was reacting. The mysterious yellow pagoda was in this tomb, so how could it not be the mysterious yellow pagoda buried in this tomb? If this tomb of heaven and yellow is also a trap, then it's really too scary. Old Tortoise felt uneasy. Behind all these things, there seemed to be an invisible hand pushing them forward. Could it be that there is an old man secretly controlling everything? He Tian was secretly shocked. Someone actually turned this abandoned world into a killing field. Just thinking about it made one's heart palpitate. If this was really the case, then the person in the dark must have a big plan. Using the world as a chess game, could it be that someone was still unwilling to leave? Rumble, the 9 Great Path divine marks triggered the power of the Great Path. Rays of divine light shot out from the 9 Great Path divine marks, piercing the void and destroying the walls of the world. Everywhere the light passed, the void turned into nothingness. Every ray of divine light seemed to be able to destroy a part of the world. It was extremely terrifying. The super divine formation laid out by the 4 powerful figures was torn apart by the divine light like paper. There wasn't a single person who wasn't trembling in fear, and their jaws dropped to the ground. Only a saint of the extreme Tao was capable of drawing upon the power of the great Tao. Could it be that these 9 divine marks of the great Tao were actually imprinted on the coffin by a legendary saint? The Great Path divine marks were carved by He Tian and the 4 powerful figures, but they could not trigger the power of the Great Path. However, it was different for the marks personally imprinted by a saint of the Great Path. Bam! The 9 divine marks of the Great Tao that hovered above the coffin suddenly dispersed and imprinted themselves in all directions, causing the entire world to tremble. The power of the Great Path could destroy the world. Everywhere the 9 Great Path divine marks passed, everything was annihilated. The peerless divine formation was disintegrating, and even the starry sky in the sky was collapsing. Hundreds of divine patterns of the Great Path were dissipating. They were all saint patterns of the Great Path, but the 9 divine patterns of the Great Path that rushed out from the coffin broke through the saint patterns of the Great Path that the 4 great cultivators had painstakingly imprinted in the void. The super divine formation collapsed. From the inside to the outside, countless formation runes dissipated in the void. Inside the divine formation, a terrifying destructive power was wreaking havoc. The void collapsed, forming huge spatial cracks that were as big as mountains. Above the huge grave, a pitch-black coffin floated in the endless murderous aura. It was indescribably strange. Endless murderous aura surged from the coffin, causing everything in the world to tremble. Bang! 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 The matrix platform that floated in front of the four powerful figures collapsed. Everything was out of control. Chaotic energy swept out from the divine formation in all directions. The four powerful figures were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. They were all shocked. They immediately used their great path divine weapons to protect themselves, and then they retreated far away. More than 10 clan masters of the Antiquity era, 20 to 30 celestial kings and divine kings of the mysterious transformation realm, 200 to 300 celestial gods, and nearly 1,000 cultivators below the celestial god realm all retreated as if they were fleeing for their lives. The super divine formation collapsed, and the area within a radius of 10,000 miles collapsed into dust. Beams of divine light shot out from the divine formation, piercing through the void and destroying everything. Screams rang out. Some celestial gods who could not dodge in time were pierced through and fell from the sky. Some cultivators below the celestial god realm were directly swept by the divine light. They did not even have time to scream before their bodies and souls were instantly destroyed. Rumble, the area within a radius of 10,000 miles turned into a huge ball of energy. Endless dust tumbled and surged inside, and the ground sank into a huge circular pit. Within the ball of energy, divine light constantly tore through the void and shot out. It seemed as if a primordial world was evolving inside, and it emitted a terrifying aura that caused everything in the world to tremble. The ball of energy wreaked havoc for several hours before it gradually shrank and finally dissipated. An incomparably huge pit appeared on the ground. The pit occupied an area of 10,000 miles. When the dust settled, a lonely island appeared in the center. The island was dozens of miles wide, and the murderous aura in the sky was vast and mighty. A pitch-black coffin floated in the black gas. It emitted a soaring murderous aura, faintly discernible. The 9 ancient Tao patterns were once again imprinted on the coffin. They flickered on the coffin and attracted the power of the great Tao. It seemed as if they were protecting the coffin, but it also seemed as if they were sealing it. Chapter 863. The Yao Tai Saintess' white robes and long hair fluttered in the wind as she stood on the rainbow divine lotus. She looked otherworldly, like a true immortal above the 9 heavens. The primeval path master stood on the bronze chariot. The divine sun pearl floated above his head, radiating divine light that illuminated the entire world. At this time, he had already put on a silver immortal armor. On the armor, there were illusions of dragons and phoenixes. This was a proud and aloof Emperor Xian. The Purple Emperor of the primeval celestial sect and the Elder God Emperor of the Jiang family seemed to dislike each other. Neither of them were friendly when they walked together. There was definitely something going on between the Purple Emperor and the Elder God Emperor of the Jiang family. However, both of them were powerful figures of the current era and represented the ancient antiquity forces behind them. Therefore, even if the two of them had a grudge against each other, they would definitely not fight. This would cause a war between the primeval celestial sect and the Jiang family of the clan of the ancients. A war between the two ancient antiquity forces was no joke. If such a thing really happened, the entire Tinglong continent would probably be affected. The 4 mighty figures of the current era each had their own scruples, so they could not afford to fight. The 4 mighty figures of the current era were all watching. The starry sky above the tomb of heaven and yellow ahead disappeared along with the disappearance of the hundreds of great path saint patterns. The terrifying energy fluctuations gradually calmed down. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles around the tomb of heaven and yellow had been wiped out. All that was left was a huge crater. The tomb of heaven and yellow stood alone in the center of the huge crater like an isolated island. Everyone was shocked. The super divine formation had collapsed, and the power that had been released was enough to destroy the world. The void had collapsed, and the earth had disappeared. However, the tomb of heaven and yellow still existed. The tomb of heaven and yellow stood tall on the earth as if it had become the only thing in the world. The 9 divine patterns that were suspected to be imprinted on the coffin by the supreme sage activated the power of the great path of heaven and earth. It seemed to be suppressing the pitch-black coffin, but it also seemed to be protecting it. Everyone felt very strange. They did not know why this was happening. The old turtle had been watching from the side and did not make a move. He did not expect things to develop to this point. This was not a situation that he wanted to see. Rumble, the pitch-black coffin was sinking. The 9 divine patterns of the great path were imprinted on the coffin. They flashed with divine light and activated the great path of heaven and earth. Whose great path saint pattern is this? The old turtle could not help but be shocked when he saw this. He realized that this was a saint pattern that he had never seen before. The killing intent sword, attracting the power of heaven and earth. Such a strong killing aura, walking the supreme Tao of slaughter, slaughtering the world with blood. Could it be the great Tao saint mark of that malefic star? He Tian was shocked and bewildered. He thought of another fiend who was as famous as Xian Huang in the ancient times. Could it be that the malefic star killed Xian Huang and buried him here? Old Tortoise was shocked by the idea that suddenly popped up in his mind. Who was Mysterious Yellow? That was an ancient ferocious person who was born from the heaven and earth black yellow chi, and his cultivation was comparable to a supreme saint. Although the evil star who was as famous as Mysterious Yellow was also a peerless and ruthless person, it was not necessarily possible for him to kill Mysterious Yellow. Maybe, this is another trap. The old turtle murmured to himself. There were too many traps in this abandoned world. Over the endless years, he did not know how many people had been cheated. Who did all this? The old turtle did not know. He believed that no one knew. This person was playing with heaven and earth as a chessboard. Perhaps only supreme existences like the supreme saints, supreme true demons, and innate gods would have such a heart-palpitating wealth. Who cares? As long as there is what I want in the coffin. The old turtle did not think too much about it. It was useless to think too much. It was more important to find a way to break the coffin and get what was inside. The pitch-black coffin was like a giant mountain sinking. The whole world was shaking. The power of the great path was flowing. The endless murderous aura changed the color of heaven and earth. Seeing that the coffin was about to sink back into the tomb below, even the mighty figures of the present age could not sit still. Everyone stared at the coffin nervously. It was as if there were countless ghosts struggling and screaming around the coffin. Black chi lingered above the coffin. The terrifying aura coming from the coffin made all the powerful figures tremble. Swoosh! Immortal power surged, and a huge purple hand appeared in the sky above the tomb of heaven and yellow, which was thousands of miles away. The huge hand was as huge as a mountain, and it directly grabbed at the coffin that was sinking into the cracked tomb. Someone had made a move. The person who dared to make a move was naturally one of the 4 powerful figures. Emperor Z, don't overestimate yourself. When the giant purple hand appeared, the old voice of the Jiang family's elder god was full of disdain. Humph! The Emperor Z sneered and ignored the Jiang family's elder god. He unleashed his immortal path divine technique with all his might. The giant hand was formed and he wanted to grab the coffin with his supreme power. When a powerful figure made a move with all his might, it was naturally extraordinary. The vast immortal path divine power from the giant purple hand shook the whole world. The entire tomb of heaven and yellow was shaking. Bang! When the giant purple hand grabbed at the coffin suddenly shook. The giant purple hand immediately collapsed in the void. The Emperor Z's figure swayed and he took a step back. When the coffin suddenly shook, the Tai Huang seal in the old turtle's body immediately reacted strongly. It was as if it was about to rush out of the old turtle's body. The Tai Huang seal seemed to have met an old enemy. It vibrated gently in the old turtle's body. Even the old turtle could not suppress it. Black and yellow pagoda. The old turtle suppressed the restless Tai Huang seal in his body. His eyes shone brightly. He no longer had any doubts. There was definitely a divine weapon of the great path inside the coffin. Only those invincible supreme sages, supreme true demons, and innate gods could use a divine weapon of the great path to be buried with it. The divine weapon of the great path was dispelled just like that. Everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. That was the attack of a divine weapon of the great path. Ha! I told you that you overestimated yourself. The Jiang family's elder god seemed very happy to see the Emperor Z being defeated. You! The Emperor Z was enraged. If not for his scruples, he would have attacked the Jiang family's elder god long ago. The Jiang family's elder god was too despicable. Swoosh! The Yao Tai saintess, who was standing on the rainbow divine lotus, made her move. She unleashed a rainbow divine light that shrouded the coffin in the sky above the tomb of heaven and yellow. Bang! The primordial path master also made his move. He was even more direct. He activated the sun divine pearl that was floating above his head. The sun divine pearl shone brightly. It shook violently and shot out a brilliant ray of sun divine light that pierced through the coffin that was descending. The sun divine light pierced through the void. Everywhere it passed, the void shattered and turned into nothingness. A pitch-black spatial crack appeared in the void. Bang! Just as the Yao Tai Saintess rainbow divine light and the primordial path master's fierce attack from the sun divine pearl were about to touch the coffin, the 9 great path saint patterns on the coffin suddenly emitted a brilliant brilliance. The power of heaven and earth was vast. It was as if an ancient slaughterhouse had appeared around the coffin. Roar! Kill! The shouts from the ancient slaughterhouse seemed to have transcended the ages and came from ancient times. Everyone present could not help but tremble. This was the sound of heaven and earth killing. The rainbow light disappeared. The terrifying attack from the divine sun pearl also dissipated before the coffin, dissolving into nothingness. Everyone was dumbfounded. 2 great cultivators of the current era had made their moves, but they could not stop the coffin from descending. Even the divine weapon of the sun divine pearl was useless. Rumble, the legendary Xianhuang coffin, which was said to be a great omen throughout the ages, was still descending. On the coffin, the 9 great path saint patterns triggered the power of heaven and earth. It enveloped the coffin, and no divine power could break through the power of heaven and earth. Could this really be a trap set by that fiend? The old turtle thought to himself. The 9 great path saint patterns triggered the power of heaven and earth. This was the power of that fiend who had embarked on the supreme path of killing. Seeing that the coffin was about to sink back into the tomb, everyone was extremely anxious. Chapter 864. No one could break through the killing power of heaven and earth that enveloped the coffin of the Xianhuang, the great ominous being that had existed for thousands of years. There was a world of difference between the extreme path saint marks personally inscribed by a supreme path saint and the extreme path saint marks inscribed by others. The great path saint marks inscribed by a supreme path saint were supreme saint marks that contained a trace of the great path saint's power. The great path saint's inscription could evolve the great path and draw the power of the great path from heaven and earth to display the power of the great path. Even the super divine formation set up by the 4 great path saints was broken by the 9 great path saints' inscription. The 4 great path saints could only watch helplessly as the coffin of Xianhuang, the great path saint, sank into the cracked tomb. They could not stop it. At this time, no one doubted that the 9 great path saints' inscription on Xianhuang's coffin was definitely the work of a great path saint. Otherwise, it would not have such heaven-defying power. The 4 great path saints seemed to be at their wits' end and could not do anything about this grave of Xianhuang. Was there really no one who could break this grave of Xianhuang? Boom! Just as everyone was feeling disappointed, an ancient seal directly broke through the void and appeared in the sky above the tomb of Xian Huang. It emitted a monstrous demonic power and smashed a corner of the world. An extremely terrifying pressure spread from the seal. All the cultivators, even the immortals, could not help but kneel on the ground under this pressure. Even the great path saints' expressions changed and they retreated far away. "It's that guy." When the Tao Lord of the primeval Tao sect saw the huge seal in the sky, his eyes turned red. The almighty sacred weapon that he had refined for his entire life had been snatched away by the owner of this huge seal. That was the sacred weapon that the primeval Tao sect had refined and relied on to attain the Tao. Now that it had been snatched away, how could he not be furious? However, the aura that emanated from the seal was too powerful. Even the great path saints were afraid of it. The primeval path sect master did not lose his rationality and did not attack. The other party had the divine weapon of the great path. If he attacked, he would only be tortured. At this time, a figure appeared high in the sky and looked down at the world. Who else could it be but the old turtle of the demon clan? He finally could not help but attack. Boom! A huge seal trembled, displaying an extreme divine might. The entire world seemed as if it was about to be crushed by the vast energy ripples emanating from the seal. It was terrifying. Apart from the mighty figures of the present world, no one else could stand. Everyone was lying on the ground, trembling in fear. This was a fear that originated from the depths of the soul. It was as if the legendary extreme Tao saint had descended, and all living beings in the world had to bow down and worship him. As if it was impacted by the Tai sovereign seal, the huge coffin that was descending stopped in the air above the grave. Around the coffin, a murderous aura surged and the power of heaven and earth surged. It was as if an ancient slaughterhouse had appeared. It was terrifying to the extreme. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the coffin shook, and a muffled crashing sound rang out from within. It was as if something was about to rush out from the coffin, and the fiendish aura was unprecedentedly strong. The entire world trembled with the muffled crashing sound. The 9 great path saint patterns that were imprinted on the coffin moved on top of the coffin, intertwining with mysterious paths and patterns. It was like a huge net that covered the entire coffin. Every great path saint pattern flowed with the endless great way of heaven and earth, drawing upon the power of the great way of heaven and earth. It seemed as if it was suppressing and protecting the thing inside the coffin. So what if it's the great path saint personally imprinted it? I'll smash it. The great path saint patterns on the coffin were evolving into the great way, suppressing the thing inside the coffin. However, the old turtle did not have any scruples. He directly drove the Tai sovereign seal and smashed it down on the tomb of heaven and yellow below. Bang! The Tai sovereign seal descended from the sky, displaying a terrifying divine might that could destroy thousands of worlds. It directly smashed the tomb of heaven and yellow, along with the huge coffin above the grave, into the ground. Nothing could withstand an attack from an extreme path saint weapon that displayed the divine might of the great way. Under the extreme divine might of the Tai sovereign seal, the void turned into nothingness, and everything was destroyed. The entire forsaken world was shaken. Roar! 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 A terrifying roar came from the depths of this world. There was a terrifying supreme existence that was startled by the divine might of the Tai sovereign seal. It was an existence that was strong enough to compete with the mighty figures of the current era. In this abandoned world, many great beasts of the untainted land were imprisoned. Perhaps some of them were still alive. Boom! Suddenly, the earth shook violently. The ground within a radius of millions of miles undulated like rippling LNG. Countless mountains collapsed. Another divine might of the Great Way suddenly erupted from the ground. The 2 divine might of the Great Way were mighty in this world, and all living beings trembled. Bang! The mountain and river cauldron was shaken away by the terrifying power that suddenly erupted from the ground, and a divine light rushed up from the ground. Rumble, the earth shook, and the sky trembled. The divine light that rushed up from the ground was black and yellow in color. The might of the divine light was as heavy as 100,000 ancient mountains, making it hard for people to breathe. The two divine might of the Great Way were mighty in the world, shocking all living beings. Everyone was pressed to the ground by the two might, trembling with fear. It was as if doomsday had come, and they didn't even dare to raise their heads. Even the celestial being realm Immortal Emperor and Shen King were kneeling on the ground. Only the four mighty figures of the current era could still stand, protected by their divine weapons. The black and yellow pagoda of heaven and earth, the four mighty figures of the current era were shocked. The Jadestige Saintess flew forward on a seven-colored divine lotus, and the old emperor of the Jiang family rushed forward with the chaotic divine bead on his head. The violet emperor and the Taoist lord of the archaic Tao gate could not sit still. They each used their divine weapons to protect themselves, and flew forward against the boundless pressure. Humph! At this moment, a cold laugh came from the sky. The four mighty figures of the current era could not help but be shocked when they heard this cold laugh. In the next moment, an unstoppable force came down from the sky. The four mighty figures of the current era suffered a great impact, and all of them were shaken 100 miles away. The old turtle only shook the Tai Huang seal once, and the four mighty figures of the current era were shaken 100 miles away. Under the divine might of the Great Way, even the mighty figures of the current era were as weak as ants. How dare you fight with me for the black-yellow pagoda? The old turtle glanced at the four mighty figures that were shaken 100 miles away and said coldly. He had the Tai Huang seal, an extreme sacred weapon. How could the four mighty figures of the current era be a match for him? They were simply overestimating themselves. Chapter 865. Boom! The heaven and earth divine light suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, the heaven and earth divine pagoda that rose from the ground emitted a boundless heaven and earth divine light. The divine might of the extreme Tao suddenly exploded, shaking the ancient world and shaking the heavens. The entire world seemed like it was about to collapse as an extremely terrifying pressure spread out in all directions. The entire abandoned world became silent in an instant. All sounds disappeared. The appearance of the worldly mysterious yellow pagoda had shocked all the living beings in this side of the world. Within a radius of 10 million miles, all living beings felt a great pressure, especially the cultivators and immortals near the heaven and earth divine pagoda. Some people could not withstand the pressure and exploded. The immortals closest to them felt as if they were being crushed by 100,000 mountains. They could not move at all as they lay on the ground. Moreover, their bodies were gradually being pressed into the ground. Those with weaker cultivation were on the verge of a mental breakdown under the pressure of two extreme powers. The heaven and earth divine pagoda, haha. Under the protection of the Tai Huang seal, the old turtle could ignore the extreme power of the heaven and earth divine pagoda. Rumble, he activated the Tai Huang seal and suppressed the rising heaven and earth divine pagoda. He wanted to use the Tai Huang seal to suppress the heaven and earth divine pagoda and take it. This tomb was most likely the real heaven and earth divine pagoda. Otherwise, the heaven and earth divine pagoda would not have appeared here. Moreover, the coffin had the sacred runes of the great Tao personally imprinted on it by the extreme Tao saint. Whoosh! At this moment, the heaven and earth divine pagoda that was emitting endless heaven and earth divine chi suddenly broke through the void and rushed into the depths of this part of the world with endless power. The old turtle was shocked. The extreme Tao saint weapon was a spiritual weapon that had already developed a weapon soul. How could the heaven and earth divine pagoda escape? Almost at the same time, the Tai Huang seal shook and broke free from the old turtle's control. It also rushed into the sky and chased after the heaven and earth divine pagoda. Oh no! The old turtle was shocked. The Tai Huang seal was his protective talisman. If the Taihuang seal broke free from his control, it would be very bad. The old turtle was about to chase after the Taihuang seal, but someone wanted to stop him. Roar! An angry roar rang out like a clap of thunder. The void almost collapsed. Then, a dazzling red divine light pierced through from afar and shot at the back of the old turtle's head in an instant. The primeval Tao Lord could not help but attack the old turtle in the end. The beam of divine light shot out from the solar divine pearl tore through the void. It was extremely terrifying. Damn it! Old tortoise's figure blurred. The divine light of the sun pierced through the back of his head, but there was no splattering of blood. The next moment, the old turtle's figure appeared 10 feet away. It turned out that what the divine light of the sun had pierced through was only an afterimage of the old turtle, not its real body. You bastards! The old turtle was infuriated when he saw someone trying to stop him. After being blocked by the primeval Tao Lord, the Grand Imperial Seal and the mysterious yellow pagoda disappeared into the horizon. Humph! Let's see how arrogant you can be without the Grand Sovereign Seal. The primeval Tao Lord gritted his teeth. How dare this guy snatch away his sacred weapon? He deserved to die. He approached the old turtle step by step like a moving primeval sacred mountain. The powerful aura he emitted was suffocating. Swoosh! The Yao Tai Saintess stepped on the rainbow divine lotus and chased after the Grand Imperial Seal and the mysterious yellow pagoda. The mysterious yellow pagoda was ownerless. Who wouldn't be jealous? Although the Grand Imperial Seal belonged to the old turtle and was the demon clan's supreme sacred weapon, it was not a big deal to take it as well. Of course, that was if one could take it. Swoosh! The Jiang family's patriarch emperor also took action and chased after the Yao Tai Saintess. Since the Jiang family's patriarch emperor had made a move, Emperor Z would not fall behind. He rushed forward almost at the same time with the Jiang family's patriarch emperor. They ignored the old turtle and the primeval Tao Lord. It would be best if the two of them fought to the death. Bam! The primeval Tao Lord made his move. An ancient bronze chariot immediately charged at the old turtle. It was an extremely ancient chariot. It was simple and unadorned, but it was frightening. You're courting death. The old tortoise was truly enraged this time. His eyes widened and he let out a roar as he threw a punch at the incoming chariot. Boom! The old tortoise did not dodge. Instead, he threw a punch at the chariot, causing it to fly backward. However, one had to admit that this chariot was truly astonishing. In terms of strength, the old turtle's punch could even shatter a mountain. However, the primeval Tao Lord's chariot did not seem to be damaged at all. An almighty sacred weapon. The old tortoise was taken aback. This ancient chariot was also a supreme treasure, which was quite a surprise to him. Rumble, at that moment, the old tortoise felt an extremely powerful force descending from above its head. The boundless heat seemed to be evaporating even the void between heaven and earth. The old turtle looked up and saw a divine light that resembled a sun descending toward him. The terrifying force made the old turtle feel as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on him. The divine sun pearl. The old turtle's pupils contracted. This guy was really out of his league. He did not want to be entangled with this guy. The divine sun pearl displayed its supreme divine power. The divine power of the sun suppressed heaven and earth. It was as if the sun was descending, almost collapsing the heaven and earth. The primeval Tao Lord recalled the ancient bronze chariot and said in a deep voice, "Old monster, return the golden divine pagoda and I can pretend that nothing happened." He drove the divine sun pearl with all his might and prepared to give the old turtle an earth-shattering blow. The primeval Tao Lord was determined to get the old turtle to return his almighty sacred weapon. He did not even want to fight for the supreme sacred weapon. The Yao Tai Saintess, the elder god emperor of the Jiang family, and the primeval immortal sex emperor Z had already rushed into the depths of this world. A terrifying aura that made all living beings tremble came from the depths of this abandoned world. It was the confrontation of two supreme sacred weapons. Supreme sacred weapons were supreme sacred weapons that had derived weapon souls. Although they were weapons and magic treasures, they had their own consciousness. When the Thai sovereign seal and the mysterious yellow pagoda met, no one could suppress these two sacred weapons unless a supreme saint was present. The old turtle had been careless this time. Although the Thai sovereign seal was a supreme sacred weapon of the demon clan, he had not completely refined this treasure of the demon clan. Damn it, I don't have time to waste with you. I've already given away that piece of scrap metal of yours. As the old turtle spoke, a stone battle suit appeared on his body. He broke through the seal of the divine sun pearl and rushed out. This, the primeval Tao Lord could not help but be dumbfounded. How could this be? The divine sun pearl had already sealed this part of the world. How could he have rushed out so easily? That stone-made battle suit. Chapter 866. After the stone armor appeared on the old tortoise's body, it was impenetrable and immediately rushed out of the void sealed by the divine sun pearl. Damn old demon. The primordial path master was shocked. He drove the ancient bronze chariot and chased after the old tortoise. Rumble, the ancient chariot crashed through the sky like a huge mountain, causing the void to tremble. At the same time, rays of dazzling divine light shot out of the divine sun pearl and pierced through the old tortoise. The power of the divine sun was vast and terrifying heat spread out. Even the void seemed to be evaporating. However, it was all in vain. The old tortoise's speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already dashed hundreds of kilometers away. Even the divine light of the sun from the divine sun pearl was left behind by the old tortoise. Soon, the old tortoise disappeared from the primordial path master's sight. Roar! The primordial path master stood on the ancient chariot and roared at the sky. He was furious. This might be his only chance to retrieve his almighty sacred weapon. If the old demon regained control of the Grand Sovereign Seal, the primordial path master would never have the chance to attack the old tortoise again. His almighty sacred weapon would be lost forever. The primordial path master did not hesitate. He immediately drove the ancient bronze chariot with the divine sun pearl floating above his head and rushed into the depths of this world. There, two almighty sacred weapons were fighting. The intensity of the battle between the spiritual weapons was definitely not inferior to the battle between human cultivators. If the two almighty sacred weapons displayed their almighty sacred powers, they would be as terrifying as two saints of the almighty sacred path. Two terrifying auras filled the entire world. In this abandoned world, all living beings trembled in fear under these two auras. Even the terrifying beasts that were comparable to almighty sacred beasts were silent. Even though the Grand Sovereign Seal and the Nine Heavens' mysterious yellow pagoda had rushed into the depths of this world, the immortals on the ground, including the Shen King and the Immortal Emperor, still did not dare to stand up. The almighty sacred powers were unstoppable. In front of the Grand Sovereign Seal and the Nine Heavens' mysterious yellow pagoda, even the high and mighty immortals were as weak as ants. The battle in the depths of this world was incomparably intense. From time to time, there would be the golden light rushing out from that area, destroying everything. A battle of this level was something that even the most powerful beings of the current era could not interfere in. The Grand Sovereign Seal and the Nine Heavens' black-yellow pagoda were both extreme divine artifacts. One was the extreme divine artifact of the primordial era's supreme demon emperor, the Grand Sovereign, and the other was the great ominous divine artifact that had dominated the primordial era. Of the two extreme Tao sacred artifacts, it was unknown whether the Grand Sovereign's Grand Sovereign Seal was stronger and could suppress the Nine Heavens' black-yellow pagoda, or if the Nine Heavens' black-yellow pagoda was stronger and could suppress the Grand Sovereign Seal. While all living beings in the world were trembling under the two extreme divine powers, a different scene was taking place in Gu Fei's inner world. On the highest peak of this divine land, an ancient cauldron as large as a mountain floated in the air, giving off an extremely ancient and vicissitude aura. Streams of primordial chaos energy swirled around the mountain river cauldron like giant dragons. Inside the mountain river cauldron, the phoenix marrow divine power and dragon essence energy surged. Below the cauldron, a figure sat cross-legged on the peak of the mountain. At this time, Gu Fei had already melted the black mountain formed by the 9 heaven star iron with the level 9 true yang divine fire. Then, he put the melted 9 heaven star iron into the cauldron. Using the mountain river cauldron to refine the divine weapon, the phoenix true fire and dragon essence energy intertwined in the cauldron. Inside the cauldron was another world. The space inside the cauldron seemed to be infinite. If one had the supreme magical power to move mountains and drain seas, it would not be difficult to put the entire world into the cauldron. A ball of phoenix divine fire burned fiercely in the cauldron. Within the divine fire was a ball of black liquid. Impurities were constantly being refined out of the black liquid. Next to the ball of phoenix divine fire, there was a divine pearl floating with endless dragon essence energy. The ball of black liquid and the divine fire of the phoenix kept changing shape. At this point in the refinement, it had reached a crucial moment. Gu Fei wanted to mold his divine weapon. The ball of black liquid kept changing shape. Sometimes, it looked like a domineering divine blade. Sometimes, it looked like a divine pagoda. Sometimes, it turned into a huge seal. Gu Fei wanted to refine a 9 heaven star sword. Therefore, after countless transformations, the ball of black liquid finally took the shape of a long sword. Just as the black liquid enveloped by the phoenix divine fire took the shape of a divine sword, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the peak of the mountain, suddenly opened his eyes. He raised his head and 2 beams of dazzling divine light shone from his eyes. He seemed to be able to see through the mountain river cauldron and see the divine sword wrapped in the divine fire. Then, Gu Fei's hand started to move slowly in the void in front of him. The movements of Gu Fei's hands were extremely mysterious. The rhythm of the great Tao surged from Gu Fei's hands. Ancient characters started to appear in the void in front of Gu Fei before disappearing. He seemed to be evolving the great Tao of heaven and earth. Every ancient character that appeared in the void seemed to be a representation of the great Tao. However, they could not be imprinted in the void and quickly disappeared. Gu Fei had a deeper understanding of the great Tao imprint in his heart. He started to copy the ancient martial characters contained in the great Tao imprint in the void. He had obtained the great Tao imprint of the supreme martial ancestor and was the successor of the martial ancestor. The great Tao imprint contained the cultivation experience and comprehension of the martial ancestor. It was the most precious thing in the world. The great Tao imprint of the martial ancestor was a supreme martial scripture. As long as one could comprehend it, they would have a chance to break through to the martial saint realm or even surpass their predecessors and reach an unprecedented height. There were only a few hundred ancient characters in the martial scripture left behind by the martial ancestor. Every ancient character seemed to be a great Tao. Frequently reading it, Gu Fei's state of mind continued to improve. As his state of mind continued to improve, Gu Fei's understanding of the great Tao became deeper. 2 hours passed, 4 hours passed, 6 hours passed. Gu Fei continued to copy the hundreds of ancient characters contained in the great Tao imprint. In the end, only 9 ancient characters could be condensed in the void for a period of time. However, these 9 ancient characters could not be condensed for long and could only be maintained for half an hour. This was enough. Gu Fei wanted to imprint the 9 ancient characters on the 9 heaven stars sword and condense the power of the great Tao to refine the 9 heaven stars sword. Gu Fei walked on the martial path, focusing on cultivating his own body. A peerless martial physique was comparable to any divine weapon, able to contend against any saint weapon. However, this didn't mean that cultivators couldn't refine their own divine weapons. Cultivators could also refine their own divine weapons. All cultivation methods, all cultivation systems, when cultivated to a high level, would more or less have some similarities, and all roads lead to the same destination. Chapter 867. Gu Fei continued to copy the ancient words of the martial progenitor. Among the hundreds of ancient words, only 9 of them were able to stay in the rift for a short period of time, each emitting the aura of the Tao. The words represented the Tao, and the Tao represented the words. It felt like the supreme martial progenitor had merged the Tao he had comprehended into the Tao runes. Every character was a part of the Tao. Gu Fei inserted the 9 ancient words into the mountain and river cauldron and attempted to imprint them onto the sword embryo. However, the 9 ancient words could not be destroyed, thus they could only dissipate into the rift. The 9 ancient words successfully penetrated the divine phoenix fire, which was strong enough to refine immortal materials. The flames had no effect on the 9 ancient words. However, the 9 ancient words failed to imprint on the 9 heavenly stars' sword. Gu Fei had already expected this to happen. It was not an easy task to imprint the Tao runes on a weapon and accumulate the force of the Tao. The 9 heavenly stars' sword had yet to take its final form. The 9 ancient words continued to appear around the sword embryo, but Gu Fei's hands did not stop there. The 9 ancient words could only exist in the rift for half an hour. Within this period of time, if the ancient words failed to imprint on the sword embryo, they would dissipate into the rift. As the ancient words dissipated, Gu Fei attempted to imprint them in the rift once again. Imprinting the path of the Tao was not an easy task. Even though it required a great amount of effort and energy, Gu Fei was able to endure it with his endless strength. The 9 ancient characters revolved around the sword embryo. After some of the ancient characters dissipated, new characters would immediately appear. The martial weapon refinement art was extremely magical. As Gu Fei was forging the sword embryo, the 9 ancient words were able to imprint on the sword embryo with the aura of the Tao. However, it took a long time. It took Gu Fei 48 hours to imprint a single ancient word on the sword embryo. 9 days later, the mountain and river cauldron suddenly emitted a buzz, as if thousands of weapons were being drawn out from their scabbards. Swoosh! A black divine light rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron. It was like a black dragon that soared into the sky. A powerful sword chi immediately spread out. It's done. When the black divine light flew out of the mountain and river cauldron, a figure sitting cross-legged on a boulder beside the heavenly spring stood up. He was breathing in and out boundless spiritual chi. Big Brother, a green-robed man sat cross-legged on a mountain surrounded by spiritual energy. A divine orb hovered in front of him. There was an inseparable connection between the two. Shaoqing opened his eyes and stood up from the summit, looking in the direction of Gu Fei. Roar! A roar rang out, startling all the birds and beasts in the vicinity. A divine beast covered in raging flames rushed out of the valley. In the distant sky, 3 terrifying existences surrounded by a deathly aura stood. All the creatures in the divine land were startled. The mountain and river cauldron floating above the mountain suppressed the Phoenix Marrow divine orb and Dragon Essence divine orb again. Then, it turned into a chaotic divine light and entered Gu Fei's body. A divine light that looked like black lightning danced in the sky, emitting a piercing sound that could be heard from 100 miles away. Although it was only an unfinished sword, the aura it emitted was already terrifying. It was even more terrifying than ordinary divine weapons and immortal weapons. This was an unfinished sword refined by the mountain and river cauldron using the power of the Phoenix and Dragon Essence divine orb. As soon as it was born, it took the form of an extreme divine weapon. The 9 heaven star iron was indeed an immortal material. It was a sacred item exclusive to extreme divine saints. Perhaps only Gu Fei could smelt this immortal material. An immortal material could be smelted, but it could not be destroyed. Although the divine fire of the Phoenix was one of the strongest divine fires in the world, it could not destroy an immortal material. Gu Fei stared at the black divine light in the sky. His hands did not stop. He continued to copy the 9 sacred words in the sky. The 9 words lingered around him. They had an indescribable connection with the unfinished sword of the 9 heaven star sword. The two of them resonated with each other. Gradually, the black divine light in the sky calmed down. At that moment, Shaoqing, He Tian, and Balan arrived near the mountain. They watched the scene nervously. Gu Fei was a martial immortal. His body was his strongest weapon. It did not matter if he had a weapon or not. However, it would be a different story if he had an extreme holy weapon in hand. The unfinished sword of the 9 heaven stars sword finally stopped in the air above the mountain peak. It gently vibrated, and 9 holy characters appeared indistinctly on the unfinished sword. Although the unfinished sword was in the shape of a sword, it was only 3 feet long and less than 4 feet long. Its entire body was pitch black and perfectly round. It didn't have a sword's edge or hilt, and it looked like a long black iron. When the 9 sacred words appeared, the essence of the world immediately gathered towards the unfinished sword of the 9 heaven star sword. The unfinished sword was like a bottomless black hole, crazily devouring the spiritual qi of the world. The aura of the great Tao flowed on the unfinished sword. The 9 sacred words activated the power of the great Tao. When Shaoqing and the others saw this, their expressions changed. The spiritual qi of the world gathered. The wind and clouds changed color. The entire sky darkened. It was extremely terrifying. Specks of light flickered in the void. This was spiritual qi that could be seen with the naked eye. This divine land was Gu Fei's inner world. Gu Fei could immediately sense the slightest movement. The spiritual qi of the world was crazily devoured by the unfinished sword. This made Gu Fei feel like he was being sucked dry. The inner world was his second source of power. However, Gu Fei did not stop because of this. The 9 martial path sacred words were not stable yet. He wanted to completely stabilize the 9 martial path sacred words that were imprinted on the sword billets. Fortunately, there were a few divine springs of life in Gu Fei's inner world that contained boundless life essence. They could provide an endless supply of spiritual qi to this part of the world. Otherwise, Gu Fei's inner world would have turned into a barren world if the sword billets were to crazily devour the spiritual qi of heaven and earth like this. If this continues, when will it end? After 2 hours, He Tian sighed. Not everyone could use immortal materials to refine a divine weapon. It's been 2 hours. That thing has devoured so much spiritual qi, but it's still not enough. Shaoqing was also extremely shocked. One had to know that 2 hours of crazily devouring was a shocking amount of spiritual qi. Even profound transformation realm immortal kings and god kings wouldn't be able to devour so much spiritual qi. Even such people would probably explode from the enormous amount of spiritual qi. Even Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak, wasn't confident. He didn't know how much spiritual qi the 9 heavenly stars sword would need to devour before the 9 sacred words on the unfinished sword would completely stabilize. I'll risk it. Gu Fei clenched his teeth and persevered. He wanted to see just how much spiritual qi the unfinished sword could devour. The place where the unfinished sword was located had already become a terrifying black hole. The heaven and earth spiritual qi that gathered from all directions entered the black hole and was completely devoured by the black sword billets without even raising a single LNG flower. Using endless spiritual qi to feed that thing seems to be a bit too much. Even Balan, who had been silent all this time, couldn't help but speak up. Gu Fei activated the great Tao brand in his body. The 9 ancient martial Tao words appeared on his hands with great proficiency and then imprinted into the sky, causing the spiritual qi that gathered to become chaotic. Buzz! 6 hours later, the sword billets in the sky suddenly released a deafening cry that resounded through the 9 heavens. Heaven and earth trembled, and a part of the sky seemed as if it was going to collapse. The 9 sacred words on the unfinished sword constantly flickered and emitted a boundless divine light. It was as if the endless great Tao's charm was surging, and in an instant, the spiritual qi within a 10,000-mile radius was sucked dry. Shao Qing, He Tian, and Balan were all shocked. The origin qi in their bodies began to boil, and a great power seemed to want to suck away all the power in their bodies. They were so nervous that they almost couldn't breathe. The 9 sacred words on the unfinished sword flashed a total of 91 times. Then, it emitted a bright light, as if it had turned into a sun that was fixed in the sky and illuminated the entire world. The aura of the great Tao surged, and all things in the world trembled. Even Shao Qing, He Tian, and Balan felt an urge to prostrate themselves in worship. It's done. On the mountain peak, Gu Fei's body was on the verge of collapse. The strength of the martial body was absolutely unquestionable. Even the celestial being Realm Immortal Emperor and Shen King couldn't compare to Gu Fei in terms of physical strength. Even with his boundless divine power, he was on the verge of collapse. One could imagine how much effort Gu Fei had spent to refine the 9 heaven star sword. The divine light emitted by the 9 sacred words shone through the ages, illuminating the heavens. Each character was like a universe of its own, evolving heaven and earth. The boundless origin qi that the unfinished sword had devoured finally showed its effect. The 9 sacred words of the martial path were successfully branded on the unfinished sword. The blinding divine light didn't last for very long. The 9 sacred words of the martial path gradually dimmed, and the aura of the great Tao also disappeared into the unfinished sword. In the end, the 9 sacred words of the martial path disappeared into the unfinished sword. Swish! Gu Fei stood up from the ground and waved his hand. The unfinished sword floating in the air immediately flew toward Gu Fei and landed in Gu Fei's hand. This is my own divine weapon. Gu Fei murmured to himself. Holding the unfinished sword, he could feel a terrifying power lurking within it. If this power were to be activated, even the expression of a supreme expert would change. Chapter 868. Now that the sword billets had been molded, everything was worth it. This was because the sword billets were refined from the immortal material 9 heaven stars iron, so they had unlimited room for growth. 9 heaven stars iron was an exclusive refining material for sages. Even in the great era of the great desolate world, it was difficult to find a fist-sized piece of it. But Gu Fei had refined a mountain of 9 heaven stars iron into a black iron rod that was less than 4 feet long. It looked like an iron rod, but it was somewhat flat and round. Only someone like Gu Fei, who had an incomparably strong body, could hold it in his hand. If Gu Fei loosened his grip, the 9 heaven stars sword would fall and the entire mountain would collapse. Swish! Gu Fei casually waved the sword billets. There were no energy fluctuations, but the nearby mountain disappeared like snow in the void. Gu Fei's heart pounded wildly. It was just a casual strike, but it had crushed a mountain peak. Such an attack power was truly frightening. Even an immortal spirit would be destroyed if it was struck by this sword embryo. This is a martial path's divine weapon. Gu Fei thought. There was no monstrous magic power, no magical phenomenon, but a simple strike could shatter the world. In the distance, little Qing, He Tian, and Balan were also startled by Gu Fei's strike. Their hearts were filled with shock. That black and swarthy weapon was truly frightening. A casual strike had such great power. Congratulations on refining a peerless divine weapon, boss. Big brother, congratulations. Your luck is not bad. After a while, little Qing, He Tian, and Balan recovered from their shock and rushed over to congratulate Gu Fei. The 3 supreme emperors of the undead race also came to pay their respects to Gu Fei. Gu Fei was their master, so they had no choice but to come. The survival of the 3 undead races depended on Gu Fei's will. The three undead races had been obediently staying in Gu Fei's divine land and did not make any strange movements, which made Gu Fei feel more at ease. The undead race was a formidable force. The three supreme emperors of the three races were incomparably powerful, enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with immortal kings and divine kings. Even the undead monarchs were comparable to immortals. The three supreme emperors of the undead retreated, leaving only Gu Fei, He Tian, Little Qing, and Baron on the mountain peak. The mountain they were standing on was the tallest mountain peak in the entire divine land, but now, the peak they were standing on was the tallest mountain in the entire divine land. In the past, this peak was lush with lush trees, flowers, and immortal birds chirping in the forest. It was a scene of immortals. But now, this most beautiful peak had become a barren land. All the flowers, plants, and trees had withered. From the mountainside up, all the flowers, plants, and trees had turned into dust, leaving only some flower-shaped ashes on the ground. The huge mountain had turned into a deathly silent mountain without a trace of life. What a pity for this peak. Little Qing couldn't help but shake his head. But when he thought about Gu Fei's casual attack, it seemed that it was worth it. A sword made from the 9 heaven star iron had infinite room for growth. If nothing unexpected happened, it was likely that an extreme path sacred weapon would appear in this world. Little Qing and the others were admiring the black iron rod in Gu Fei's hand. This thing was not beautiful, it could even be said that it didn't have any spiritual energy. It looked very ordinary, but it was able to display a frightening power. It was simple, but it could shatter the void. "Boss, let me see." He Tian finally couldn't help but ask. He had seen the process of Gu Fei refining this thing, which was very different from ordinary refining methods. In particular, he had imprinted the 9 sacred characters on the divine weapon. When a supreme saint refined an extreme path sacred weapon, he had to evolve the great path of heaven and earth, imprint the great path sacred runes on the divine weapon, and gather the power of the great path to shape the divine soul of the divine weapon. But what Gu Fei had imprinted on the divine weapon were the 9 ancient characters. "Take it." Gu Fei smiled and threw the black iron rod to He Tian. He Tian was overjoyed and quickly reached out to catch it. But when He Tian grabbed the black iron rod with both hands, his face changed. His hands seemed to be carrying 100,000 immemorial divine mountains. He grabbed the black iron rod with all his might and refused to let go. Bam! He Tian fell flat on his face. He couldn't pick up the black iron rod at all, and he could only force himself to do so. His face was covered in dust. The whole mountain shook, and He Tian's upper body was smashed into the ground, buried in the soil. Little Qing and Balan were shocked when they saw this, and they quickly jumped away. "Roar! Boss, this thing is too heavy." He Tian still refused to let go, but his soul fluctuations were not hindered. He Tian's voice resounded in everyone's heart. Little Qing and Balan were shocked when they heard this. He Tian couldn't even lift the black iron rod, and it even pressed He Tian into the ground. Could it be that this black and swarthy object was actually heavier than a primordial divine mountain? It was hard to imagine. "Boss, hurry up and help me. The bones in my hand are about to be crushed." He Tian cried out. He couldn't keep calm anymore. The thing in his hand was many times heavier than an immemorial divine mountain. Hee hee. Everyone laughed. Gu Fei chuckled and waved his hands, causing the black rod to fly up from the ground, before he grabbed it in his hands, lifting it as though it was light. He Tian climbed up from the ground in embarrassment and shook off the dust on his body. The soul fire in his skull throbbed violently. A divine weapon that can become an extreme divine weapon is really extraordinary. He Tian said in surprise. A piece of 9 heaven star iron was as heavy as a mountain, and a fist-sized piece could crush a mountain. Although He Tian was envious, he didn't have any other thoughts. Big brother, we should also go out. Little Ching suddenly said. They had been in the inner world for more than half a year, and no one knew what was going on outside. Gu Fei's divine land was full of spiritual qi, and it was definitely a treasure land for cultivation. However, they couldn't stay here forever. Gu Fei nodded. He threw the sword billets refined from the 9 heaven star iron into the largest spring of life in this divine land, refining them with the essence of life energy day and night. Then, he directly opened the inner world above the mountain and walked out. Boom! As soon as they walked out of the inner world, Gu Fei and the others felt 2 extremely terrifying auras surging towards them, almost pressing them to the ground. Everyone was shocked. This was an extreme divine might, and it was like 2 worlds, 2 universes, pressing down on them, causing them to almost collapse. Gu Fei hastily used his inner world power to block these 2 terrible auras. Little Qing, He Tian, and Balan's faces turned deathly pale, and their bodies swayed. Under this extreme divine might, all living beings in the world were like ants. Even Gu Fei's inner world power couldn't completely block these 2 extreme divine might. Everyone was still shocked, and they couldn't speak for a long time. It's the aura of the Tai Huang seal. Little Qing cried out in alarm. Among the 2 extreme divine might, one was very familiar to him. It was the supreme pressure of the Tai Huang seal, which was controlled by his master. The Tai Huang seal. Could it be that old tortoise is actually fighting against another person with an extreme holy weapon? Everyone was extremely shocked when they heard that. The other extreme divine might was very unfamiliar, and it was definitely a new extreme divine weapon. The supreme pressure of that weapon revealed a fierce aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Could it be? Erebus seemed to know something. He seemed to have thought of something. His voice trembled as the soul flame in his skull pulsed violently. Swish! A layer of starlight rushed out of his skull and enveloped him. Then, he soared into the sky and flew in the direction of the extreme divine might. Under the influence of the extreme divine might, the void became extremely unstable. No one dared to teleport under the influence of the extreme divine might because it would be very dangerous. Around He Tian, starlight flickered, as if a starry sky had appeared. This was the power of an almighty holy weapon refined from the 9 heaven stars. With the protection of his saint weapon, Erebus could barely resist the effects of the extreme divine might on his body and even his divine soul. He could fly in the sky. But Little Qing and Balan didn't have an almighty holy weapon, so they had to move forward under the cover of Gu Fei's internal world energy. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to stand under the influence of the extreme divine might. Gu Fei's internal world energy wrapped around Little Qing and Balan, then he soared into the sky and chased after He Tian. The aura emitted from the depths of this world shook the entire world. The 2 extreme divine auras shook the entire world, as though doomsday had arrived. Along the way, they didn't see a single person. The people who entered this abandoned world seemed to have disappeared, which made Gu Fei and the others feel uneasy. When they entered the depths of this world, they could see broken ground everywhere, as well as broken voids that were repairing themselves. The battle was extremely fierce, and the traces left behind made Gu Fei and the others frightened. Under the extreme divine might, heaven and earth became extremely fragile. The almighty holy weapons had pierced through the earth and shattered the sky. They really had the supreme power to destroy the world. In fact, Gu Fei and the others couldn't get close to the area where the almighty holy weapons were. They were stopped thousands of miles away. The aura of the 2 great almighty holy weapons was so powerful and terrifying that they couldn't move forward anymore. If they wanted to move forward, Gu Fei would have to use the almighty holy weapon as well. But Gu Fei didn't want others to know that he also had an almighty holy weapon. Although they couldn't get close to the battlefield, Gu Fei and the others saw the old turtle and another almighty in the periphery. The old turtle and a mighty cultivator were chasing after each other. In a flash, they disappeared into a region filled with murderous aura. The mighty cultivator rode on an ancient chariot, and a divine pearl that shone with boundless divine light hung above his head. He also chased after them. What the hell happened? Chapter 869. Could it be that these two holy weapons are fighting on their own? Gu Fei was startled. He knew very well that the holy weapons were supreme weapons that had given birth to a weapon soul. Although they were weapons, they were holy weapons with souls. As long as the soul of the holy weapon was strong enough, the holy weapon could move on its own and even unleash a terrifying divine might. This kind of holy weapon was very frightening. It could communicate with the master who refined it. It didn't even need the master to control it. With just a thought, it could suddenly attack the master's opponent. In the depths of this world, there was no aura of an extreme saint. There was only the energy ripple of an extreme holy weapon. Therefore, it could be concluded that these two holy weapons were fighting on their own. The Tai Sovereign Seal and the other holy weapon seemed to be old enemies. They fought in the depths of this world until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Even the stars in the sky were about to fall. Many powerful figures appeared outside the range of the battle. The divine might of the extreme Tao didn't seem to deter them. To be able to withstand the divine might, these people must have supreme treasures on them. It might even be a forbidden weapon that was on par with the holy weapons of Almighties. Although forbidden weapons could display terrifying might on par with the holy weapons of Almighties, there was a limit to the number of times they could be used. Some forbidden weapons could only be used once before breaking. Some forbidden weapons could be used several times in a row. However, no matter what kind of forbidden weapon it was, it couldn't be preserved forever. Once the number of times it could be used was up, it would become a pile of trash. Jiang family's young divine king. A figure appeared on a mountain peak near Gu Fei's group. It was a young man. At least in terms of appearance, he was a young man. In terms of appearance, this young man was definitely less than 30 years old. However, how could someone who could appear here be an ordinary person? I didn't expect him to be able to withstand the divine might of the extreme Tao, said Xiao Qing. The other party was a rare opponent. He once fought endlessly with him in the land of Feng Death. In the end, he was even knocked into the magma lake by this young divine king. Of course, the reason why Xiao Qing was knocked into the magma lake by the young divine king was because of Xiao Qing. At this moment, the Jiang family's young divine king also noticed Gu Fei's group. The young divine king's expression was a little surprised, but he quickly calmed down. He borrowed the power of the forbidden tool to enter this region. The appearance of Gu Fei's group surprised the Jiang family's young divine king. Holy weapons of almighty beings could only be refined by almighty beings. However, forbidden weapons weren't limited to almighty beings. Celestial Being Realm Immortal Emperor and Shen King were both able to refine forbidden weapons. It was not surprising that Xiao Qing and the others had forbidden weapons on them. The young divine king of the Jiang family nodded at Xiao Qing, then no longer paid attention to the crowd. He turned around and looked towards the depths of this world. He thought that Xiao Qing and the others were the same as him, relying on the power of the forbidden tool to reach this place. In the depths of this world, Qi of heaven and earth rushed up to the 9 heavens. Supreme demonic energy shook the heaven and earth. Rays of divine light filled with destructive power shot out from inside, destroying everything. No one dared to approach that place, not even almighty beings. The divine light that shot out from inside could kill an almighty being with a holy weapon. That place was a terrifying killing ground. Perhaps only the legendary extreme saint would dare to intervene. Gu Fei's group stood on the peak of a mountain. There were silhouettes appearing and disappearing from time to time. On another mountain, a young man in black appeared. I don't know him. Gu Fei's group didn't know the young man, but from the aura he emitted, they could feel that this was another terrifying expert. This person wasn't any weaker than the Jiang family's young divine king. This young man in black also used a supreme treasure to protect himself, which was why he could appear here. No one could resist the extreme saint's divine might without the protection of a supreme treasure. Rumble, a deafening sound was heard from the place where Old Tortoise and the other mighty being had rushed into. Two powerful energy waves surged out from inside. Its master. Shaoqing was shocked. The place where the Old Tortoise rushed into was definitely a terrifying place with soaring killing intent. It might even be a killing trap. However, at this time, the Old Tortoise was fighting with another almighty being. Little fella from the Tao Gate, don't push it too far. The Old Tortoise's voice came from that place. Swoosh! A ball of divine light rose from the center of the place like a sun, dispersing the endless killing intent in the place and illuminating the heaven and earth. A terrifying wave spread out from that ball of divine light. It was like a sun rising from the earth, giving off an oppressive feeling. It's the divine sun pearl. Someone immediately exclaimed when he saw the sun rising from the place. The divine sun pearl was a famous almighty holy weapon in ancient times. It was a great success almighty who entered the endless starry sky and plucked a sun star. He then refined the sun star into a fist-sized divine sun pearl. The true fire of the sun was comparable to the divine fire of the phoenix. The divine sun pearl could emit the true fire of the sun to burn everything in the world. Even the void could collapse from the heat. Boom! The divine sun pearl vibrated. In the next moment, a monstrous divine fire rushed out from the divine sun pearl. The area within a radius of 1,000 miles instantly turned into a sea of fire. The vicious land was immediately destroyed by the sun god pearl's attack. Engulfed by the divine fire, even the ground melted and sank. Master, Shaoqing was shocked and could not help but worry for the Old Tortoise. The Old Tortoise possessed the Supreme Emperor seal, but it would probably be injured by the attack of a great almighty holy weapon. Don't worry, that guy's tough. Gu Fei was also extremely shocked when he saw the sea of fire. Was this the power of a great almighty holy weapon? He was not worried about the Old Tortoise. How could a great almighty holy weapon injure that guy? Moreover, the Old Tortoise had a turtle shell that even a great almighty holy weapon could not shatter. Roar! Roars were heard from the sea of fire. A battle suit made of stone appeared on the Old Tortoise's body. It seemed like an ordinary battle suit, but the divine fire was blocked by an unfathomable force outside the Old Tortoise's body, making it difficult for the flames to touch it. In the end, the Old Tortoise's entire body was covered by the battle robe. He seemed to have turned into a stone statue that could not be touched. He approached the primordial path master, who was standing on the ancient chariot, in an unstoppable manner. With every step the Old Tortoise took, the entire void that was enveloped by the sea of fire trembled violently, as if a giant mountain was moving with unparalleled battle intent. Chapter 870. How can this be? The primordial path master was truly shocked this time. The old turtle could ignore the sun fire emitted by the sun god Pearl and walk in the sea of fire. It was unbelievable. The primordial path master was also shocked by the changes on the old turtle's body. The stone armor seemed to have seeped into the old turtle's skin, and he seemed to have been petrified. There were no energy waves, but the old turtle was extremely terrifying at the moment. He approached the primordial path master like a primordial divine mountain. Swoosh! The sun god Pearl vibrated, and a dazzling ray of the sun shot out from it. It shattered the void and pierced through the heaven and earth, heading straight for the old turtle. Bam! It was just a punch. The old turtle did not use any sorcery or magic. It only punched, and the divine light that shot out from the sun god Pearl was dispersed. Damn it! Go to hell! The primordial path master roared in anger. He activated the sun god Pearl with all his might, and the power of the sun was vast. It was as if a sun had descended onto the ground, crushing the void. However, no matter how the primordial path master activated the sun god pearl, it seemed to have no effect on the old turtle, let alone threaten him. Bam! The old turtle was extremely powerful. He punched again, and the ancient chariot under the primordial path master's feet was blown away. This was the most direct manifestation of power. There was no sorcery or magic. It was just a punch. The primordial path master soared into the sky and dodged the attack. The old turtle's fist was too terrifying. If he was hit by it, even a powerful figure would be destroyed. Is that guy possessed by a martial ancestor? Gu Fei was extremely shocked to see this. The old turtle had given up on attacking, which he was best at, and was using brute force to fight everything. After sending the ancient bronze chariot flying, the old turtle punched upward again, directly hitting the sun god pearl that was fixed in the sky. The old turtle seemed to have become a different person under the stone armor. Its combat strength was so powerful that even a powerful figure would not dare to fight it head-on. Let's do it. The primordial path master activated the sun god pearl with all his might. Rumble, the sun god pearl descended and met the old turtle's fist. It was as if the sun had fallen from the sky, and the ground was being suppressed. Boom! The old tortoise did not retreat. The stone fist instantly collided with the descending divine sun bead, causing an earth-shattering explosion that shook the surroundings. This battle between two almighty beings attracted the attention of many people. Everyone's mind was shaken, and they were incomparably shocked. There was actually someone who could directly contend against a powerful saint weapon. It was truly dumbfounding. Swoosh! The Yao Tai saintess, who was standing on a seven-colored lotus, appeared nearby. She exuded a holy aura that filled the area. She looked at the scene in front of her in shock, and her eyes sparkled. Roar! The old turtle roared angrily. Mysterious and ancient things that looked like words and runes appeared all over its body. At that moment, a strange fluctuation was finally emitted from the old turtle's body. The towering fire was dispersed, and the sun god pearl was sent flying by old turtle's fist in front of everyone's eyes. Primordial Tao Master vomited blood and was sent flying. Even without an ultimate saint weapon, I can still kill you. The old turtle was extremely powerful, and its aura was raised to the extreme, causing the entire area to shake. Its stone body stood between the heavens and the earth like a giant mountain, causing people's hearts to palpitate. The marks that appeared on the old turtle's body quickly disappeared, as if they had never been there. That is, Primordial Tao Master was extremely shocked. He was sent flying hundreds of miles away before he could stabilize his body. The changes that occurred on the old turtle's body made him dumbfounded. Is this the legendary saint weapon with the best defense in the entire world? The beautiful eyes of the Yao Tai saintess sparkled. She was also very surprised. Swoosh! His figure flickered, and the aura of primordial chaos lingered. A divine pearl of chaos floated above his head, and the divine emperor of the Jiang family of the ancients also appeared in the distant sky. I didn't expect that old demon to be so powerful. The Jiang family's elder emperor murmured to himself, and his expression changed several times. The strength of the old turtle had exceeded his expectations. After the old turtle sent the divine sun pearl flying with a punch, it continued to press on towards Primordial Tao Master. Even though Primordial Tao Master had an almighty saint weapon, he was still no match for the old turtle. This result caused everyone's jaws to drop to the ground in shock. The divine sun pearl was a famous almighty saint weapon from the primordial era. Primordial Tao Master was really unlucky to be defeated even with such a saint weapon. Some people began to sympathize with the Primordial Tao Master. The Primordial Tao Master immediately retreated. The winner takes all, and there was nothing more to say. He wanted to take back the divine sun pearl and the ancient bronze chariot, but the old turtle did not give him the chance. Bam! The old turtle's fist, which had turned into stone, struck again. There was no earth-shattering great technique, nor was there any earth-shattering great mystique. It was just an ordinary punch. However, it was this punch that caused the void in front of the old turtle to shatter soundlessly. It turned into a pitch-black, chaotic void without any light. The old turtle's punch pierced through heaven and earth. A destructive force surged out from the shattered heaven and earth and shrouded the primordial Tao Master in front of it. It was like a rapidly expanding black hole that wanted to devour the primordial Tao Master. Damn it! The primordial Tao Master no longer had the urge to fight against the old turtle. He turned around and rushed into the distance. He did not even have time to take back the divine sun pearl and the ancient bronze chariot. Humph! This is just interest, the old turtle said in a low voice. He did not chase after the primordial Tao Master. Instead, he put away the divine sun pearl and the ancient bronze chariot that everyone coveted. The primordial Tao Master was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. He wanted to ask the old turtle for the golden pagoda that he had lost, but who would have thought that he would also lose the other two treasures that belonged to Almighties? Without the almighty saint weapon, the primordial Tao Master was even less of a match for the old turtle. He could only retreat unwillingly. Soon, the primordial Tao Master's figure disappeared at the end of the horizon. Those two items were treasures that belonged to Almighties. Apart from the current Almighties, perhaps only Gu Fei could remain calm after witnessing this scene. Who would not want an almighty saint weapon? The almighty saint weapon was the most powerful holy weapon apart from the supreme holy weapon. Wielding an almighty saint weapon was enough for one to dominate the world. Just as the old turtle was about to take back the two almighty saint weapons, Gu Fei suddenly saw a familiar figure and could not help but be shocked. "Old Black, protect them," said Gu Fei. When He Tian heard this, although he did not know what was going on, he still opened the starry sky that protected him and enveloped Shaoqing and Balon. Without the protection of an almighty saint weapon or a forbidden weapon, apart from the current Almighties, no one could stand against the power of the supreme holy weapon. Even so, Shaoqing and the others still endured a lot of pressure. Chapter 871. Big Brother, Big Brother. Shaoqing and He Tian were taken aback when they saw Gu Fei suddenly leave. However, they could not soar into the sky and follow Gu Fei. If they were to leave the range of the power of the almighty holy weapon, it would be difficult for them to move even an inch. They might even be suppressed to the ground by the power, unable to move even a finger. Gu Fei's 8 desolation steps was definitely unparalleled in the world. He took a step in the void and appeared more than 10 miles away in an instant. It could be said that his speed was extremely fast. However, the power of this footwork seemed to be endless, and the speed seemed to be able to increase without limit. As long as one's cultivation was high enough, perhaps one could really show the extreme speed of traversing the untainted land in 8 steps. It was really hard to imagine what kind of realm and cultivation it would take to traverse the untainted land in 8 steps. Although Gu Fei was very confident, he could not help but be shocked when he thought about it. Even the primeval path master had been beaten so badly by the old turtle that he had to retreat. At this time, no one dared to act rashly. Even the Yao Tai Saintess and the Jiang family's old emperor god were watching quietly. No one dared to compete with the old turtle for the 2 treasures exclusive to the Almighty. The old turtle, of course, did not stand on ceremony. He directly took the divine sun pearl that was floating in the sky, as well as the ancient bronze chariot that he had punched dozens of miles away and landed in a valley. After taking the 2 treasures, the old turtle flashed and arrived at the mountain peak where Shaoqing and the others were. His skin began to change. The stone on the old turtle's body began to turn into flesh and blood. A stone battle suit appeared on his body, and in the end, even the stone battle suit was hidden inside the old turtle's body. "Greetings, Master." Shaoqing hurriedly bowed to the old turtle. Ever since they came out of the Naraka realm, Gu Fei and the others had been separated from the old turtle in the western Buddhist land. It had been many years since they last met. Xiaoqing's eyes were a little moist. If it were not for the old turtle, he would not have been able to achieve what he had today. The old turtle was a master to Xiaoqing, but also like a father and son. "How have you been?" Old Tortoise asked. He put away his cynical expression. Xiaoqing was his only successor, so he valued Xiaoqing very much. "Very good. Big brother treats me like a real brother. But on that day, master," Xiaoqing said. He knew why Old Tortoise left that day. Ambushing two peerless characters of the present age was an extremely dangerous matter. The little monk Fan Xiao and the great earth true demon Ing Tian were both terrifying opponents. Even if Old Tortoise wanted to plot against them, it would not be that easy. "I'm fine. Although those two guys are strong, I don't think they can hurt my life," said the Old Tortoise. With the tortoise shell in hand, his life was not in danger. Moreover, Old Tortoise was definitely not a gentleman. He would resort to underhanded means, such as smashing bricks. If he couldn't win, he could always run away. "Greetings, master." At this time, Balan, who had always been silent, also became respectful. He saluted Old Tortoise, not daring to show the slightest neglect. "N." Old Tortoise glanced at Balan, nodded, and said, "Your cultivation level is not bad. Given time, I'm afraid you'll reach a higher level." Balan's cultivation level could not be concealed in front of Old Tortoise, an almighty figure of the demonic clan. With just a glance, Old Tortoise had already seen through Balan's cultivation level. "This is all thanks to Master's cultivation," Balan said respectfully. If Old Tortoise hadn't subdued him and kept him by his side, perhaps he would still be a monster king in the virtual sky world. How could he be where he was today? Balan was grateful to Old Tortoise. "This is all thanks to your hard work," Old Tortoise said. "Greetings, Old Senior." At this time, He Tian also stepped forward and saluted Old Tortoise. He Tian was fierce and afraid of Old Tortoise, but they were also like-minded, so his tone was a little strange. Old Tortoise stared at He Tian's skull and said with an evil smile, "He Tian, you're a very good guy. Where did you steal someone's almighty holy weapon?" Swish! He Tian was like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. In an instant, he retreated more than 10 feet away, guarding against Old Tortoise as if he was guarding against a thief. It was not a good thing for Old Tortoise to covet his almighty holy weapon. "What are you afraid of? I won't rob you." Old Tortoise was amused. This guy's temper was really to his liking. Old Tortoise even wanted to accept He Tian as a disciple. However, the path He Tian took was different from others. Although it was not impossible to go against the natural order and be reborn, it was too difficult. Moreover, Old Tortoise had nothing to teach He Tian. "That's good," He Tian said, still full of vigilance. "Where's Gu Fei?" Old Tortoise said. At this time, he realized that Gu Fei was not here and could not help but feel a little surprised. Gu Fei used the power of the inner world to seal the void around him, resisting the extreme divine power from the depths of this world. Even the almighty Old Tortoise of the demon race could not sense his existence. "Big brother just left in a hurry. I don't know why," Xiaoqing said. "Big brother seems to be chasing after someone." He Tian thought for a moment and said, "Chasing after someone?" Everyone was startled when they heard this. Who did Gu Fei go after? What kind of person could make Gu Fei change his countenance and chase after? No one could figure out what it was for. Rumble, at that moment, an extremely shocking sound rang out from the depths of this world. It was as if 10,000 claps of thunder had exploded at the same time. An extremely terrifying energy ripple seemed to want to overturn the entire world. A golden divine light rushed out from the depths of this world and disappeared at the end of the eastern sky. A purple divine light floated in the depths of that world. The extreme divine power receded like the tide. The powerful pressure that could make one's spirit collapse suddenly disappeared, and all living beings in this world breathed a sigh of relief. Has the winner been decided? Everyone's attention was attracted. Yao Tai Saint stepped on the colorful divine lotus and soared into the sky, rushing toward the east. Old Emperor God of the Jiang family also merged with the chaotic divine pearl and turned into a chaotic divine light, chasing in the direction where the golden divine light disappeared. Everyone was jealous of the 9 heavens black and yellow pagoda. Even the current Almighty would go crazy for it. No one could resist the temptation of an extreme divine weapon. No one knew whether the 9 heavens black and yellow pagoda won the battle between the 2 extreme divine weapons, or if the Thai's sovereign seal won. However, no one wanted to know the result of this battle. As the extreme Tao Saint artifact flew away, everyone wanted to collect it as soon as possible. All of them fought to be the first to chase after it. The extreme divine power disappeared, and all those who were suppressed by the extreme divine power regained their freedom. They could not recover from the shock for a long time. Some of the weaker cultivators even had a mental breakdown and became crazy. As for those celestial being realm sect masters, they immediately took action. They all took flight lights and rushed to the east without any hesitation. Some people even charged into the depths of this world, wanting to take away another extreme saint weapon of the great path. Humph! You're courting death. The old tortoise sneered when he saw this scene. With a thought, the Thai sovereign seal that was floating in the depths of this world immediately shook. Buzz! The Thai sovereign seal let out a deafening sound, and a circle of transparent ripples that were visible to the naked eye quickly spread out from the Thai sovereign seal. Those who rushed towards the Thai sovereign seal immediately screamed and were torn to pieces. Even their divine souls could not escape and were scattered in the void. Hiss! Everyone inhaled a mouthful of cold air upon seeing this. Only now did they remember that the Grand Sovereign Seal already had an owner. Whoosh! The Thai Sovereign Seal rushed out from the depths of this world and returned to the old tortoise's hand. It then disappeared into the old tortoise's body. Although the old tortoise had not completely refined the Thai sovereign seal, he could somewhat control it. How dare these people touch the Thai sovereign seal? Were they not courting death? The black and yellow pagoda. The old tortoise looked toward the east and murmured to himself. He then said to Xiao Qing and the others, "Are you coming with me, or are you going to train on your own?" This abandoned world was full of unknown dangers, but it was a good place to train. They could hone their combat skills and accumulate combat experience. Xiao Qing and the others were stunned. If they followed the old tortoise, they would not have to worry about their lives in this extremely dangerous world. However, under the protection of the old tortoise's wings, they would not have the chance to hone themselves. "Master, we want to train on our own," Xiao Qing said to the old tortoise after weighing the pros and cons. "Ha! Very good. You're worthy of being my disciple." The old tortoise laughed happily. Although the flowers in the greenhouse were beautiful, they were useless. How could one see the rainbow without experiencing the wind and rain? Xiao Qing's choice was not wrong. Balan also agreed. Only He Tian seemed to be thinking about something. The soul fire in his skull was constantly flickering. "Yes. Your performance deserves to be rewarded." As the old tortoise spoke, he actually inserted the divine sun pearl into Balan's body. He then pressed one hand on Xiaoqing's forehead and integrated a golden divine pagoda into Xiaoqing's sea of consciousness. The old tortoise actually gave the primordial path master's golden divine pagoda and the divine sun pearl to Xiaoqing and Balan. These were mighty holy weapons, and the old tortoise had given them away just like that. "What about mine?" He Tian asked the old tortoise expectantly. "Yours?" Come, I'll give it to you. The old tortoise smiled and waved at Hei Tian. Hei Tian immediately walked toward the old tortoise and was about to extend his hand when the old tortoise disappeared. The next moment, Hei Tian felt his butt being hit by something. Then, he flew up like a cloud. F***ck. Damn the old tortoise. Hei Tian cursed in his heart. It turned out that he was kicked into the sky by the old tortoise, which made him extremely angry. He dared not curse out loud. Chapter 872. Roar. Hei Tian could only roar angrily at the sky. Even if he had eaten a bear's heart or a leopard's gall, he would not dare to do anything to old tortoise. After all, old tortoise could kill him with one finger. It would be as easy as blowing off dust for an almighty demon to kill an immortal realm cultivator. Little Qing and Balan were watching from the side, secretly laughing. Hei Tian was really greedy. He already had an almighty holy weapon, but he still wanted a second one. Who was old tortoise? He was an existence that even wild geese flying in the sky would pluck out a handful of feathers. How could anyone take advantage of him? Hei Tian gradually calmed down after venting for a while. He was really unlucky. He did not get an almighty holy weapon, but was kicked by someone for no reason. What should we do next? Little Qing asked. Since he did not go with old tortoise, he could only rely on himself. However, he could not blindly wander around in this dangerous world. Let's go find Big Brother first. Hei Tian calmed down and thought for a moment before voicing his opinion. Gu Fei had the extreme Dao Saint artifact, the mountain and river cauldron. If they were to be together with him, they would be able to keep their lives. Little Qing and Balan nodded. However, only Hei Tian vaguely knew where Gu Fei had gone. So, in the end, it was still Hei Tian who led the way in the direction Gu Fei had disappeared. In this world that had been abandoned by the ancient gods, danger was everywhere. By observing the general trend of the world with the black sky observation, they had avoided quite a few dangerous places. They walked past these dangerous places and looked into the distance. From time to time, they could see white bones and even the corpses of cultivators. Someone had played a big joke on them. The ancient heaven gate did not lead to the legendary heaven realm, but to a world abandoned by the ancient gods. There were great dangers hidden in the barren mountains and unruly rivers. There were some places that even an almighty expert might not be able to rush out of. Even the almighty experts had to avoid some extremely dangerous places. Most of them were buried with peerless ferocious people. Entering such places would definitely result in death. For example, using the tomb of the martial ancestor as bait, the 10 destructive world trap was a deadly trap with no chance of survival. No matter how many people went in, they would die. If it wasn't for Gu Fei's inner world, if it wasn't for Gu Fei's extreme Dao sacred weapon, the mountain river cauldron, Gu Fei and the others would have already turned into skeletons in the 10-directional annihilation. Very quickly, Little Qing and the others discovered a serious problem. Gu Fei's tracks had disappeared. In this vast world, they could no longer find any trace of Gu Fei. Hei Tian had an outstanding ability in tracking, but when they found the last trace left by Gu Fei in a valley, they could no longer find any trace of Gu Fei. Little Qing, Hei Tian, and Balan had no choice but to find the right direction and head in the direction of the ancient heaven gate. They estimated that all the desolate antiquity forces that had entered this world were about to leave. If they didn't leave, they would be trapped in the desolate antiquity world and this abandoned world. No one knew if there would be tribulation lightning in this world abandoned by the ancient gods. No one was willing to take the risk, not even the almighty experts. If the laws of heaven and earth of the untainted antiquity world did not change, the heavenly tribulation would befall. For the cultivators who had not undergone the heavenly tribulation was fatal, especially for the immortals who had grown up after the desolate antiquity world. The desolate antiquity forces were not willing to take the risk, because they knew how powerful the heavenly tribulation of the immortals was. Even in the untainted antiquity era, not everyone who had cultivated to the immortal realm could safely pass the heavenly tribulation of the immortals. He Tian and the others had to wait for Gu Fei near the ancient Heaven Gate passage. This was the only way. At this moment, Gu Fei was chasing after a figure, moving rapidly through the mountains. With every step he took, he would appear over 10 miles away as if he was teleporting. However, the speed of the person in front of him was not inferior to that of Gu Fei. His speed was as fast as lightning, so it was not easy for Gu Fei to catch up with him. "Dongfang Wudi, do you dare to fight with me?" Gu Fei shouted as he chased. The man in front of him had silver hair and white clothes. He was the ancestor of the Eastern world who had woken up from a deep sleep. Humph! Dongfang Wudi snorted coldly and did not answer. Instead, he rushed forward and circled around the mountains. He seemed to be leading Gu Fei somewhere. Gu Fei had already seen through Dongfang Wudi's tricks. However, he had the divine weapon of the extreme Tao. Even if the powerful figures of the present age came, he would not be afraid, let alone Dongfang Wudi. "Dongfang Wudi, you are a senior master in the celestial being realm, but you are running away. What is this?" Gu Fei kept talking, trying to provoke Dongfang Wudi to stop. However, Dongfang Wudi had lived for countless years. What had he not seen and experienced? How could Gu Fei's words provoke him? The two of them chased and chased. In an instant, they were thousands of miles away, and they kept changing directions. No matter how brilliant He Tian's tracking skill was, he could not keep up with them. In the end, a pitch-black mountain appeared in front of Gu Fei. That is, the Black Mountain was full of evil spirits, as if it was a ghost town, making people feel a gloomy and horrible atmosphere. Their scalps were numb. It was an evil place. Dongfang Wudi rushed directly to the Black Mountain full of evil spirits. However, Gu Fei stopped involuntarily. He was not a fool. Knowing that there was danger, he would rush up. The moment Gu Fei stopped, Dongfang Wudi sensed it, and he also stopped. "What's the matter? Don't you dare to follow me," Dongfang Wudi said disdainfully. This time, the tables had turned. It was his turn to provoke Gu Fei. Gu Fei stood on the crown of a big mountain, his face extremely dignified. He ignored Dongfang Wudi and looked at the Black Mountain in front of him. "Want to lure me into a trap?" Gu Fei knew that Dongfang Wudi would never lead him to this place for no reason. Dongfang Wudi was too timid. Dongfang Wudi's cultivation had reached the celestial being realm. He was a Shen king, but he was so afraid of an immortal who was only in the 5th or 6th heaven of immortal realm. This was unprecedented. After all, there were two big realms between the immortal realm and the celestial being realm. The powerful Shen king could probably kill a large number of immortals with one hand. Gu Fei suddenly smiled, turned around, and left. He wanted to kill Dongfang Wudi, but it did not mean that he would jump into a trap knowing that it was a trap. "Gu Fei, I didn't expect you to be as timid as a mouse." Dongfang Wudi was very surprised to see that Gu Fei was going to leave, so he tried to provoke him again. "Whatever you say. If you want to fight, then fight now. If you don't want to fight, then don't bark there." Gu Fei did not stop. He still walked away step by step. He used the 8 desolation steps. With each step, he appeared more than 10 miles away. If he took a few more steps, he would disappear in the mountains. "Damn it, Gu Fei boy, die." Dongfang Wudi let out a roar and soared into the sky. He used his extreme speed and rushed toward Gu Fei. 81 divine rainbows rushed out of his body and circled around his body. The power of the divine sense shook heaven and earth. Bang! A big golden hand appeared above Gu Fei's head and bombarded Gu Fei. A terrible power came down from the big hand and smashed the void. Swish! Gu Fei walked leisurely in the void. He took another step and rushed out of the big hand, avoiding the angry blow of Dongfang Wudi. Dongfang Chen died in the hands of Gu Fei, which made Dongfang Wudi want to kill Gu Fei. Dongfang Chen was the most outstanding figure of the Dongfang family in the past 1,000 years. It was incredible in the whole Tinglong continent that he reached the immortal realm in just 300 years. Unfortunately, such a peerless genius died in the hands of Gu Fei before he could grow up. This was Dongfang Chen's misfortune and the sorrow of the Dongfang family. Shen King descends to the 9th heaven. Dongfang Wudi shouted again. He rushed to the sky and showed the strongest divine sense he had cultivated. His whole body bloomed with endless divine light, like a supreme Shen King descending from the 9th heaven. The terrible pressure could crush heaven and earth. The vision of the divine sense imprisoned the whole world and attracted the infinite power of heaven and earth. As Dongfang Wudi descended, Gu Fei felt that the world was pressing down from the top of his head. What a powerful divine sense! Gu Fei was secretly shocked. His movements were somewhat restricted, and his movement speed was affected by the vision of the divine sense. Swish! A ball of divine light rushed out of Gu Fei's dantian. The ball of divine light spread from the dantian and suddenly enveloped Gu Fei. He drew the power of heaven and earth and sealed the void around him. Dongfang Wudi suddenly saw this scene on Gu Fei and couldn't help but be shocked. At his level of cultivation, he naturally knew what it was. How is it possible? With his cultivation, how can he cultivate the inner world? Dongfang Wudi found that he could no longer sense Gu Fei's breath. If Gu Fei hadn't been in front of him, he would have thought that Gu Fei had disappeared into thin air. As soon as the vision of Shen King descends to the 9th heaven appeared, the whole world would be imprisoned, and no one could escape. In this world, Dongfang Wudi was the only master. Those trapped in the divine sense would be at his mercy. However, the ever-successful vision of Shen King descends to the 9th heaven could not imprison Gu Fei. Under the shroud of the power of heaven and earth, Gu Fei seemed to have jumped out of the 3 realms and was not in the 5 elements. The power of the divine sense could not affect him at all. Chapter 873. As soon as the Shen King appeared in the 9th heaven, a part of the void was locked, as if a new world had been opened up. A supreme Shen King sat cross-legged in the sky. This Shen King became the only one in the heavens and the earth. He emitted a dazzling divine light and possessed infinite power. It seemed that he could destroy a part of the world with a raise of his hand or a kick. Within a radius of 1,000 feet, the terrible pressure was mighty enough to suppress anyone to death. Even a celestial being would be crushed if he broke in. This was the power of the divine sense. Once the vision appeared, heaven and earth shook. In the blink of an eye, it could shatter the void and move mountains and seas. However, the only supreme Shen King in the heavens and the earth could not suppress a warrior in the immortal realm. Gu Fei stood in front of the supreme Shen King with a calm face. He did not feel any pressure. Damn it, Dongfang Wudi's voice trembled. He knew how terrible a cultivator who had cultivated his inner world was. Even he himself had not cultivated his own inner world. How could a warrior in the immortal realm cultivate the supreme divine skill that only the powerful figures in the world could master? He really could not figure it out, let alone understand it. A divine light emerged in Gu Fei's dantian. Like the light of reincarnation, there were countless figures of people, scenery, and even the figures of beasts emerging. It was a reflection of a world, looming above Gu Fei's dantian. Your divine sense is useless against me, Gu Fei said indifferently. He used the power of the inner world to suppress the void around him, making the void around him a world of its own, and no method could touch him. Gu Fei, don't be too proud. The Supreme Shen King, who was sitting cross-legged in the sky, said. His voice was like thunder, shaking heaven and earth. It shook the void and produced visible ripples. Swish! A black shadow rushed out of Gu Fei's dantian. A black iron rod less than 3 feet long floated in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei grabbed it in his hand. Boom! The Supreme Shen King, who was sitting cross-legged in the sky, opened his mouth and spat out a divine cauldron forged from bronze. The divine cauldron rapidly enlarged and pressed down on Gu Fei. It was as if an ancient divine mountain had descended from the sky. The bronze divine cauldron emitted an endless amount of divine power, causing the void below to collapse. Countless divine runes appeared on the divine cauldron. This was a holy weapon of a great cultivator. Just the aura it exuded was enough to make one's heart palpitate. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. The power of his inner world sealed the void and isolated this part of the world. He was not afraid of any pressure at all. He swung the black iron rod in his hand and smashed it at the bronze divine stove. Clang! With a loud bang, the black iron rod smashed onto the bronze divine cauldron. The cauldron caved in and was blown away. However, this strike caused the divine light of the bronze divine furnace to burst forth. Countless divine patterns were being destroyed, and a rumbling sound resounded through the 9 heavens, shaking the entire Shen King's 9 heavens phenomenon. This, Dongfang Wudi was shocked. He had never imagined that Gu Fei's strength was so strong that he could use a black and inconspicuous black iron rod to smash away a holy weapon of a great cultivator. This was the first time that he had smashed his own divine stove with brute force. Damn it! Dongfang Wudi roared. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the bronze divine stove back. Then, he reached out and wiped the body of the stove. The part that had caved in by Gu Fei was immediately restored to its original state. Dongfang Wudi turned the divine stove upside down, opened the lid, and then aimed the mouth of the stove at Gu Fei. Absorb! Dongfang Wudi shouted and then patted the bottom of the stove. Then, a powerful force that could swallow the sky immediately emerged from the stove, enveloping Gu Fei and pulling him into the stove. This stove could not only smash people, but also absorb people. Gu Fei was trapped in the divine vision of Shen King's 9 heavens. Although he could use the power of the inner heaven and earth to suppress the void around him, he could not rush out. The divine bronze cauldron produced a great suction force that sucked the void into it. Without any suspense, a part of the void collapsed and Gu Fei was sucked into the divine bronze cauldron. Huh, you're still alive this time. Dongfang Wudi laughed, then closed the lid and sealed Gu Fei in the bronze divine stove. Dongfang Wudi displayed the terrible divine vision of Shen King's 9 heavens, mobilized the power of all heavens, drove the bronze divine stove, and wanted to completely refine Gu Fei into ashes. Bang! At this moment, a dull sound of impact suddenly came from the stove. The bronze divine stove shook and almost fell from Dongfang Wudi's hand. There was a bulge on the body of the stove. Although Gu Fei was taken into the stove, he was not a man who would wait for death. As long as there was a chance of survival, he would fight for it. Struggle before death. Dongfang Wudi used all his strength to attract the power of heaven and earth, poured it into the stove, and refined Gu Fei, who was taken into the stove. Roar! Gu Fei roared again and again. He was now in a sea of fire, and the terrible divine fire emitted a terrible temperature, enough to melt divine iron. He used the power of the inner heaven and earth to suppress himself, but this was not a long-term solution, so he waved the black iron rod in his hand. Boom! Bang! Clang! A violent sound of impact came from the bronze divine stove. The divine stove, which was shining with divine light, was constantly changing its shape. Even if Dongfang Wudi used his supreme divine power to suppress it, it was difficult for him to suppress Gu Fei in the stove. Gu Fei's brute force was simply too great. It was as if he was about to break the ancient bronze cauldron. Cracks began to appear on the cauldron amidst the sounds of impact. Impossible, how could this be? Dongfang Wuti couldn't believe his eyes. The bronze divine stove he refined was cracking. Boom! With an earth-shattering noise, the bronze divine stove floating in front of Dongfang Wuti exploded, and the fragments shot in all directions. A figure rushed out of the bronze divine furnace that had exploded and dispersed. Go to hell! With a loud shout, Gu Fei held the black iron rod in his hand and rushed to the sky, smashing it down on the head of the divine man sitting high in the sky. The whole void was shaking. Although the black and swarthy iron rod did not show any fluctuations of magic power, nor did it emit any divine ability phenomenon, it was just an ordinary strike. However, it was this blow that made Dongfang Wuti feel that he could not resist it. Swish! Dongfang Wuti directly retreated to avoid it. Under the blow of Gu Fei, even the powerful figures of the present age had to retreat. Shenking Lin Jiutian. Gu Fei looked disdainful. He directly waved the black iron rod in his hand and swept it at the waist of Dongfang Wuti, who was retreating. Chapter 874. Gu Fei was taken into the bronze divine furnace by Dongfang Wuti. Dongfang Wuti used the power of heaven and earth to activate the bronze divine furnace, trying to refine Gu Fei to death. However, just when Dongfang Wuti thought that he could destroy this big trouble in the eastern world, the bronze divine furnace suddenly exploded. The flames burned the void, and the whole space collapsed. The power of destruction was vast and mighty. In the endless divine fire, a figure rushed out. Dongfang Wuti was dumbfounded. This bronze divine furnace had been refined by him for thousands of years. It was connected with his breath and could exert the strongest power. But now it was smashed by a warrior in the immortal realm. Dongfang Wuti couldn't believe his eyes. However, the fact was in front of him, and he had to accept it. Boom! Gu Fei's combat power was unparalleled. When he took a step forward, the world shook. Even Dongfang Wuti Shenking descends to the ninth heaven vision was about to collapse. It was extremely frightening. At this time, Gu Fei seemed to be covered with a layer of yin and yang divine fire. The yin and yang divine power intertwined in his body, and the primordial qi came out of his body and formed qi light. Gu Fei held the black iron rod and pressed toward the supreme Shenking in the sky. Every step he took, the world shook, as if a supreme god of war was taking a step. Dongfang Wuti dodged the first blow, but Gu Fei's second blow followed. The black iron rod in his hand turned into a black shadow and swept toward Dongfang Wuti's waist. The black iron rod directly tore the void and shattered the world. It was like a primordial divine mountain, smashing toward Dongfang Wuti. Gu Fei's brute force was monstrous. Every raise of his hand and every move of his foot shook the world. This was the most direct display of power, not divine sense or magic. The simple attack made Dongfang Wuti feel danger. Boom! One side of heaven and earth suddenly shook violently. Dongfang Wuti turned into the Supreme Shenking, who was thousands of feet tall and surrounded by 81 divine rainbows. The power of the divine Tao shook heaven and earth, and he unleashed Shenking's descents to the nine heavens divine arts to the extreme, elevating his combat prowess to the pinnacle of Shenking's cultivation realm. Bam! The 10,000 feet tall Shenking slammed a palm down toward Gu Fei. The mountainous palm exuded boundless power of the divine Tao, and a terrifying power surged from it. Gu Fei's black iron rod collided with the huge hand. Pooh! The inconspicuous black iron rod smashed the big hand of the Supreme Shenking, shattered a part of the world, and pierced the void of the world that Dongfang Wuti had covered with Shenking's lin in the ninth heaven. This! Dongfang Wuti gasped, how can he be so powerful? Dongfang Wuti felt that Gu Fei now had the combat prowess to fight against the celestial being realm immortal emperor and Shenking. However, he didn't know that there was a time limit for Gu Fei to show such a powerful combat prowess. He only had 3 minutes. If he couldn't kill Dongfang Wuti in 3 minutes, he would be the unlucky one. Yes, Gu Fei displayed one of the 9 secrets of the immortal way, rise to heaven, and his strength increased 5 times in an instant, enough to compete with the immortal king and immortal king in the mysterious transformation realm. However, Dongfang Wudi was the Shen King in the celestial being realm, many times stronger than the immortal king in the mysterious transformation realm. If Gu Fei didn't have the divine weapon of the supreme path to protect him, he would never dare to face such an opponent. Although the black iron cudgel was inconspicuous, it was much heavier than the primordial god mountain. When Gu Fei waved it, the peerless brute force it displayed shocked even the Shen King in the celestial being realm. The cudgel smashed the big hand condensed by Dongfang Wudi's supreme divine sense and forced the supreme Shen King away. Then, a mass of chaotic divine light rushed out of Gu Fei's dantian. In the divine light, there was an ancient cauldron, which was the divine weapon of the supreme path, mountain and river cauldron. Boom! The mountain and river cauldron shook and instantly became the size of a small mountain. The chi of chaos surged, and above the ancient cauldron, there was a great force that shocked all the heavens. Bang! The vision of Shen King's supreme divine sense was immediately shattered. Dongfang Wudi's Dharmakaya of Shen King, which was thousands of feet high, could no longer be maintained. The divine light dissipated, and the real body appeared. Ha! Are you giving me the supreme divine weapon of the supreme path? Thank you very much. Dongfang Wudi's divine sense was broken, and a trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, but he was very happy. He stretched out his big hand and directly grabbed the mountain and river cauldron that was crashing toward him. A black hole appeared in his palm, swallowing heaven and earth, and a part of the void was swallowed into the black hole in his palm. Dongfang Wudi wanted to take the mountain and river cauldron. That is, Gu Fei sensed the power of the inner world. Did Dongfang Wudi also cultivate his own inner world? Gu Fei was really surprised. However, when he sensed that the power of heaven and earth from Dongfang Wudi's palm was unstable, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Dongfang Wudi had only opened up his own inner space. The inner space and the inner world were 2 different concepts. The inner space was just a space with nothing, and only some lifeless objects could be stored in it. But the inner world was different. There was heaven, earth, and life inside. It was the prototype of a world. The power of heaven and earth had been stable and no longer fluctuated. Life could survive and reproduce. Humph. You want to take away my things? Let's see if you have the ability. Gu Fei sneered. He had connected with the mountain and river cauldron, so everything was under his control. Rumble, the big hand, like a mountain, shrouded a part of the world and grabbed the mountain and river cauldron. However, the black hole in the palm failed to take the mountain and river cauldron into it. The big hand flew toward Dongfang Wudi with the mountain and river cauldron. A supreme divine weapon of the supreme path. No one wouldn't be jealous of it. Even the powerful figures would go crazy for it. Dongfang Wudi couldn't keep calm, and his hands trembled. The mountain and river cauldron seemed to be suppressed by the power of his supreme divine sense, so he took it back. It gradually became smaller and finally floated above his palm. I've long heard that you got a supreme treasure cauldron in the virtual sky world. It's not groundless. This is the legendary mountain and river cauldron. Dongfang Wudi looked at the mountain and river cauldron floating above his hand and said in a trembling voice. He couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. After all, this was a supreme divine weapon. With the celestial being in his hand, he could definitely fight against the powerful figures of the present age. It's indeed the mountain and river cauldron, but it's not yours. Gu Fei said in a deep voice. He was holding back. Humph. Now that it's in my hand, do you still want to take it back? Let me send you to hell. Dongfang Wudi held the mountain and river cauldron in his hand and approached Gu Fei. He didn't do his best just now. Now that he had the mountain and river cauldron, he didn't need to reserve his strength anymore. After killing Gu Fei, no one would know that the mountain and river cauldron was in his hand. Thinking of this, Dongfang Wudi was so happy that he almost fainted. Rumble, the whole world was shaking, and the sky seemed to collapse. Dongfang Wudi showed the strength of the celestial being realm and drew the power of heaven to his body. At this moment, he was heaven and earth, and he was the master of this world. Chapter 875. The reason why celestial beings were called celestial beings was that they could attract the power of heaven and earth to their bodies. Fighting with celestial beings was equivalent to fighting with heaven and earth. Under heaven and earth, all things were nonentities. Even the lofty immortals, and even the immortal kings and immortal kings who surpassed the immortals and immortals could not fight with heaven and earth. The strength of celestial beings is really unfathomable. I was careless. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. He used desolation steps and retreated without panic. Dongfang Wudi was in high spirits. He held the cauldron of mountains and rivers in his hand and approached Gu Fei step by step. He was like a part of the world, squeezing Gu Fei. Don't struggle needlessly. You are no match for me. Dongfang Wudi's tone was full of killing intent. Gu Fei must die. Otherwise, if others knew that the cauldron of mountains and rivers was in his hands, not only himself, but also the Dongfang family would be in big trouble. In the human world, the forces of the remote antiquity were the masters, and there were powerful figures in the world. As long as the powerful figures took action, he might be able to protect himself with the divine weapon of the Supreme Tao, but the others in the Dongfang family would be in big trouble. Want to kill me? Do you think you are a powerful figure? Is everything under your control? Gu Fei sneered. He still had a backup plan, so he was not afraid of Dongfang Wudi at all. In fact, he wanted to make Dongfang Wudi relax his vigilance, so he retreated step by step. Whoosh! Dongfang Wudi waved his hand, and more than a dozen lightning bolts fell from the sky. Each lightning bolt was as huge as a mountain, tearing the void and emitting endless destructive aura. Using the power of heaven and earth to turn it into lightning. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. Celestial beings were really terrible. They could use the power of heaven and earth at will, which was stealing the power of heaven. Bang! Gu Fei's body shook, and the void around him suddenly shook violently like LNG, and transparent ripples spread out quickly. More than a dozen lightning bolts fell from the sky, and when they encountered the transparent ripples spreading from Gu Fei's body, they silently collapsed in the void. With just a shake of his body, the dozen or so bolts of lightning that emitted a heart-palpitating aura of destruction dissipated into nothingness. It was truly shocking. Even Dongfang Wudi was shocked. Gu Fei's physique was so strong that it could be called abnormal. Even the physique of a divine beast was no better than this. The fact that a human's body could be cultivated to such a powerful level was truly astounding. If this boy is allowed to grow up. Thinking of this, Dongfang Wudi was more murderous. Gu Fei had unlimited potential. In the end, it was the Dongfang family who would suffer. Dongfang Wudi's determination to kill Gu Fei became firmer. Bam! As Dongfang Wudi raised his hand, a part of the void collapsed, forming a terrible black hole, swallowing Gu Fei. He wanted to beat Gu Fei into the void and exile him in the void space. Even if he could not die, he would never be able to come out of the void space. This was the power of heaven and earth. Even if Gu Fei's brute force was monstrous, it would be useless. The huge black hole was like a heavenly beast with its mouth wide open, as if to swallow the whole world. The terrible aura emanating from the black hole made Gu Fei feel danger. He activated the inner world in his dantian, and the power of heaven and earth surged out of his dantian like a tide, shrouding him in it. Then, he waved his hands, and a big seal appeared in front of him. Boom! The power of yin and yang was like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time, shaking the whole world. Gu Fei used the yin-yang seal of life and death. The power of yin and yang was intertwined, as if evolving the Great Way. Bam! Gu Fei held the seal and smashed it directly at the terrible black hole that was swallowing him. The yin-yang seal smashed the void, shattered the void, and disappeared at the same time as the black hole. Just at that moment, a large hand quickly arrived in front of Gu Fei. The power of the world surged on the large hand. It was as terrifying as the hand of the heavens, giving off an aura that caused all life in the world to tremble. Damn it, this is the power of heaven and earth. Gu Fei was shocked. Shen King in the celestial being realm was really terrifying. He could steal the power of heaven for his own use, so he did not have to worry about exhausting his primordial qi. The power of heaven and earth was unstoppable, but Gu Fei still had to block it. Gu Fei was incomparably powerful. His long hair danced in the wind, showing an indomitable momentum. You can attract the power of heaven and earth, I can also attract the power of heaven and earth. Let's see who is stronger and who is weaker. He took a step forward, and a powerful force surged out of his brow, dantian, and heart. These three forces, the moment Gu Fei took a step forward, they quickly condensed on Gu Fei's right hand. Bang! He also slapped forward with his palm. On his palm, there seemed to be a world. The three forces of heaven and earth gathered, and on Gu Fei's palm, there seemed to be a world evolving. The power of heaven and earth surged forward. Seeing the power displayed by Gu Fei, Dongfang Wudi could not help but be moved. He could not understand why Gu Fei could exert such powerful power of heaven and earth. Inner world. Dongfang Wudi could not help but think of the benefits of cultivating inner world. He had only cultivated his own inner space. Even so, Gu Fei will still die. Dongfang Wudi thought that the gap between two realms could not be made up by an inner world. Boom! The two forces of heaven and earth collided in an instant, as if two worlds were colliding. The heavenly hand that Dongfang Wudi had condensed with the power of heaven and earth immediately collapsed. The void between heaven and earth was crumbling and collapsing. The collision of the two forces of heaven and earth formed a terrible destructive force, which was enough to crush everything. Gu Fei flew backward, and a trace of bright red blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Dongfang Wudi, like a primordial divine mountain, stood high in the sky, motionless. It was clear who was superior. Although Gu Fei had activated the inner world in the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows, the inner world in his dantian, and the power of the Hell Tao, it was still difficult for him to compete with the power of heaven and earth. Gu Fei, you will die today. Since you brought me the mountain and river cauldron, I will let you die quickly. Dongfang Wudi said coldly, continuing to press toward Gu Fei. Ha! You will die today. Gu Fei suddenly laughed. What? Dongfang Wudi was shocked. At this moment, the mountain and river cauldron in his hands suddenly shook. Buzz! A deafening sound resounded through the 9 heavens. The fist-sized mountain and river cauldron burst out a terrible power that shocked the heavens, showing the supreme power to suppress the mountains and rivers on earth. How could this be? Dongfang Wudi was really shocked. The mountain and river cauldron had been suppressed by him. He had isolated all the connections between the mountain and river cauldron and the outside world with his divine sense. How could Gu Fei still drive the mountain and river cauldron? Boom! At this moment, a mass of divine light rose from the mountain and river cauldron. In the divine light, there was a divine bead as bright as the sun. The terrible temperature burned the void and annihilated it. The next moment, a monstrous fire broke out on the divine bead, turning the area within a radius of 10 miles into a sea of fire. Wow! Chapter 876. Roar! In the sea of fire, Dongfang Wudi's heart-palpitating roar came out. The fire burned the sky, and a divine bead emitting endless fire stopped above the mountain and river cauldron, like a sun in the sky. The power of the true yang was mighty between heaven and earth. It was the phoenix marrow divine bead. The true yang divine fire burned the void, and even the air was ignited. The void was constantly collapsing and turning into nothingness. Dongfang Wudi had become a man of fire. His whole body was ignited by the true yang fire. This kind of fire was one of the most powerful flames in the world. It was the exclusive divine fire of refining weapons of the Supreme Path Saints, and it could even smelt immortal materials. Traces of fire were constantly burning into Dongfang Wudi's body, evaporating his qi and blood, burning his body, and penetrating into his internal organs. Dongfang Wudi's body was burning inside and out. However, Dongfang Wudi was not burned to ashes by the true yang divine fire at once. Divine light gushed out of his body, trying to resist the burning of the divine fire. However, it was all in vain. Dongfang Wudi's divine power was ignited and was rapidly draining. Buzz! In the end, there was a loud sound from Dongfang Wudi's body. A golden divine bell emerged from his body, protecting him as he rushed out of the sea of fire. The true yang fire would never be extinguished. Only the supreme Yin true water in the world could extinguish it. Even a little spark would burn people to ashes and destroy their body and soul. Dongfang Wudi had many secret treasures on him. The golden divine bell only lasted for a few breaths in the divine fire before it melted in the divine fire. At this time, all his clothes had turned to ashes, and his bones were burned out. His body was as black as charcoal, but he still did not die. Just a moment ago, he was high-spirited and arrogant, but now he was burned by the divine fire and almost died. He was extremely miserable. The situation had reversed so quickly that it was incredible. Humph! I said, you are not qualified to kill me. Gu Fei said in a deep voice. He had long since retreated far away. The true yang flame was something that even he, who possessed an abnormally strong physique, could not endure. Even though he was standing far away, the boundless heat emitted by the true yang fire made him feel as if his entire body was on fire, and the blood in his body felt like it was about to be ignited. Even Gu Fei was in such a state. One could imagine how badly Dongfang Wudi, whose whole body was ignited by the divine fire, had suffered. Wow! Dongfang Wudi, who rushed out of the sea of fire, roared and rushed to the black mountain in front of him, which was surging with yin qi. At the same time, another jade pendant rushed out of his body, which had been almost burned into charcoal. A vast ocean-like water elemental power surged out from the jade pendant. Countless runes appeared, as if a sea had suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. The monstrous water poured down on Dongfang Wudi. However, even so, the vast and boundless power of water could not extinguish the true yang fire on Dongfang Wudi's body, and the water vapor was quickly evaporated. Soon, the endless runes dissipated in the true fire, and the jade pendant broke into pieces. The monstrous power of water disappeared in the void, as if it had never appeared. Several powerful secret treasures rushed out of Dongfang Wudi's body. He wanted to use the power of the secret treasures to extinguish the divine fire on his body, but all the secret treasures finally collapsed in the divine fire. Boom! At this time, the phoenix marrow divine bead floating over the mountain and river cauldron began to sink down, and then sank into the mountain and river cauldron. The divine fire all over the sky disappeared. Gu Fei waved his hand, and the mountain and river cauldron flew back to him and fell into his hand. It's not yours. Even if I give it to you, you won't be alive to enjoy it. Gu Fei stared at the figure in front of him, who was rushing to the black mountain in the distance, and said in a deep voice. It had to be said that Dongfang Wudi was really powerful. After being burned by the divine fire for so long, he still did not die. Of course, at this time, Dongfang Wudi had been burned by the divine fire beyond recognition. His whole body was covered in flames. The divine fire, like maggots attached to the bones, had burned into his internal organs, burning his divine power and igniting his spirit. The true yang divine fire was the supreme yang fire bred by the earth, not the sun fire emitted by the sun above the sky. The true yang divine fire contained the essence of phoenix, so it could be called the phoenix divine fire. The ancient primordial divine beast phoenix was the most powerful existence in the world. Once the phoenix divine fire came out, there was nothing it could not burn. Even a supreme saint would be shocked when he encountered it. The moment he was touched by the divine fire containing the essence of phoenix, Gu Fei already knew that Dongfang Wudi's fate was doomed. There was no suspense. He put away the mountain and river cauldron, and then chased after Dongfang Wudi unhurriedly. Finally, only a few miles away from the Black Mountain, Dongfang Wudi fell from the sky unwillingly. The true yang fire had burned his bones and evaporated all his divine power. Boom! A ball of flame fell from the sky and smashed into a thriving woodland, instantly igniting the trees in the forest, causing a towering fire. Many barbaric beasts rushed out of the forest. In the end, Dongfang Wudi's soul fluctuation gradually weakened, and then completely disappeared between heaven and earth. Shen King, who was in the celestial being realm, ended up in a miserable state, with both his body and soul destroyed. The divine fire was still burning, leaving a human-shaped ashes on the ground. Under the burning of the true yang divine fire, it was difficult for everything on Dongfang Wudi's body to be preserved. Gu Fei came to the sky, reached out his hand, and an ancient cauldron the size of a fist appeared in his hand, floating above his palm. As soon as the ancient cauldron appeared, the sun divine fire burning on the ground immediately flew up, turned into flames, and went into the mountain and river cauldron. This Black Mountain. After taking back the true yang divine fire, Gu Fei's eyes fell on the Black Mountain in front of him, which was surrounded by black qi and vasting qi. It was definitely not a coincidence that Dongfang Wudi lured him here. Was there a place of great danger ahead, or was it a trap set by Dongfang Wudi? Dongfang Wudi had been burned to ashes by the true yang fire, and no one came to answer Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei did not want to take risks. He turned around and left. Whether it was a place of danger or a trap, Dongfang Wudi was dead. Gu Fei did not want to rush in when he knew it was dangerous. An ancestor of the Dongfang family died. If it was outside, it would definitely cause a sensation in the cultivation world of the Tinglong continent. Gu Fei had pierced the sky. In the eastern land, the Dongfang family could compete with the forces of the remote antiquity. It was rumored that there was more than one ancestor in the Dongfang family who had awakened. Otherwise, the Zhao family of the remote antiquity would not be so afraid of the Dongfang family. Shen King, who was in the celestial being realm, was just like an ant in front of the powerful figures in the world. He could kill a large number of them with a casual attack. However, the Zhao family did not attack the Dongfang family. In this world abandoned by the people of the remote antiquity, the death of Shen King, who was in the celestial being realm, was not a big deal. Moreover, no one knew that it was Gu Fei who burned Dongfang Wudi to death with the true yang divine fire. There was no chance for a big wave to be set off. After identifying the direction, Gu Fei used the desolation steps and headed for the area where the passage of the ancient heaven gate was located. It was impossible for him to compete with the powerful figures in the world for the divine weapon of the Great Path. It had been a long time since he entered this abandoned world, and it was time to leave. During this trip to the remote antiquity world, Gu Fei had probably gained the most. Not only did he get the Phoenix Marrow Divine Bead and the Dragon Primordial Divine Bead, but he also refined his own weapon. Of course, this weapon was just a sword billet, and it was still far from being fully formed. However, even so, it had already shown power that was not weaker than the divine weapon of the powerful figures. Even the bronze divine furnace that Dongfang Wudi took out was smashed. This was a divine weapon with unlimited development potential, and it could grow into a divine weapon of the Great Path. Just as Gu Fei burned Dongfang Wudi to death, in a mountain, Shaoqing, Balan, and He Tian were stopped by someone. The person who stopped Shaoqing and the others was a black-haired young man who showed off his ability. There was a faint divine light on the young man's body. He was a divine arts practitioner. Little guy from the Jiang family, what do you mean by this? He Tian walked forward casually and said to the young man who stopped them. The person who stopped Shaoqing and the others was the young divine king of the Jiang family of the remote antiquity era. I didn't enjoy the battle that day, and I don't want to have any regrets. The young divine king of the Jiang family ignored He Tian and looked at Shaoqing indifferently. In his eyes, there seemed to be only Shaoqing, and he ignored He Tian and Balan. The young divine king of the Jiang family was very powerful. He stopped Shaoqing and the others just to have another battle with Shaoqing. When Shaoqing heard this, his expression didn't change much. Just like what the young divine king of the Jiang family had said, he didn't enjoy the battle that day either. In that case, let's have another battle. Shaoqing didn't think much and accepted the challenge of the young divine king of the Jiang family. He and the young divine king of the Jiang family weren't enemies, and there were no grudges between them. Both of them saw each other as the strongest opponent since they started cultivating. They were both well-known figures in the younger generation, promising and brilliant. They were both geniuses. When such powerful people met, there would definitely be a battle. A powerful aura immediately burst forth from the body of the young divine king of the Jiang family. It was as if a god that had been hiding in his body had awakened. Roar! A dragon's roar came faintly from the void. Shaoqing didn't dare to be slow and circulated the power of the true dragon. An aura that wasn't any weaker than the young divine king of the Jiang family burst forth from his body, and an illusory shadow of a dragon appeared indistinctly around him. The dragon's aura was vast and mighty, and all the strange beasts in a radius of 100 miles became uneasy. Some of the wild beasts even escaped into the depths of the mountains. He Tian and Balan looked at each other and retreated. Chapter 877. Shaoqing against the Jiang family's young divine king. This was definitely a fierce battle. He Tian and Balan both retreated far away to avoid being affected. Both of them were extremely talented, especially the young divine king of the Jiang family. He had surpassed the immortal realm and became a divine king at the first layer of the mystic transformation realm. The title of Jiang family's young divine king was not for nothing. He had this strength. As for little Qing, during this period of time, her cultivation level had also increased rather quickly. She was already a 7th or 8th firmament immortal god great demon. However, there was still quite a gap between her and the Jiang family's young divine king. The difference of a major realm was like a world apart. They could not be compared at all. However, Shaoqing was not an ordinary great demon. He was a demon dragon that had cultivated the power of a true dragon. Just based on this point, he was enough to compete with the Jiang family's first firmament divine king. The two people were facing each other. No one made the first move. A dragon shadow faintly appeared on Shaoqing's body. There was a faint and illusory dragon circling around him. The aura of a true dragon made the birds and beasts within a few hundred miles tremble with fear. This was an innate advantage. In ancient times, once a true dragon appeared, all beasts bowed their heads. Although it was only a trace of a true dragon's aura, it was enough to intimidate the nearby savage beasts. Meanwhile, there were stars flashing around the Jiang family's young divine king. It was as if a universe was evolving, as if it was facing another world. It gave people an incomparably oppressive feeling. When He Tian saw this scene, he could not help but be moved. The divine ability that the Jiang family's young divine king displayed seemed to be the divine ability of a ruthless person in ancient times. This divine ability has reappeared again. He Tian was very shocked. The soul fire in his skull was constantly pulsating, emitting intense soul undulations. Balan saw He Tian's strange behavior, but he did not know what happened. He could not help but be suspicious, thinking that this guy was going to play some tricks again. He Tian's temperament was very similar to old tortoises. Both of them were experts at sneak attacks and making the final decision. They were never willing to suffer losses and would always want to keep the treasures for themselves. Rumble, just at this moment, heaven and earth trembled. The earth undulated violently like LNG. Shaoqing and the Jiang clan's young divine king's aura rose to the peak. The dragon silhouette around Shaoqing became even clearer. The true dragon chi was vast and mighty, as if a supreme dragon emperor had descended. His long green hair danced wildly in the wind, and his battle intent was like a rainbow. As for the little divine king of the Jiang clan, his eyes were like two cold stars, emitting a dazzling divine light. His entire being seemed to have fused with the universe. "It's starting," He Tian said. "Who do you think is stronger?" Balan asked. The aura of the Jiang family's young divine king made his heart palpitate. A divine king at the first layer of the mystic transformation realm was too powerful. Although Balan was a peak immortal god expert at the 9th layer of the immortal god realm, he was nothing in front of the Jiang clan's young divine king. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. He Tian didn't say anything. His attention was focused on the Jiang clan's young divine king. The other party's divine ability moved him and made him recall many things. Boom! There was a sudden tremor in the sky. A ball of sun-like divine light suddenly descended without any warning and descended towards Shaoqing below. Boundless heat poured down from the ball of divine light, causing the void to distort from the heat. Ripples visible to the naked eye spread out. It was really like a red sun falling from the sky. This is really. At this moment, He Tian no longer had any doubts. The Jiang clan's young divine king had really cultivated the divine ability of that person from the ancient times. The divine ability of that ruthless person was famous even in the ancient times when there were many experts in the world. It was known as the strongest and most terrifying divine ability below the extreme saint realm. Once this terrifying divine ability was used, it would immediately turn the land into a barren land of 10,000 miles. All life would be cut off. Even in the current mortal world, there was still an ancient legend about this ruthless person. Swoosh! Shaoqing took a step forward and soared into the sky. In an instant, he rushed 10 miles away and dodged the attack. His speed was so fast that it left people speechless. It was not inferior to Gu Fei's desolate steps. Dragon God steps. He Tian was moved again. Although he knew that Shaoqing was the old turtle's disciple, he had been with Gu Fei's group for a long time. He more or less knew the old turtle's background. The old turtle was the eldest among the 9 sons of the dragon. The old turtle had the purest true dragon bloodline in the world and grasped the supreme of the dragon clan. He did not expect the old turtle to pass down this ancient dragon clan battle skill to Shaoqing. The desolate steps was the human clan's supreme footwork and a supreme battle skill. On the other hand, the dragon god steps was the dragon clan's supreme life-slaying technique. It could also display extreme speed. Rumble, the divine radiance that looked like a red sun descended. The ground collapsed and the void collapsed. The place where Shaoqing was standing just now immediately disappeared. The ground was collapsing and the entire area was shaking violently. Cracks that looked like abysses extended far away. It was extremely terrifying. Grand sun illuminates the sky, shatter the heavens. The Jiang clan's young divine king shouted. The descending red sun immediately flew up from the ground and chased after Shaoqing. Wherever the red sun passed, the void turned into nothingness. It emitted a terrifying fluctuation that even shattered the heavens and earth. It truly displayed the supreme divine might that could shatter the heavens. Humph! Xiaoqing sneered. This time, he did not dodge. He directly threw out a punch. The dragon chi was vast and mighty. A huge dragon rushed out from Xiaoqing's fist. Boom! The true dragon fist force that little Qing had unleashed fiercely collided with the red sun that had chased after it, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion. Terrifying energy ripples spread out in all directions, and the void immediately collapsed. The red sun and the dragon-shaped fist energy dissipated high up in the sky. Xiaoqing flew out and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The Jiang clan's young divine king did not have it easy either. He took a dozen steps back. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble violently. The Jiang clan's young divine king was also affected. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The first head-on clash between the two did not seem to determine who was stronger. Neither could truly suppress the other. With the power of the true dragon, Xiaoqing was able to fight against the Jiang clan's young divine king. All right. The Jiang clan's young divine king soared into the sky and arrived in front of Xiaoqing. At this moment, the vast energy ripple that descended from the sky caused the ground to shake violently. A nearby mountain peak collapsed. Again. Chapter 878. Xiaoqing punched out, the power of the true dragon surged, a huge dragon rushed out from his fist and pounced towards the Jiang family's young divine king. It was like a real divine dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, causing people's hearts to palpitate. At the same time, he used Dragon God Step and rushed towards the Jiang family's young divine king with extreme speed. The demon race has an incomparably powerful physique, their physical body is incomparably tyrannical. Close combat is also an advantage for the demon race. The physical body of humans is absolutely incomparable to the demon race. This is the innate talent of the demon race. However, the human race has a path of martial Tao. The martial body of a martial artist is even stronger than the physical body of the demon race. The physical body of a martial artist who has cultivated the indestructible martial body is so powerful that even the almighty demon race would be stunned. The Jiang family's young divine king naturally knows how powerful it is. He didn't move and directly retreated. Sun rises from the east. The Jiang family's young divine king roared and displayed his supreme divine ability. He actually attracted a ball of sun-like divine light from the east. The temperature of the entire world rose rapidly. Boom! The sun that was guided by the Jiang family's young divine king met the true dragon fist force in front of it. Everywhere it passed, everything was destroyed. Without any suspense, the dragon's shadow fist force collided with the blazing sun. The heaven and earth shook violently, the blazing sun exploded and the dragon's shadow dissipated. The energy that emitted an endless aura of destruction swept out in all directions. Even the clouds in the sky were dispersed. The mighty remnant power that descended from the sky caused the earth to tremble, the mountain ridges to crumble and dust to rise high into the sky. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. When He Tian and Balan saw this scene, they were incomparably shocked. If they were to fight against the Jiang family's young divine king, they would have long been defeated. The Jiang family's young divine king was really too strong. Only Xiaoqing, who possessed the power of the true dragon, could fight endlessly with him and challenge this young divine king. Swish! At this time, Xiaoqing used Dragon God Steps and successfully approached the Jiang family's little divine king. His right leg directly swept towards the Jiang family's little divine king's waist. Like a divine whip, even the void shattered under his feet. With the power of a true dragon, Xiaoqing's strength was extremely strong. With a raise of his hand, he could shatter the sky, and with a stomp, he could shatter the earth. Every move he made contained great power. Bam! The Jiang family's young divine king blocked Xiaoqing's attack with his knee. Then, the Jiang family's young divine king chopped at Xiaoqing's neck with his hand. Divine light burst forth from the Jiang family's young divine king's hand. His palm was like a peerless divine weapon that tore through the void. What? He Tian and Balan were shocked. Not only did the Jiang family's young divine king cultivate a terrifying divine ability, his physical body was also so powerful that it could contend against Shaoqing. Shaoqing was also secretly shocked. The battle strength displayed by the Jiang family's young divine king made him feel a dangerous aura. He dodged the Jiang family's young divine king's hand blade, then directly punched towards the Jiang family's young divine king's chest. The true dragon fist surged forward like a surging river. The Jiang family's young divine king also pressed his palm forward. On his palm, divine power was vast and mighty. His palm blossomed with resplendent divine light, as if a sun was going to rush out from his palm. Boom! Shaoqing's fist and the Jiang family's young divine king's palm collided fiercely, and a muffled sound that was like a muffled thunder exploded. The sleeves on their arms were immediately shattered by the power that came from their hands, turning into pieces of cloth that fluttered in the void. Shaoqing and the Jiang family's young divine king's movements paused for a moment. In the next moment, the two of them flew back at the same time. Fresh red blood seeped out of their mouths again. He has refined the power of the divine ability into his flesh and blood, fusing the divine ability with his body. No wonder his physique is so strong. He Tian was experienced and knowledgeable, so he quickly saw through the background of the Jiang family's young divine king. Roar! Roar! Shaoqing and the Jiang family's young divine king roared at the same time, then they pounced towards each other at the same time. 10 suns illuminate the clear sky. The Jiang family's young divine king shouted loudly. His entire body emitted resplendent divine light. He displayed his strongest divine ability. 10 sun-like divine lights rushed out from his body and soared into the sky. Rumble! It was as if 10 suns appeared in the sky and scorched the heaven and earth. The divine light in the sky made people unable to open their eyes. The power of the sun was vast and mighty. It was as if the heaven and earth were about to collapse. 10 suns illuminate the clear sky. It's actually the 10 suns illuminate the clear sky. The ancient supreme divine ability, 10 suns illuminate the clear sky, has reappeared once again. He Tian saw this scene and seemed to be stunned as he muttered to himself. Balan saw this shocking scene and was also speechless for a long time. Once the 10 suns illuminate the clear sky divine ability was used, the land was scarlet for thousands of miles. This was not a lie. The flowers and trees within 100 miles were all rapidly withering. It was as if their vitality was evaporated by the 10 suns in the sky. Bang! Shaoqing was directly sent flying. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. The power of the 10 suns was too powerful. It was simply unstoppable and couldn't be contended against. After being sent flying dozens of miles away, Shaoqing stabilized his body. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a divine pearl. This was the dragon pearl that he had cultivated, and it contained the power of a true dragon. Once the dragon pearl appeared, the power of a true dragon surged and directly blocked the power of the 10 suns that were descending from the sky. The divine light emitted from the dragon pearl could actually compete with the brilliance of the 10 suns in the sky. The dragon pearl floated above Shaoqing's head. The power of a true dragon descended mightily and enveloped him. He guided the power of a true dragon and the dragon pearl to gather in his hands. Dragon King Fist. Shaoqing's long hair danced wildly. His body emitted a shocking aura. He raised his head and looked straight at the 10 suns in the sky. Then, he punched upwards with both fists. He displayed an indomitable aura. His 2 fists were like 2 moving ancient divine mountains. The vast power that spread from his fists pierced through the sky. The 10 suns that were descending were immediately blocked by the terrifying fist energy. Bam! 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 4 of the 10 suns exploded. The monstrous divine fire of the sun enveloped the sky. The divine power of the sun was vast and mighty. The earth was collapsing, the mountains were collapsing, and the heaven and earth seemed like it was going to collapse. It was extremely terrifying. According to an ancient legend, in the ancient times, 10 suns suddenly appeared in the sky and scorched the earth. The common people were on the brink of extinction. At that time, a supreme deity made a move and shot down 9 suns to save the common people. This legend was talking about the supreme divine power of the 10 suns illuminating the clear sky. In the ancient times, that ruthless person had once used this supreme divine ability to cleanly slaughter a powerful ancient race. Under the 10 suns illuminating the clear sky, thousands of miles of land had been turned into scorched earth. This divine power of the Jiang family's young divine king was still 108,000 miles away from the great accomplishment realm. Shaoqing gathered the power of a true dragon in his fists and attacked. He actually broke 4 of the 10 suns in an instant. Chapter 879. Roar. His clothes were stained with blood, but the young divine king of the Jiang family was not depressed. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit. The light in his eyes became stronger, and his gaze shot out like 2 cold lightning bolts. 10 suns illuminate the clear sky. He roared, and endless divine light rushed out of his body again. The world suddenly changed, and a clear sky appeared in the sky, as if a universe was evolving. A part of the blue sky descended, and above the blue sky, 10 suns reappeared. They emitted an endless divine power of the sun, crushing the void and shattering everything. It was as if 10 real suns were falling from the sky, and it was terrifying to the extreme. This kind of magical phenomenon had already shocked the untainted land in the immemorial age. That ruthless person had once used this magical power to annihilate an incomparably powerful race in the immemorial age. Now, someone had actually cultivated this magical power, which really shocked He Tian. This young divine king of the Jiang family had unlimited potential, and he had some of the heroic bearing of that ruthless person in the past. The clear sky descended, and the 10 suns illuminated the sky, shattering the world. Shaoqing was the first to bear the brunt, and he felt a great pressure. The energy wave from the sky was really too strong, and it made him feel that it was difficult to resist. The boundless divine power of the sun from the 10 suns caused the earth to start turning into a magma-like existence. Once the 10 suns appeared, the land would be scarlet for thousands of miles. This was definitely not an exaggeration. Even though Shaoqing had the dragon pearl of life floating above his head, and he was protected by the power of the true dragon, he still felt great danger. The void was sealed by the supreme magical power of the young divine king of the Jiang family, and he could not retreat even if he wanted to. If he could not retreat, then he would fight. Roar! You have the 10 suns illuminate the clear sky, and I have the 10 dragons devour the sky. Shaoqing roared angrily, and the dragon power in his body surged. Many faint and illusory dragons appeared around him. Every dragon was thousands of meters long, and they roared silently. Then, they soared from around Shaoqing at the same time, and entered the dragon pearl of life above Shaoqing's head. Roar! A dragon roar shook the 9 heavens. In the next moment, the dragon pearl emitted a mighty aura of the true dragon, and 10 dragons that looked like true dragons rushed out of the dragon pearl. This is, the mighty power of the true dragon spread out from the dragon pearl, shaking the descending blue sky. The 10 suns fixed in the blue sky also shook. The 10 great dragons that rushed out of the dragon pearl seemed to have condensed into bodies of flesh and blood. Every scale and every whisker was extremely clear, as if they were not illusions at all. 10 dragons devouring the heavens, break! Shaoqing shouted. He drove the dragon pearl with all his might, and the power of the true dragon erupted. The aura of the true dragon was unprecedentedly strong, as if 10 true dragons had appeared in this part of the sky. Roar! The 10 dragons roared and soared into the sky. Every single dragon exuded the aura of a true dragon. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged at the 10 suns in the sky. The entire blue sky shook violently, showing signs of collapsing. Tian and Balan, who had already retreated far away, were incredibly shocked when they saw this. This wasn't the 10 dragons vying for pearls, but the 10 dragons vying for Sunday, damn it. The Jiang family's young divine king also didn't expect that Shaoqing was actually so powerful. The strength that Shaoqing displayed had already exceeded his expectations. At this moment, there was no time for him to think anymore. The Jiang family's young divine king made up his mind and unleashed the might of the 10 suns illuminating the blue sky without holding back. The blue sky descended, the 10 suns fell, the entire heaven and earth was about to shatter. Boom! 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 There were 10 consecutive loud noises. The 10 true dragons collided with the 10 suns. In that instant, the heaven and earth were penetrated by this kind of power. A part of the void instantly collapsed. In front of the 2 ultimate moves, the void was as fragile as a thin piece of paper. It was silently annihilated and turned into nothingness. A huge black hole appeared between the heaven and earth. The mighty remaining might shook the entire earth. Mountains collapsed continuously, dust rose high into the sky, and the cracks that appeared were like bottomless abysses. The power of the 10 dragons and 10 suns caused the void within a radius of a dozen miles to shatter, forming a super black hole. Behind the black hole was endless nothingness. If one was struck into the nothingness, they would most likely be lost in the nothingness and never be able to walk out. A human figure fell from the sky, directly smashing into the ground. The earth trembled, and then collapsed, forming a bottomless pit. The other figure was sent flying into the sky. A large amount of blood sprinkled down from the sky. That was the blood of an immortal god. It contained traces of divine power and was crystal clear like agate. The 10 suns illuminating the blue sky divine ability phenomenon disappeared. The 10 dragons also disappeared. In the heaven and earth, there were no 10 suns nor dragons. There was only a super huge hole. The void of the heaven and earth was pierced through, and it was a super huge hole. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions. The super huge hole was still gradually expanding. Even Tian and Balan, who were far away, had no choice but to retreat. Both sides are injured. Brother Qing, are you all right? Balan and Tian directly retreated to 100 miles away before stopping. Everything within a radius of a dozen miles had been flattened. The mountains had collapsed, and large tracts of trees had turned into dust. A desert that spanned a dozen miles had appeared in the mountains. This is bad. Seeing this scene, Tian and Balan secretly complained. Shaoqing was the only disciple of Old Tortoise and also Gu Fei's brother. If something were to happen to him, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Tian and Balan couldn't help but change their expressions at the thought of this. Brother Qing, I hope nothing happens to you. Although Tian was covered from head to toe in black clothes, the soul fire in his head could still be seen. Even Balan was a little flustered. After the huge hole in the sky expanded to its limit, it began to shrink. The power of heaven and earth began to repair the shattered void. The hole in the sky was also shrinking. Bam! Just as Tian and Balan were about to rush over to search for Shaoqing, the sand in the center of the desert suddenly exploded, and a figure rushed out from the ground. That's, Tian and Balan immediately stopped in their tracks. Their hearts trembled. They sensed an incomparably familiar aura from that person, and they couldn't help but be overjoyed. Brother Qing. Young master. Tian and Balan were stunned for a moment before they immediately rushed over to the figure that rushed out from the ground. That person's hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in blood. It was Shao Qing. Right at that moment, another aura descended from the sky. The Jiang family's young divine king. In the battle between Shao Qing and the Jiang family's young divine king, no one was able to suppress the other. Such an ending seemed reasonable, but it was beyond everyone's expectations. One had to know that the Jiang family's young divine king was a first firmament divine king of the profound transformation realm. He was a major realm higher than Shao Qing, but he fought to a draw with Shao Qing. It could only be said that Shao Qing's talent was too abnormal. He actually cultivated the true dragon power. Shao Qing, who controlled the true dragon power, could multiply his battle prowess after using the Destiny Dragon Pearl. It was enough to challenge an immortal king or divine king of the profound transformation realm. The Jiang family's young divine king didn't fall from the sky. He Tian and the rest felt the aura of the Jiang family's young divine king quickly go far away, and finally disappeared between heaven and earth. At this moment, a few powerful auras suddenly appeared in the distance. Some people were rapidly approaching. The battle between Shao Qing and the Jiang family's young divine king still alarmed some people. "Let's go." Without any hesitation, He Tian directly used the teleportation formation platform. Then, he rushed up with Shao Qing and Balan, activated the formation platform, and directly teleported away. Very soon, the figures of the extreme Tao appeared nearby. Could it be that there is actually a profound transformation realm immortal king or divine king fighting here? Even the void of heaven and earth was penetrated. Too scary. When they saw the desert in front of them and the gradually shrinking space of nothingness above the desert, everyone was stunned. At this moment, Shao Qing, He Tian, Balan and the rest had long been teleported thousands of miles away by the teleportation formation platform. Using the power of the teleportation formation platform to teleport, perhaps only the current Almighties could use their supreme magic power to sense the fluctuation of the void of heaven and earth to track Shao Qing and the rest. There was a limit to the time that the various ancient desolate forces could enter the ancient desolation world. No one could stay here forever. At this moment, many people who didn't die in this pseudo-heaven realm began to gradually gather near the passage where the gate of heaven was located. The ancient desolate forces began to withdraw. Although Shao Qing suffered a great impact in the battle with the Jiang family's young divine king, his physical body and divine soul were both injured, and it was absolutely impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. However, they didn't stop and directly rushed towards the passage where the ancient heaven gate was located. They didn't want to be trapped in this pseudo-heaven realm that was filled with murderous intent. They also knew that at this moment, Gu Fei would definitely also head towards the passage to this pseudo-heaven realm. In reality, just like what Shao Qing and the rest thought, Gu Fei was hurrying on his way. No one wanted to stay in a world that was filled with danger. However, there were people who didn't want Gu Fei to leave. In a valley, 3 immortal kings and divine kings in the mysterious transformation realm intercepted Gu Fei. The 3 divine kings and the immortal kings came from 3 different forces. The 3 divine kings and the immortal kings blocked Gu Fei in the valley. They had long since been prepared, accurately calculating the path that Gu Fei would definitely take, so they stood guard nearby. When Gu Fei flew over the valley, they suddenly launched an attack, activating the Grand Formation and drawing out a peerless killing light, wanting to kill Gu Fei in an instant. Zhao family, Dongfang family, Beitang family. Gu Fei landed on a huge rock in the valley and his eyes swept across the 3 powerful figures that were standing in 3 different directions in the sky like lightning. Chapter 880. The 3 celestial kings and divine kings trapped Gu Fei in a valley. This was a trap they had set up long ago. Gu Fei, today is the anniversary of your death. An celestial king came from the east. This celestial king was shrouded in celestial light, and behind his head was a 5-colored divine light. Power of the 5 elements. Gu Fei's pupils shrank when he saw this celestial king. This was the five-element celestial art of the Baitang clan. This celestial king came from the Baitang clan. These cultivation clans that had been passed down for thousands of years or even longer on the Tinglong continent were not simple. They all had deep foundations that made people's hearts palpitate. Killing him like this is letting him off easy. A divine king came from the south. 9-colored divine light circled around his body. His powerful aura made people almost breathless. A member of the Zhao clan. Gu Fei sensed an aura similar to Zhao Wuji's from this god king. That Zhao Wuji was too narrow-minded. Gu Fei thought that Zhao Wuji wanted to borrow the hands of his family's experts to take revenge for his defeat that day. Gu Fei's evaluation of Zhao Wuji was only these 4 words. This brat killed the most outstanding descendant of my clan. Killing him like this is letting him off easy. I want to extract his soul and suppress it for 10,000 years. I want him to suffer the pain of refining his soul. And Celestial King came from the north with a murderous aura. He wanted to skin Gu Fei alive. People of the Dongfang clan. Gu Fei said to himself expressionlessly. There was nothing more to say. The people who came had great enmity with him. Today was going to be a situation of certain death. Either they would die, or he would die. Gu Fei knew that the enmity between him and the 3 clans could no longer be resolved. Humph. You seem to think that you have me. Gu Fei sneered. So what if he had fallen into the trap of these people? He had a saint weapon in his hands. Even the 10-direction annihilation trap could do nothing to him. Could it be that these 2 great celestial kings and a divine king were able to lay a trap that could kill him? Even more powerful than 10-direction annihilation. Gu Fei could not help but shake his head. You are nothing more than a mere martial immortal. Could it be that you actually think you can contend against us? The immortal king from the east said in a very disdainful manner. Why are you talking so much to him? Just kill him. The divine king of the south said impatiently. Then let's send him on his way, the Dongfang family celestial king said. Afterwards, 2 immortal kings and a god king approached Gu Fei from 3 directions at the same time. At the same time, they activated their killing formations. Runes appeared on the ground, triggering the power of the world to seal the entire valley. Bolts of purple lightning began to appear in the sky above the valley. 8 gates heaven sealing chaos. Formation, rise. A flag plate appeared in the hands of the Baitang family celestial king. There were 8 small flags on it. Following his voice, the 8 small flags on the flag plate flew up and quickly enlarged. Then, they were inserted in 8 directions around the valley. When the formation flags fell, the entire formation was completely activated. Rumble, the entire valley was shrouded in smoke and clouds that surged from all directions. Bolts of purple lightning flickered in the smoke and clouds, emitting blinding light. Gu Fei stood on a huge rock in the valley. He only felt boundless pressure descend from the sky. It was as if the sky was pressing down on him. Swoosh! With a thought, Gu Fei triggered the power of the world in his dantian. Immediately, the power of the world sealed the void around him. His aura instantly disappeared completely. The 2 immortal kings and a god king were incomparably shocked. They realized that they could not sense Gu Fei's aura. Even though they saw Gu Fei standing in front of them, they thought they were seeing things. Although Gu Fei's internal power of the world had isolated the terrifying aura emitted by the formation, it did not mean that there was no danger. Boom! In the sky, there was a sudden clap of thunder. A bolt of purple lightning the size of a mountain bombarded down from the sky. The aura of destruction was vast and mighty between heaven and earth. The lightning directly tore the void and bombarded towards Gu Fei's head. No one knew when a black iron rod less than 4 feet long appeared in Gu Fei's hand. Facing the terrifying lightning, he did not dodge. He directly held the iron rod and bombarded upwards. Buzz! The black iron rod cut through the void and let out a deafening sound. The entire heaven and earth shook under the black iron rod. It was as if Gu Fei was swinging a huge mountain. Boom! Under the astonished gazes of the two immortal kings and one divine king, Gu Fei actually shattered the mountain like purple lightning with a single strike of his rod. How is this possible? How can he have such a powerful combat strength? Using martial arts to become an immortal. Could the legend be true? The two immortal kings and a god king were all shocked. Gu Fei's combat strength made their hearts palpitate. If he was allowed to grow, the three major families would be in big trouble. We can't let him grow. No matter what, we must kill him today. The two immortal kings and a god king made up their minds. They all felt threatened and wanted to completely eliminate this threat at all costs. 8 gates heaven ceiling, you can't escape. Just accept your death. The immortal king of the Beitang family said in a deep voice. He sat cross-legged in the sky and operated the formation. Terrifying purple lightning constantly fell from the sky and bombarded towards Gu Fei. The whole valley almost turned into a sea of lightning. The purple lightning wreaked havoc. Anything that was swept by the lightning was immediately turned into dust. However, these lightning couldn't do anything to Gu Fei. He waved the black iron rod and smashed the purple lightning one after another. Even if he was bombarded by 1 or 2 lightning bolts, it would not cause him any harm. Seeing this scene, the immortal king of the Beitang family, the immortal king of the Dongfang family, and the god king of the Zhao family were all dumbfounded. The strength of Gu Fei's body made their hearts palpitate. Even they didn't dare to resist this kind of lightning with their body, but Gu Fei could resist the heaven and earth lightning with his body. Humph! Let's see how long you can last. The immortal king of the Beitang family immediately changed the formation. The ground immediately shook and endless earth chi was guided out. The ground seemed to come to life. Endless soil surged towards Gu Fei from all directions. At the same time, the ground under Gu Fei's feet suddenly collapsed and swallowed Gu Fei into the ground. Chapter 881. The 8 gates heaven ceiling killing array displayed its terrifying power, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth, evolving into all kinds of killing techniques, completely obliterating the people trapped in the array. The killing array was activated, and the entire valley seemed to have turned into a huge millstone, beginning to obliterate everything. The entire sky was pressing down. The endless power of heaven and earth aroused the power of the earth. The entire ground, the power of the earth surged violently, rushing up from the depths of the earth. Rumble, the earth trembled, as if there were countless dragons rolling underground. The soil, sand, and stones, everything was obliterated into dust, setting off a shocking wave on the ground. He's still not dead. The immortal king of the Beitang family, who was sitting cross-legged in the sky, revealed a trace of a smile on his face. This killing array was one of the most precious treasures of the Beitang family, and it would not be used easily. It was the foundation of the Beitang family. However, in order to kill Gu Fei, this immortal king of the Beitang family did not hesitate to use this killing array. The immortal king of the Dongfang family and the divine king of the Zhao family secretly nodded. This killing array was indeed powerful. The Beitang family was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Even if it was an immortal king or a divine king trapped in this array, they would only end up dead. However, just when they thought that Gu Fei was dead for sure, a black iron rod suddenly flew out from nowhere, directly smashing the array plate in the hand of the immortal king of the Beitang family, and also smashing the right hand of the immortal king that was holding the array plate. The immortal king of the Beitang family immediately soared into the sky and dodged, otherwise, that black iron rod would have smashed his body. This sudden change made the other 2 divine kings and the immortal king dumbfounded on the spot. Roar! The immortal king of the Beitang family roared at the sky, his black hair stood up. He was so angry that he was actually injured by a kid from the younger generation. The immortal king's power was vast and mighty. A five-colored light enveloped the immortal king of the Beitang family. The flesh and bones of the injured wrist were growing rapidly, and in just an instant, the right hand of the immortal king of the Beitang family was completely healed, as if it had never been injured. After the black iron rod smashed the palm of the immortal king of the Beitang family, it flew back. On the ground, an arm stretched out and grabbed the black iron rod. That kid is not dead yet. The three experts of the profound transformation realm were all moved. None of them had expected that even the energy of the earth would not be able to destroy Gu Fei. One must know that Gu Fei was merely an immortal-level martial immortal. A profound transformation realm immortal king and an immortal-level immortal king were simply incomparable. A casual attack from an immortal king could annihilate a large number of immortal divinities. This was the strength of an immortal king, an insurmountable gap. However, Gu Fei's performance had exceeded the understanding of the three profound transformation realm's super experts. Gu Fei, who was only in the celestial realm, was actually able to survive the terrifying killing formation controlled by the celestial king. In the eyes of others, this was a miracle in itself. Rumble, a whirlpool suddenly appeared on the ground. Endless earth energy gathered from all directions and was continuously swallowed by the whirlpool. What's going on? What's going on? The immortal king of the Dongfang family and the divine king of the primordial era's Xiao family had no idea what was going on. They could sense that the earth energy was rapidly weakening. The entire killing formation started trembling. A terrifying aura emerged from the depths of the earth. Although this aura was not very powerful, it caused the immortal kings and divine kings to be startled. The earth was sinking. The earth energy drawn by the Eight Gates Heavenly Sealing Slaughter Formation was being swallowed by the whirlpool non-stop. Soon, all of the earth energy was devoured. 3,000 zhang of the ground of the entire valley was shaved off. The whirlpool disappeared and a human figure appeared. That person's black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were like cold stars and he held a black iron rod in his hand. Who else could it be but Gu Fei? Humph humph. These fools, they actually wanted to use the earth energy to deal with me. Little did they know that I would be able to take advantage of them. Gu Fei thought. How could this be? This time, even the immortal king of the Beitang family who laid down the Eight Gates Heavenly Sealing Slaughter Formation was dumbfounded. Gu Fei had a treasure that could suppress the earth energy. The immortal king of the Beitang family was right. Gu Fei indeed had a treasure that could suppress the earth energy. Moreover, it was a saint tool of the extreme Tao. The mountain and river cauldron could suppress the mountains and rivers of the earth. It was the natural nemesis of the earth energy. The endless earth energy drawn by the Eight Gates Heavenly Sealing Slaughter Formation was devoured by the mountain and river cauldron. Boom! Suddenly, the sky shook violently. Five-colored light flashed and the power of the five elements surged. A five-colored immortal will appeared behind the head of the immortal king of the Beitang family and flew up. As the five elements rotated, the five-colored deity will expanded rapidly, emitting boundless five elements deity force. Like a mountain, it pressed down on Gu Fei. The five elements immortal king of the Beitang family made his move. The five elements immortal will emitted an extremely terrifying energy wave that shattered the void. The power of destruction swept down on Gu Fei. The Dongfang family's immortal king and the primordial era's Xiao family's divine king did not attack. For an immortal king to attack an immortal god-level martial immortal was already akin to the strong bullying the weak. If they were to join hands and attack an immortal god-level martial immortal, it would truly be too humiliating. Those who could become immortal kings and divine kings all had their own pride. Gu Fei's expression did not change in the face of the killing move. He soared into the sky and met the five elements immortal wheel. At the same time, he swung the black iron rod in his hand and smashed it at the five elements immortal wheel. Has he gone mad? Is he stupid? The immortal king of the Dongfang family and the divine king of the Zhao family were shocked. They did not expect Gu Fei to fight the five elements immortal king head-on. Boom! The black iron rod broke through the power of the five elements and directly collided with the five elements deity wheel, making a loud noise. Under the shocked gazes of the two experts of the mysterious transformation realm, the five elements deity wheel was sent flying. How is this possible? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? The immortal king of the Dongfang family and the divine king of the Zhao family were dumbfounded again. They could not believe that Gu Fei had sent the five elements immortal wheel flying with one strike. The five elements celestial wheel was an imperial divine weapon refined by the five elements celestial king. However, it had been sent flying by an inconspicuous black iron rod. The most shocked person was the owner of the five elements immortal wheel, the five elements immortal king of the Beitang family. He was also shocked when his imperial divine weapon was sent flying. Gu Fei, on the other hand, fell from the sky. He possessed an abnormally strong physique, so he did not suffer any damage from the violent impact. The body of a martial artist was so strong that it could resist an imperial divine weapon. The legend was true. A martial artist who was successful in cultivation had the strongest martial body in the world. They could not let Gu Fei live. Chapter 882. You are currently reading the Indestructible Martial Sovereign Scripture, Chapter 885, Devouring the Heavens and Earth. Golden Gourd. Gu Fei's divine strength was monstrous and his immortal god martial physique was so strong that even immortal kings and god kings at the profound transformation realm would pale in fright. He actually used brute force to fight against a king divine weapon. Boom! Gu Fei was shaken down by the power of the five elements from the deity wheel of five elements. He crushed a part of the ground and sent dust flying. He looked up with unparalleled fighting spirit. His body was surging with a vast qi of yin and yang. This was not Dharma power or supernatural powers, but the most basic power of humanity. The immortal path and the divine path were both human paths. Gu Fei cultivated the human path, the great path of humanity. He stimulated the most basic power in his body and became a saint with his invincible body. After a series of battles, he felt that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck. He could break through at any time. On the road of martial arts, fighting was the most direct way to improve one's strength. Under the full force of his qi and qi, Gu Fei's body gradually changed. His dantian, the center of his eyebrows, and the 365 important acupoints of his body. Even his internal organs and bones were constantly being nourished by qi and qi. His spine was like a dragon, from which strands of qi spread to the bones of his body. The yin and yang qi was everywhere in Gu Fei's body. His flesh and blood, his bones, his organs, from the inside to the outside, his skin to the ends of his hair, it was everywhere. With a raise of a hand, a kick, or even a thought from Gu Fei, he could instantly mobilize the power in his body and direct it to a certain part without any hindrance. At this stage of the road of martial arts, the inside of the body was a world of its own. One could use all kinds of martial arts and battle techniques, and even draw the power of heaven and earth for one's own use. It wasn't just the immortal Tao and divine Tao that could control the power of heaven and earth and draw upon the divine might of the great Tao. When one cultivated the martial Tao to a high level, it could also give rise to all kinds of martial Tao divine abilities. Fight! What I need now is a life and death battle, and these three fellows will become my stepping stones. Gu Fei's gaze was as sharp as the edge of a blade as he swept his gaze over the three profound transformation realms super experts in the sky. Dongfang family, Beitang family, and desolate ancient Zhao family, if you want to kill me, then you better be prepared to face my wrath. Gu Fei thought. He was fearless. So what if it was a cultivation clan? So what if it was an ancient power? They were nothing more than whetstones for him. Gu Fei's battle intent surged like a rainbow as he soared into the sky. One hand covers the sky. With a loud roar, he took the initiative to launch a palm strike at the 5 elements immortal king of the Beitang family. Boom! The entire heaven and earth was shaken by Gu Fei's strength. Gu Fei's palm force was like a torrential river, gushing towards the 5 elements immortal king. A golden divine light appeared in front of his palm. Yin and Yang transformed into the 5 elements. Gu Fei's Yin and Yang Yuan Qi could transform the 5 elements Qi into 5-element battle skills. The power of extreme Yang could shake the heavens and earth. In front of his palm, a golden ocean seemed to appear, blocking out the sky. Everyone was taken aback. Gu Fei could actually activate the power of the metal element. This was really surprising. The path of martial arts was indeed not simple. Legend had it that in ancient times, the martial ancestor created the ancient martial arts. It was a cultivation method that could compete with the supreme Tao ancestor, the supreme God ancestor, and the demon race. However, the path of martial arts was the most difficult of all cultivation methods. It was also the most difficult method to achieve success in cultivation. Even in the Great Desolation era, which was filled with experts in ancient times, there were not many warriors who had truly achieved success in cultivation. However, every martial artist who succeeded in cultivating it was a terrifying existence. The indestructible martial body was even stronger than the innate physique of the innate gods and demons. Martial artists who succeeded in cultivating the indestructible martial body could go to the 9 heavens and capture the 9 heavens phoenix. They could go to the 4 seas and capture the 4 seas true dragon. They could travel unhindered in the untainted great era. It was difficult to prove one's way with strength. Therefore, over the years, the path of martial arts gradually declined until it disappeared from the cultivation world. True martial artists were extinct. The appearance of Gu Fei was a coincidence and an accident. He obtained the inheritance of the martial ancestor and became a martial immortal. He was probably the only martial artist to become a martial immortal in thousands of years. Bang! The 5 elements deity will emitted endless power of the 5 elements. It fell from the sky. On the deity wheel, the 5 elements rotated, as if a 5 elements world was evolving. Rumble. The power of the 5 elements collided with the power of Gu Fei's palm. It was as if 2 worlds were colliding. The whole world was about to collapse, as if doomsday had come. These 2 forces were too powerful. In the end, cracks that looked like black lightning appeared in the void. The 5 elements deity will that was descending from the sky was blocked by Gu Fei and could not come down. The powerful impact from the sky was withstood by Gu Fei's strong body. The clothes on Gu Fei's upper body turned into dust in an instant. Gu Fei's bronze skin was full of power. Every muscle, every inch of his bones contained unimaginable power. It made people feel a strong sense of oppression. Above him, there was a flash of divine light. It made Gu Fei look like he was cast with divine iron. He slashed the immortal king with his palm and then used the 8 desolation steps. With the speed of 8 steps, he appeared in the sky above the divine king of the Zhao family. Without any hesitation or reservation, Gu Fei took the first step of the 8 kill steps. A terrifying power surged under his feet. It was as if there were lightning flashing under his feet. This step of Gu Fei caused the void to collapse. Fighting in close combat with a martial artist was the nightmare of all cultivators. No one wanted to be close to a martial artist, not even a divine king. When Gu Fei appeared above his head, the divine king of the Zhao family's expression changed immediately. Gu Fei's foot landed. The divine king of the Zhao family immediately felt a great pressure. It was as if an ancient divine mountain had suddenly appeared above his head and was falling down on him. The powerful pressure made it hard for him to breathe. No one could remain calm in the face of a martial artist with unparalleled combat strength and monstrous divine power. Gu Fei's speed was too fast. The divine king of the Zhao family had no time to dodge. He could only raise his right hand to block Gu Fei's foot. The power of the divine Wei surged from the divine king of the Zhao family's arm. His arm seemed to have transformed into a divine sword. It shot out boundless chaotic sword light, tearing through the void and piercing through heaven and earth as it flew toward Gu Fei. The sound of metal clanging rang out incessantly. The sword light that shot out from the divine king of the Zhao family's arm was like a peerless divine sword. It made one's heart palpitate. However, Gu Fei's divine power was limitless. His physical body was so tough that it could be said to be invincible. The combination of his powerful martial body and martial arts battle skills was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The 8 kill steps displayed great power. Streaks of chaotic sword light shattered under Gu Fei's feet. They could not stop his foot at all. Bam! Gotcha! Gu Fei's foot landed heavily on the divine king of the Zhao family's arm. The bone-chilling sound of bone shattering rang out. The divine king of the Zhao family's right arm was bent out of shape by Gu Fei's foot. The bone pierced through his sleeve and came out. Divine king blood splattered everywhere. The divine king of the Zhao family did not panic. He retreated with all his might. He knew that Gu Fei had already locked onto his aura. Gu Fei's attack would come at him like a tidal wave. In reality, it was just as the divine king of the Zhao family thought. Gu Fei was about to follow up with the second step of the 8 kill steps. He wanted to crush the divine king of the Zhao family under his feet. However, at this moment, the immortal king of the Dongfang family finally made his move. A golden gourd rushed out of his body and floated above his head. The mouth of the gourd produced a heaven-devouring power that swallowed the heavens and swallowed Gu Fei. Whoosh! The golden light surged. Gu Fei's body stopped. He was actually pulled back by a powerful force toward the golden gourd floating above the immortal king of the Dongfang family. Retract! The immortal king of the Dongfang family shouted. He used all his strength to activate the golden gourd. The golden gourd vibrated continuously and endless golden light surged in the mouth of the gourd. Gu Fei's body quickly shrank and flew toward the mouth of the gourd. However, just as Gu Fei was about to be sucked into the golden gourd, he suddenly stretched out his limbs and supported himself on the mouth of the gourd. He used all his strength to resist the suction of the golden gourd. No way! The divine king of the Zhao family and the immortal king of the Beitang family saw this scene and their eyes almost fell out. This was too unbelievable. Gu Fei was actually supporting himself on the mouth of the gourd. At this time, the severely bent arm of the divine king of the Zhao family that was crushed by Gu Fei's foot had already recovered. The broken bones and necrotic flesh were all regenerated. The immortal king of the Beitang family also put away the 5 elements immortal wheel and walked over. Roar! Gu Fei roared again and again, using all his strength to resist the devouring power of the golden gourd. His body bloomed with dazzling divine light, which was formed by the boiling yuan qi in Gu Fei's body. Humph! It's just a last-ditch struggle. The immortal king of the Dongfang family sneered and then used all his strength to activate the power of the golden gourd. Rumble! The entire void in front of the golden gourd trembled. Golden light surged from the mouth of the gourd and wrapped around Gu Fei. The void in front of Gu Fei was sucked in by the terrifying devouring power of the gourd. Wah! All the muscles and bones in Gu Fei's body were shaking, as if his body was about to be torn apart. If he didn't have a powerful martial body, he would have been swallowed into the golden gourd. This golden gourd was definitely a treasure. It seemed to be a bit stronger than the Emperor divine weapon refined by the immortal Emperor of the Celestial Being Realm and the Shin King. In the end, the void of the world was swallowed into the golden gourd. At this time, Gu Fei could no longer resist the suction of the golden gourd and was sucked into the golden gourd. Chapter 883. I've finally killed this guy. Seeing that the immortal king of the Dongfang family had taken Gu Fei into the golden gourd, the immortal king of the Zhao family and the immortal king of the Beitang family breathed a sigh of relief. In the end, we still have to use this treasure. The immortal king of the Dongfang family was very happy and complacent. It should be known that the immortal king of the Beitang family and the immortal king of the Zhao family had suffered a loss in the hands of Gu Fei. However, as soon as the immortal king of the Dongfang family made a move, he took Gu Fei into the golden gourd and solved all the problems. When the immortal king of the Zhao family and the immortal king of the Beitang family saw the appearance of the immortal king of the Dongfang family, they couldn't help but feel a little displeased. The immortal king of the Beitang family had used all his means, laid out the 8 gates heaven sealing kill formation, and even personally attacked, but still couldn't kill Gu Fei. The immortal king of the Zhao family was very famous, but even the immortal king of the Zhao family had suffered a great loss in the hands of Gu Fei, so naturally, he didn't look good. Swoosh! The immortal king of the Beitang family waved his hand and took back all the formation flags that were inserted around the valley. The heaven sealing kill formation immediately disappeared, and the condensed power of heaven and earth also dissipated. A part of the sky reappeared above the 3 people's heads. Since we have taken care of the trouble of Gu Fei, let's go our separate ways. The immortal king of the Zhao family said. In order to kill Gu Fei, in order to be absolutely safe, they joined forces. Now that Gu Fei had been taken into the golden gourd by the immortal king of the Dongfang family, there was absolutely no hope of him surviving. Their temporary alliance should also be dissolved. That's right. The immortal king of the Beitang family nodded. Then let's go. The immortal king of the Dongfang family held the golden gourd in his hand and said with a smile. However, just as the 3 people were about to leave, something suddenly happened. Bam! The golden gourd in the hand of the immortal king of the Dongfang family suddenly shook and almost fell from the hand of the immortal king of the Dongfang family. Gu Fei is not dead. How is this possible? The immortal king of the Beitang clan and the god king of the desolate ancient Zhao clan couldn't help but change their expressions. They knew that this golden gourd wasn't an ordinary king divine weapon. It might be a king divine weapon, or even a saint item that surpassed king divine weapons. It had been swallowed by the golden gourd, yet it had not been refined. It was truly unbelievable. The immortal king of the Dongfang family hurriedly took action to suppress the golden gourd. He struck out many immortal arts, drawing upon the power of the immortal king to activate the power of the golden gourd and refine Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei, who was in the golden gourd, was in great danger. There was a boundless sea of fire inside the gourd, burning Gu Fei's skin and flesh to the point of cracking. Within his dantian, there was a ball of divine light flickering. The vast and mighty power of heaven and earth surged out, sealing the void and blocking the divine fire that surged over from all directions. Pure yang true fire. Gu Fei couldn't help but be astonished when he sensed the blazing aura of the divine fire around him. Even though the void was isolated by the power of heaven and earth, Gu Fei still felt uncomfortable as if his entire body was on fire. Even the power of heaven and earth could not completely isolate the terrifying temperature of the outside world. It could be imagined that if an ordinary immortal spirit was swallowed by this gourd, it would most likely be instantly turned into flying ashes, and both body and soul would be destroyed. Gu Fei tried to blast out a punch. The violent power shook the void. It was also at this time that the golden gourd suddenly shook violently. The black iron rod appeared in Gu Fei's hand, and he directly swept it towards the sea of fire outside. There was no energy fluctuation, but a pitch-black spatial crack appeared in the void. The surging fire in front of him was immediately extinguished. Bam! The golden gourd shook violently. The immortal king of the Dongfang family finally could not hold on to the golden gourd. His wrist was shattered, and Immortal King blood seeped out. I don't believe that I can't refine you to death. The Immortal King of the Dongfang family directly sat cross-legged in the void. His hands danced, sending out waves of Immortal King's Dharma to fix the golden gourd in the void in front of him. Then, he drew lines of Immortal Tao divine markings in the void, imprinted them on the golden gourd, and sank into the golden gourd. Boom! The boundless sea of fire in the golden gourd suddenly boiled, as if oil had been poured on the fire. The pure yang true fire exploded, burning the void, and all of it surged towards Gu Fei. In the sea of fire, a giant golden bird appeared, screeching to the sky. Then, it rushed out of the sea of fire and flew above Gu Fei's head, circling and dancing above Gu Fei's head. The power of the pure yang true fire was at least several times stronger than before. Three-legged golden crow. When Gu Fei saw the appearance of this giant golden bird, he was shocked again. It was the legendary three-legged golden crow born from the sun. Gu Fei was no stranger to the three-legged golden crow, because the first elder of the Shaoyang peak of the Taishan sept, Zhenren Chaoyang, had a golden crow sky-burning robe, on which 9 golden crows were embroidered. In this golden gourd, there was a pure yang true fire, which really surprised Gu Fei. This golden gourd was definitely not simple. To refine a pure yang true fire into the golden gourd, one must have the magical power to collect the pure yang true fire. Even immortal kings and divine kings did not have this ability. Even celestial beings like celestial emperors and Shen King would not be able to get close to the sun and collect the pure yang true fire from the core of the sun. Unless it was a powerful figure. This golden gourd had a great background, but these things did not allow Gu Fei to think about it. Although his life was not in danger, he did not want to be trapped in a gourd. When the three-legged golden crow condensed from the pure yang true fire flew above his head, Gu Fei had already used the mountain and river cauldron. An illusion of an ancient cauldron appeared on his body. Even the terrifying divine fire descending from the sky was blocked outside. The mountain and river cauldron did not truly appear, but this was enough. The moment the mountain and river cauldron's illusory image appeared on Gu Fei's body, the towering divine fire around him was extinguished. The fire was extinguished, and the void was collapsing. The three-legged golden crow that was circling above Gu Fei was also swallowed by the illusion of the mountain and river cauldron. When the pure yang true fire disappeared, the whole world inside the gourd collapsed even faster. Crack! The golden gourd suspended in the void shook violently, and a crack appeared on its surface. Traces of fire energy seeped out from the crack. The immortal king of the Dongfang family was sweating profusely, and his hands were trembling. This precious treasure actually cracked. How could this be? He could not believe it. The immortal king of the Beitang family and the godly king of the primordial Zhao family were also shocked to the extreme. 1 crack, 2 cracks, 3 cracks. Crackling sounds rang out one after another, and the golden gourd that seemed to be cast from gold began to crack. Chapter 884. The golden gourd's divine light was dim and it was covered with cracks. It could collapse at any time. The immortal king of the Zhao family and the immortal king of the Beitang family saw that the situation was not good and were about to retreat. However, at this moment, a terrible aura burst out from the golden gourd. This was a terrible aura that made the hearts of the immortal kings and immortal kings palpitate. It was as if a supreme saint had awakened in the golden gourd. Boom! With an earth-shattering noise, the golden gourd finally exploded into thousands of pieces. The fragments turned into specks of golden light and shot out in all directions. The immortal king of the Dongfang family did not give up. He tried his best to protect the golden gourd and had no intention of escaping. Bearing the brunt of the attack, his body was instantly pierced by countless specks of golden light. At such a close distance, there was nowhere to hide even if he wanted to. Roar! The immortal king of the Dongfang family roared and was sent flying by a great force. He rolled in the air like a broken sack. The blood of the immortal king of the Dongfang family spilled from the air. His body was riddled with holes. The flesh of the immortal king of the Dongfang family had suffered unimaginable damage. Even his head was pierced through. The immortal king of the Zhao family and the immortal king of the Beitang family were not much better. The fragments of the golden gourd were too terrifying. The specks of golden light even pierced through the void. The body of the immortal king of the Zhao family emitted a metallic luster as if he had turned into a piece of divine iron. His aura changed greatly. This was a humanoid imperial divine weapon. This was the magical power that the immortal king of the Zhao family had cultivated. Similar to Gu Fei's weapon integration, it could melt the divine weapon into the body, so that the body would have the characteristics of the divine weapon and release all the power of the divine weapon. However, the body of the immortal king of the Zhao family was still pierced by the fragments of the golden gourd. There was no blood flowing out of the wound. Some of the fragments were even embedded in his body. The immortal king of the Beitang family protected himself with the 5 elements deity wheel and was not injured at all. However, the 5 elements deity wheel was broken and the imperial divine weapon was half destroyed. Among the thousands of golden lights, a figure rushed out. He used the desolation steps, and his murderous aura soared into the sky. With 2 steps, he had already caught up to the celestial king of the Dongfang family. He directly punched out, smashing the celestial king's head and shattering his spirit. His head exploded, his Naiwen palace shattered, and his soul scattered. Even if one was as powerful as an immortal king, his soul would still scatter. Without any suspense, an immortal king died. Gu Fei then charged towards the Zhao clan's god king. He had the extreme speed of 8 steps, and his speed was unbelievably fast. Even the God King wasn't as fast as him. Swoosh! He directly appeared behind the God King of the Zhao family and swung his black staff at the God King's waist. A pitch-black spatial crack immediately expanded from his hand. Crack! Wherever the black spatial crack passed, the Zhao family's God King's body was actually split into 2 by the black metal rod. There was no God King's blood splattering out from the wound. His flesh and blood gave off a metallic luster as his lower body fell down. Gu Fei, you brat! The Zhao clan's God King was shocked and furious. He had suffered heavy injuries one after another, and no longer had the courage to attack Gu Fei. He desperately tried to escape. However, Gu Fei wouldn't let him go so easily. Swoosh! A purple divine light flew out from Gu Fei's dantian and slashed towards the Zhao clan's God King. That purple divine light was extremely fast. In an instant, it caught up to the Zhao clan's God King and split his upper body in half. Then, it flew back to Gu Fei and entered Gu Fei's dantian. Gu Fei didn't pay any more attention to the Zhao clan's God King. The Zhao clan's God King's spirit fluctuation completely disappeared. His spirit was shattered by that purple divine light. The battle between cultivators was the most dangerous. The loser would usually be killed by the winner and completely disappear from this world. Seeing that Gu Fei had killed an immortal king and a god king in an instant, the 5 elements immortal king of the Beitangs was scared out of his wits. He immediately turned around and fled. Shattering one's god king and wiping out one's life was the most thorough way to die. He wouldn't even be able to become a ghost. However, it was too late for the Beitang's immortal king to flee. Gu Fei held the black metal rod in his hand and stepped forward in the void. He traveled a dozen li with each step and chased after the Beitang's immortal king as if he had teleported. The speed of 8 steps was unparalleled in the world. Even immortal kings were no match for Gu Fei in terms of speed, let alone the Beitang's immortal king. When the golden gourd exploded, he had suffered a great impact and his imperial divine weapon was half destroyed. How could he escape? Gu Fei chased him for thousands of li and intercepted the Beitang's immortal king in the sky above a mountain. Gu Fei, what do you want? The Beitong's immortal king could no longer remain calm. His imperial divine weapon was half destroyed and it was difficult for him to exert its power. His strength had been greatly reduced. At this time, Gu Fei's aura was extremely strong. A tyrannical power was surging in his body. His qi and blood were vigorous and his primordial qi was surging. He had already displayed the Ascension secret skill and his strength had increased by 5 times. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill 2 mysterious transformation realm immortal kings and a god king so easily. What a joke. What do you think I want now? Gu Fei said coldly. Since these people had set up an ambush to kill him, he certainly wouldn't show any mercy. Whoosh! Gu Fei couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on this guy. He directly smashed his rod down on the Beitong's immortal king. Although the black iron rod was less than 4 feet long, it was as heavy as an ancient sacred mountain. When the rod smashed down, the entire void trembled. There was no fluctuation of Dharma power, nor was there any terrible vision of magic power. However, the endless power still sealed the void, making the Beitong's immortal king feel that he couldn't escape. The Beitong's immortal king could only bite the bullet and use the half-destroyed 5 elements immortal wheel to block the attack. Boom! The black iron rod directly smashed the half-destroyed 5 elements immortal wheel. Countless 5-colored fragments scattered in all directions. The Beitong's immortal king spat out a large mouthful of blood and flew backward. The immortal king's body was full of fragments of the 5 elements immortal wheel. He had become a bloody man. The 5 elements immortal wheel was refined from 5-colored sacred iron. However, it was smashed by Gu Fei's black iron rod. The power of this blow was really incredible. Die! Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and chased after the Beitong's immortal king. Then, he directly changed from the 8 extreme steps to the 8 deadly steps. His foot landed on the chest of the Beitong's immortal king. Bang! Crack! The chest of the Beitong's immortal king was caved in by Gu Fei's foot. His sternum was broken, his internal organs turned into mud, and blood gushed out of his mouth. Even his scream was blocked by the blood. The immortal king's body had suffered unimaginable damage. Bang! Chapter 885. Bang! Gu Fei took the second step of the 8 steps absolute kill. Before the immortal king of the Beitang family fell to the ground from the sky, his whole body was torn apart. The blood of the immortal king splattered and burst into a cloud of blood mist in the air. Shwa! In the blood mist, a 5-colored divine light rushed out. The power of the divine soul was mighty. In the 5-colored divine light, there was a little person wrapped around it, rushed into the sky, and fled into the distance. The little person in the divine light looked no different from the immortal king of the Beitang family. It was the immortal king of the Beitang family who cultivated the primordial spirit of the immortal king. As long as the primordial spirit of the immortal king was not destroyed, even if the body was destroyed, it could be reborn again. The speed of the primordial spirit was extremely fast. In just an instant, the primordial spirit of the immortal king wrapped in the 5-colored divine light had already rushed dozens of miles away. Gu Fei, you are dead. Although the world is big, there will be no place for you. The immortal king of the Beitang family was almost crazy. His body was destroyed by a junior who was only in the immortal realm. After losing his body, he could not use all kinds of killing techniques. He had lost the ability to compete with Gu Fei and had no choice but to flee. Gu Fei naturally knew the seriousness of the matter. As long as this guy escaped, the news of him killing the immortal king of the Dongfang family and the divine king of the Zhao family would spread. The Dongfang family was one thing, but Gu Fei had already formed a life and death enmity with the Dongfang family that could not be resolved, but the Zhao family was different. The Zhao family was a force that had been passed down since ancient times. It had experienced countless storms and had always stood on the earth. It had not disappeared in the long years. In ancient times, there were many races in the desolate land. There were 4 supreme human emperors in the human race. One of the human emperors was surnamed Zhao. The Zhao family might be the descendants of the human emperor surnamed Zhao. The ancient human emperor was an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the ancient supreme power. The orthodoxy passed down was definitely not simple. No one knew what the Zhao family had. If the people of the Zhao family found out that Gu Fei had killed one of their god kings, the Zhao family would never let the matter go. At that time, Gu Fei would really be in danger. Furthermore, there was also the Dongfang clan and the Beitang clan. If these 3 powers were to join hands to deal with Gu Fei, then no matter how big the world was, there would be no place for Gu Fei. At the end of the day, the cultivation world was a place where strength spoke. Whoever's fist was harder would be the boss. If Gu Fei was strong enough to make the clan of the ancients worry, then he would have nothing to worry about. If he killed Gu Fei, then so be it. Not even the clan of the ancients could say anything about it. Unfortunately, Gu Fei did not have the cultivation and strength to look down on the families of the clan of the ancients. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. He executed the 8 desolate steps and chased after the primordial spirit of the Beitang aristocrat clan. There was no way he would let his opponent escape. He didn't want to live a fugitive life from now on. The speed of 8 steps was unparalleled in the world. Under the use of the Ascension secret technique, Gu Fei could travel hundreds of miles in 1 step, like teleportation. It could be said that he was so fast that it was difficult to catch his shadow with the naked eye. Gu Fei was like the reincarnation of the ancient god of war. He walked in the void, and with a few steps, he had already shortened the distance between the two. This made the Beitang aristocrat clan's immortal king scared out of his wits. What a monster! The Beitang aristocrat clan's immortal king was shocked and had to go all out. He burned the power of his divine soul to increase the speed of his flight. The 5-colored divine light that wrapped around the primordial spirit of the immortal king suddenly flourished. The power of the 5 elements was mighty, and there seemed to be a 5-colored sun flying in the sky. The powerful soul fluctuations caused all the living beings below to tremble. Countless wild beasts scattered in all directions. It was a chaotic scene. You have no chance, Gu Fei said coldly. Competing with him in speed. That was simply courting death. Once the speed of 8 steps was used, perhaps even the celestial being realm immortal emperor and Shen King would not be able to catch up. The Beitang aristocrat clan's immortal king was even more shocked when he heard this, and he desperately flew forward without looking back. The method of burning the power of the soul was really effective. The speed of the primordial spirit of the immortal king was increased to the extreme, and gradually opened up the distance between the two. Mountains, rivers, and forests quickly passed under the two. After a while, the two chased for thousands of miles. It could be said that they were moving at a godly speed. Damn it! Seeing that the primordial spirit of the immortal king in front of him was getting farther and farther away, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little anxious. It was difficult for him to maintain his current state, and he would soon be beaten back to his original state. The Ascension secret technique had a time limit. If it exceeded 3 minutes, he would have to consume his life essence to maintain this state, which was not worth the candle. Even if he killed the opponent, he would also suffer a great loss of vitality. That's the only way. Gu Fei gritted his teeth and operated the power of the divine sense in his sea of consciousness. In the middle of his eyebrows, a purple vertical mark emerged from under the skin, and the fluctuation of the divine sense came out of the vertical mark. Swoosh! In the next moment, the middle of Gu Fei's eyebrows suddenly emitted a dazzling purple divine light, as if a divine eye had grown. Then, in the flickering divine light, a figure only the size of a finger rushed out of Gu Fei's mud pill palace. The little person looked no different from Gu Fei, but this was not the primordial spirit that Gu Fei had cultivated. It was just a divine sense. Gu Fei practiced martial arts, so he didn't have a primordial spirit. However, his divine sense was already strong enough to transform. Divine sense transformation, kill, kill, kill. In the midst of the roar, the little person that rushed out of the middle of Gu Fei's eyebrows turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed forward. In the midst of the divine light, several weapons appeared around the little person. Swoosh! The little person formed by Gu Fei's divine sense suddenly pressed behind the primordial spirit of the immortal king. In the divine light, the little person reached out and took a weapon next to him. Astonishingly, it was an ancient cauldron. The ancient cauldron emitted a boundless ancient aura. After being grabbed by the little man, the ancient cauldron emitted a terrifying energy ripple, as if an ancient saint was awakening. Roar! The primordial spirit of the immortal king sensed the danger coming from behind and couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Once again, he burned the power of his divine sense and desperately flew forward. The five-colored divine light illuminated the world, as if a five-colored sun had swept across the sky, causing the world to shake. Boom! The little person formed by Gu Fei's divine sense made a move. An ancient cauldron rose from his hand and instantly became as huge as a mountain, suppressing the primordial spirit of the immortal king below. The illusory cauldron emitted a vast energy fluctuation, suppressing the world in all directions. The void below the cauldron was like a thin piece of paper, instantly shattering into countless pieces. No! The primordial spirit of the immortal king roared. He shot out rays of 5 elements divine light that were like divine rainbows, piercing upwards, trying to stop the mountain and river cauldron. However, all of this was in vain. Although it wasn't the real mountain and river cauldron, but the cauldron's soul of the mountain and river cauldron, it was enough to destroy the primordial spirit of the immortal king. Rumble! The illusory mountain and river cauldron was like an ancient divine mountain pressing down from the sky, crushing everything and destroying everything. Nothing could stop it. Chapter 886. Gu Fei used his divine will to guide the soul power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers to kill the primordial spirit of the immortal king. Even a primordial spirit as strong as an immortal king would be killed by the soul of the cauldron of mountains and rivers. There was no suspense. 3 super experts of the mysterious transformation realm had laid down a trap to kill Gu Fei, but they were killed by Gu Fei instead. It was hard to say that no one knew about the alliance between the 3 families, but since they had already been killed, there was no need to fear them. As long as Gu Fei didn't admit it, there was no need to fear the ancient desolate factions. One should know that behind Gu Fei was the old turtle, and behind the old turtle was the primordial demon clan. Ever since the appearance of the demon ancestor in the northern lands 300 years ago, some super antiques that had been sleeping for countless years began to awaken, including a few primordial great demons. The current demon clan definitely had enough strength to contend with the ancient desolate factions. There was no point in thinking too much. After killing the immortal king of the Beitangs, Gu Fei immediately left. The shockwaves of a battle between immortal kings would spread far and wide. It wouldn't be good if others were alarmed. At this time, the extremely powerful aura on Gu Fei's body began to recede like the tide. Soon, he recovered from the state of the secret art of ascension. The secret art of ascension was worthy of being one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Gu Fei knew that as long as his body could withstand it, he could increase his strength infinitely. 5 times, 10 times, even 20 times. As expected, as soon as Gu Fei left, a few mysterious figures appeared nearby. The shockwaves of the battle between immortal kings could be sensed even from 1,000 miles away. Someone quickly discovered the fragments of the ruler divine weapon. Even a ruler divine weapon had been shattered. The battle was too intense, and it made people's hearts palpitate. Very soon, someone discovered the corpse of the Zhao family's god king. The corpse of the Zhao family's god king was very special. After being killed by Gu Fei, the corpse actually turned into metal. Everyone was shocked to the extreme when they discovered the corpse of the divine king of the Zhao clan. It could be said that the divine king of the Zhao clan was the most famous one recently. The divine weapon king of the Zhao family actually died here. Who actually killed the divine weapon king? The divine weapon king of the Zhao clan had mastered the ability to smelt tens of thousands of divine weapons. His entire person was like a super weapon vault. All the characteristics of the divine weapons that he had refined into his body could be unleashed at will. The title of Divine Weapon King was not given casually. Isn't that a fragment of the 5 elements godly metal? That's right, it's the 5 elements sacred steel. Could it be a fragment of the 5 elements Immortal King's 5 elements immortal wheel? The Beitang clan's 5 elements immortal king also died here. The Beitang clan's 5 elements immortal king's body had already been torn apart by Gu Fei's 8 steps absolute kill. No one could recognize him. However, the 5 elemental immortal king's natal divine weapon was shattered into pieces. Everyone who saw this thought was certain that the 5 elemental immortal king had no chance of surviving. The fact that the Zhao clan's divine weapon king and the Beitang clan's 5 elements immortal king had died at the same time shocked everyone. Those were incomparably powerful immortal kings and godly kings. They were not ordinary cultivators, but they were still killed here. Who was it that killed them? When these people discovered the third corpse, they were so shocked that they were speechless. Yet another immortal king. 2 immortal kings and a god king had fallen in the mountain. 3 profound transformation realm experts had been killed at the same time. Even the entire cultivation world had not witnessed such a huge incident in a long time. The news quickly spread, and soon, the identities of the 3 profound transformation realms super experts who were killed also came out. After all the major powers found out who these 3 people were, they were indescribably shocked. The divine weapon king of the Zhao clan, the 5 elements immortal king of the Beitang clan, and the void monarch of the Dongfang clan. None of them were weak. The weakest among them was at the 3rd heaven of the profound transformation realm. The strongest among them, the divine weapon king of the Zhao clan, was at the 7th heaven of the mystic transformation realm. However, they had all died. They had been killed in the mountains. Even the imperial divine weapons that they had refined had been shattered. Everyone was so shocked that their jaws dropped to the ground. The people of the Dongfang clan seemed very nervous. They sent many experts to search the place where the void monarch had died, as if they wanted to find something. In the end, they found a few golden fragments and left in disappointment. This matter caused a huge commotion in the entire cultivation world. Some old antiques began to pay attention to it, but in the end, no one could say who killed the 3 profound transformation realm experts. Perhaps some people knew the truth, but due to various reasons, they didn't say anything. At this time, Gu Fei appeared near the ancient heaven gate. Many people had already gathered near the gate. Even the sect masters of the ancient desolate era were in the vicinity. The sect masters were all celestial being realm immortal emperors and Shen King. They were old antiques that had lived for countless years, like living fossils. Such people were extremely frightening. Gu Fei couldn't help but be cautious. He couldn't deal with such antiques at the moment. Although he had burned Dongfang Wudi to death, the antiques of the ancient desolate era were much stronger than him. If it wasn't necessary, Gu Fei would absolutely not want to deal with such existences. Gu Fei carefully roamed the area nearby. He was looking for Shaoqing, He Tian, and Balon. He wasn't worried about the old turtle. With the Taihuang seal in hand, he didn't fear anyone. Soon, Gu Fei found a secret signal left by He Tian in a valley hundreds of miles away. He followed the signal and finally found Shaoqing and the others in the depths of a dense forest. "Big brother, it's great that you're fine." Shaoqing immediately went up to Gu Fei and gave him a hug. "Big brother, you were the one who did it, right?" He Tian asked in an awed tone. Gu Fei was taken aback. What is it? However, he quickly realized what was going on. Hee. I know you have a lot of enemies, boss, but this time, it's really satisfying. Erebus chuckled in a low voice and said gloomily. If even you guessed it, then those people should also have guessed that I did it. Gu Fei's expression became incomparably solemn. This wasn't a situation he wanted to see. The Zhao clan, the Dongfang clan, and the Beitang clan should be making their move soon. But so what? I, Gu Fei, am not someone who is afraid of trouble. In the blink of an eye, Gu Fei thought of many things. I'll kill whoever comes to kill me. At worst, I'll turn the world upside down. Gu Fei's eyes suddenly became fierce. Chapter 887. Next, Gu Fei and the others waited patiently in the depths of the forest. They wanted to find an opportunity to leave the dangerous pseudo-heaven realm. He Tian went out every day to gather information and pay attention to the movements of the ancient desolation factions. They discovered a phenomenon. Among the people that entered the ancient desolation world, there were no demon clans. There were also Arhats from the west. The 100 tribes of the southern desolation also didn't enter the ancient desolation world. It seemed that not every faction could enter the ancient desolation world. The ancient desolation world was controlled by the 4 great clans of the ancient desolation and the 3 great sacred lands. Those that entered the ancient desolation world were all from the ancient desolation world. The Dongfang clan and the Zhao clan of the ancient desolation world were very close. They seemed to have joined forces, or perhaps the Dongfang clan had already submitted to the Zhao clan. Otherwise, how could the people of the Dongfang clan enter the ancient desolation world? The old tortoise was definitely an anomaly. No one knew how the old tortoise entered the ancient desolation world. However, some living fossils among the ancient desolation factions had vaguely guessed the old tortoise's identity. The old tortoise's background was too great. All the ancient desolation factions seemed to be afraid of him. Even the primordial Tao Master, who had 2 Emperor Divine weapons stolen by the old tortoise, had to endure it after a great battle with the old tortoise. The 4 almighties of the ancient desolation factions didn't appear. The old tortoise also didn't appear. However, some sect masters began to appear. Moreover, the entrance of the ancient heaven gate was guarded by at least 1 sect master. Not everyone could enter the ancient heaven gate. Time flowed by. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this period of time, Xiaoqing's injuries had completely recovered. This was naturally due to Gu Fei's help, allowing her to recover so quickly. The battle between Xiaoqing and the young divine king of the Jiang clan had caused Xiaoqing to suffer heavy injuries. This kind of injury would require at least a few years to completely recover. However, Gu Fei had plenty of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Moreover, he had taken Xiaoqing into his inner world and soaked him in the divine spring of life, using the boundless life essence to heal Xiaoqing's injuries. The effect was obvious. In just half a month, Xiaoqing had recovered to his peak state. Moreover, after the fierce battle, Xiaoqing's cultivation had also improved. Old Turtle gave the golden divine pagoda to Xiaoqing and the divine sun pearl to Balan. During this time, both Xiaoqing and Balan tried to refine the Emperor divine weapons they had obtained. Even though Old Tortoise had erased the mark of the original owner on the 2 Emperor divine weapons, it was still difficult for Balan and Xiaoqing to refine the Emperor divine weapons that Old Tortoise had inserted into their bodies. It was not so easy to refine an Emperor divine weapon. Although it would take a long time, it was not easy to refine it. In the past few days, the atmosphere was very gloomy, as if something big was about to happen. Gu Fei and the others hid in the dark, feeling a little uneasy. More and more people gathered near the entrance of the ancient heaven gate. It seemed that the forces of the ancient desolate would withdraw from the pseudo-heaven realm in the next few days. The person who had set up this shocking plan had indeed killed many people. Even the experts of the ancient desolate forces had fallen in the pseudo-heaven realm. Even the sect master Shen King and the immortal emperor had fallen. However, the forces of the ancient desolate that entered the pseudo-heaven realm still had some gains. The things left behind by the great beasts of the ancient desolate that were suppressed in the world abandoned by the ancient deities were all rare divine treasures. However, it seemed that Gu Fei and the others had gained nothing after entering the pseudo-heaven realm. Instead, they had formed an irreconcilable enmity with the Zhao clan of the ancient desolate. On the evening of the third day, a terrifying roar suddenly came from the entrance of the ancient heaven gate. A dozen people covered in blood rushed out from the entrance. Roar! A roar shook the mountains and rivers. A terrifying primordial beast had rushed into the passage from the ancient desolate world on the other side of the passage and was rapidly approaching the pseudo-heaven realm. The beasts of the ancient desolate world have all gone crazy. There are beasts everywhere. There is a beast tide in the ancient desolate world. The dozen people covered in blood who rushed out of the passage were the people that the various ancient desolate forces had left in the ancient desolate world to guard the ancient heaven gate. What the hell happened? A sect master Shen King, who was guarding the entrance of the passage, grabbed a person who rushed out of the passage and shouted. Dead, all dead, all dead. The person seemed to have been scared silly. His expression was sluggish and he was in extreme fear. Trash. The Shen King threw the person away with one hand, then reached out and grabbed another cultivator who was covered in blood. Speak. The Shen King stared at the person and said coldly. Yes, 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 countless beasts appeared out of nowhere and attacked us. They killed everyone they saw. Everyone was torn apart by the beasts. The person was calmer, but his voice was still trembling. The Shen King was about to continue asking, but at that moment, a huge figure appeared at the entrance of the passage. A terrifying murderous aura spread out from the entrance. That is, after seeing the figure, the people near the entrance of the tunnel were startled and immediately backed away. Only the celestial emperor was still standing in front of the entrance. This was a fearsome savage beast that was covered in thick green scales. There was a vertical eye on its forehead, and it was as big as a small mountain. The beast stood upright. Its lower limbs were thick and powerful. Although its upper limbs weren't as thick, they were almost touching the ground. It looked like a gorilla, but it was definitely not a gorilla. The beast was staring at the Shen King with a pair of blood-red eyes. Gu Fei and the rest, who were hiding on a short hill in the distance, were shocked when they saw this. They didn't expect a beast to enter the pseudo-heaven realm from the ancient desolation world. A terrifying murderous aura spread out as a man and a beast confronted each other. Some of the powerful beasts had already gained intelligence that wasn't any weaker than humans. However, these beasts didn't transform into human form and retained their original form. These beasts were extremely terrifying. They walked the path of the supreme beast venerable. Die, evil beast. The Shen King who was guarding the passage of the ancient heaven gate made his move. He soared into the sky and pressed his palm towards the beast. Swoosh! Countless rays of divine light burst out from his palm and intertwined to form a brilliant light screen that shrouded the savage beast's head. Every ray of divine light was like the sharp edge of a peerless divine weapon. It cut through the void and sealed the area. The beast could only escape by retreating into the passage. However, the savage beast did not retreat into the passageway. Instead, it brandished its long arms and sharp claws. 10 rays of black light shot out and tore at the curtain of light that enveloped the area. Chapter 888. The savage beast from the ancient desolation world was extremely powerful. It tore apart the light screen created by the Shen King and rushed out of the tunnel. Bam! The savage beast fell to the ground, and a part of the ground was crushed by its 2 thick legs. The ground shook, and everyone's heart was also shaken. Evil creature, the divine king guarding the tunnel pointed out with his finger. A divine light immediately shot out from his finger and pierced through the savage beast. Swish! The wild beast waved its right claw and smashed the divine light that pierced through its body. Then, it leaped up and pounced on the god emperor. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The savage beast was actually able to block the divine ability of the Shin King. It was truly unbelievable. That was the high and mighty Shin King, a celestial being realm sect master. The attack of such an existence was actually blocked so easily. Could it be that this savage beast was actually stronger than the Shin King? Swish! The Shin King immediately retreated. Before figuring out the strength of this savage beast, he was very cautious. This kind of savage beast was very frightening. Even the Shin King felt threatened. "It's a three-eyed devil," He Tian said. They hid on a short hill in the distance and paid attention to every movement in front of them. The vertical eye on the forehead of that terrifying savage beast was closed. "What three-eyed devil?" Xiao Qing said. He. Doesn't that savage beast have 3 eyes? If it's not three-eyed devil, then what is it? He Tian said with a smile. This name was probably made up by him. Boom! The savage beast fell from the sky like a huge mountain. The place where the Shin King was standing was completely smashed into pieces. Dust rose high into the sky. Even those who were a dozen miles away could feel a tremor coming from under their feet. Swish! The savage beast's 2 long arms danced, and each of its sharp claws shot out 5 rays of black light towards the retreating Shin King. A horrifying baleful aura filled the air, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Roar! Just at this moment, another terrifying beast roar came from the ancient heaven gate. The entire tunnel shook and everyone was taken aback. Swoosh! Under everyone's shocked gazes, a beam of golden light rushed out from the passageway. Within the golden light, there was a strange beast wrapped in a murderous aura. It was a divine wolf with a pair of golden wings on its back, and its entire body seemed to be cast from gold. The golden divine wolf was like a bolt of golden lightning. Its speed was simply unbelievable. As soon as it rushed out of the tunnel, it immediately pounced on the crowd. Cries of alarm immediately rang out in all directions. Everyone panicked, and very soon, miserable cries rang out one after another. The golden divine wolf was incomparably powerful. Wherever it passed, blood splattered, and people died one after another. That wasn't all. The golden divine wolf flapped the golden wings on its back, and rays of golden light blades shot out from the wings, slashing towards the crowd. The golden light blades sliced through the void, and a powerful immortal king was slashed in half. Only his primordial spirit managed to escape, and his immortal king body was destroyed. Gu Fei and the rest were hiding on a short mountain in the distance. When they saw this scene, they couldn't help but be moved. These 2 beasts that came from the untainted primordial world were too powerful. Their strength was comparable to celestial being realm immortal emperor and Shin King. Most of the cultivators gathered near the passageway were not weaklings. In fact, there were many immortals and gods nearby. As long as the sect leaders of the Ancient Desolation factions arrived, they could return to the Ancient Desolation world and retreat from there. In the 10,000 years of the untainted primordial world, there were only a few years when the heaven and earth energy was at its weakest. If the heaven and earth energy in the untainted primordial world recovered completely, even sect leaders would be in danger. Over the countless years, the major powers of the ancient wilderness had definitely suffered many lessons in the untainted primordial world. Many talented people had fallen there. There was even a powerful expert that was blasted into ashes by the heavenly tribulation that descended from the untainted primordial world. All the cultivators that gathered near the passageway were alarmed. Powerful figures kept attacking, but they couldn't stop the golden divine wolf. The golden divine wolf was like a god of death, quickly harvesting the lives of the cultivators. Among the fleeing figures, Gu Fei saw a familiar figure. The southern Yan prince, Yan Wuliang, was almost slashed by a golden light blade. He scrambled into a dense forest, completely losing the bearing of the great Yan dynasty's prince. There was also the younger brother of the most outstanding descendant of the Zhou clan, Zhou Haoyang. He was swept by a golden light blade, but he had a forbidden treasure on him. A ball of blue light surged out of his body, blocking the light blade. However, he was still sent flying hundreds of feet away, falling flat on his face. Different colored lights kept appearing. Everyone was attacking. All kinds of magic treasures bombarded the fast-moving golden divine wolf. However, under the golden light blade of the golden divine wolf, the magic treasures exploded one after another, turning into specks of spiritual light and falling down. Only imperial divine weapons could resist the attack of the golden divine wolf. Soon, the other cultivators fled far away. Even the immortals had to retreat. Only the immortal kings and immortal kings were still attacking, chasing after the golden divine wolf. On the other side, the guardian of the passageway, Shen King, had already started fighting with the three-eyed monster. Several immortal kings and immortal kings joined forces, but they still couldn't stop the golden divine wolf. There was even an immortal king whose imperial divine weapon was smashed by the golden divine wolf and his body was torn apart. His immortal king's blood splattered everywhere, and even his primordial spirit was devoured by the golden divine wolf. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. Even the immortal kings and immortal kings who joined forces to attack the golden divine wolf couldn't help but feel nervous. A Shen King blocked the three-eyed monster, but the golden divine wolf was unstoppable and slaughtered cultivators at will. In just a short while, an immortal king and an immortal king died under the claws of the golden beast. No one could restrain the golden beast. Everyone was in danger. Gu Fei and the others were hiding far away, so they weren't affected. At this time, a figure walked out from the depths of this world silently. He walked in the void and approached the passageway of the ancient heaven gate. Clang! A sword hum resounded through the heavens. A beam of dazzling purple light rushed out of the man's body. It instantly crossed hundreds of miles of the void and rushed towards the rapidly moving golden divine wolf. That person attacked from 100 miles away. He was definitely an immortal emperor of the celestial being realm. Moreover, he was a sword emperor. The sword light was like lightning, extremely fast, and could actually catch up with the speed of the golden divine wolf. Clang! The purple sword light collided with the wings of the golden divine wolf. Finally, someone intercepted this terrifying golden beast. Roar! Chapter 889. It seemed that something terrible had really happened in the desolate world. A savage beast king had actually come out of the desolate world. It was really shocking. However, the majority of them thought of another extremely frightening matter, and that was, these savage beasts were blocking their way back. No one was willing to stay in this dangerous and unpredictable world. It seemed to be a land of immortal spirits, but it was just a facade. In fact, it was an extremely dangerous place. Many people had been killed by these beautiful facades. However, those who were able to survive in an aristocratic family were not weaklings. There weren't many who were truly panicking. Moreover, the four almighties of the present age had yet to appear. Roar! With an earth-shattering roar, a savage beast king the size of a small mountain appeared in the passage. A monstrous murderous aura spread out from the passage. The whole world shook with the roar. Those with weaker cultivations had their ears bleeding from the vibration. They ran further away as if they were running for their lives. It was too terrifying. This savage beast king could shake mountains and rivers with a roar. It was a savage beast king covered in green scales with a pitch-black horn on its head. There seemed to be a green demonic light flowing around its body, which was full of power. Another one. Seeing this scene, everyone was frightened. Those were three terrifying savage beast kings comparable to the celestial being realm Immortal Emperor and Shin King. On the side of the human cultivators, there was only a Shin King and a sword sovereign. Moreover, there were faint roars of savage beasts coming from the other end of the ancient Heaven Gate passage. Was there really a terrifying beast tied in the desolate world? Clang! Purple sword light shone in the sky, and the peerless divine weapon hummed. The sword sovereign that rushed out from the depths of this world displayed great battle strength, forcing the golden divine wolf to retreat. Roar! The golden divine wolf kept roaring and flapping its wings. Golden blades of light tore through the void and slashed towards the sword sovereign. The power of the metal element was surging. This was a savage beast king that cultivated the power of the metal element. The fur of this golden savage beast was covered with a golden demonic glow, like a golden divine flame. It was extremely majestic. The purple sword light was like a purple dragon as it danced in the air. It shattered the countless golden light blades and slashed at the golden divine wolf's body. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. The savage beast king's fleshly body was extremely strong. Even the sword emperor's flying sword was unable to injure this golden savage beast. It only managed to cut off some of its golden fur. Even so, the sword emperor still had the upper hand. On the other side, Shin King, who was guarding the passage to the ancient Heaven Gate, was in a bad situation. He had drawn upon the power of the heavens and the earth and used his supreme ability, but he was still flustered by the three-eyed savage beast king. Roar! Shin King roared. A terrifying wave of energy rippled out from his body. Then, his entire body shone with dazzling divine light. Rays of divine light interweaved in the air and on the ground like ropes. This Shin King had drawn upon the power of the heavens and the earth and turned it into the life-slaying technique. Inescapable net. Shin King roared. A net of light immediately appeared in the sky. It enveloped the entire sky and fell down. On the ground, the energy of the earth rose and a huge net formed by the power of the earth rose. This deity emperor unleashed his trump card without holding anything back. As soon as the inescapable net was unleashed, the void was immediately sealed. Boundless energy surged within the inescapable net, obliterating everything in its path. Roar! The three-eyed savage beast king roared furiously at the sky. Its baleful aura soared into the sky. Terrifying demonic energy surged out from its mountain-like body. Its pair of sharp claws shot out 10 terrifying black lights that pierced through the void and tore apart the heavens and the earth. It wanted to break the inescapable net. However, this time, the three-eyed savage beast king couldn't break the inescapable net's power of the heavens and the earth. Celestials were called celestials because they could draw upon the power of the heavens and the earth. Shin King, who had cultivated Shinto, could use his divine ability to control the power of the heavens and the earth. This Shin King, who guarded the ancient Heaven Gate, cultivated a divine ability that drew upon the power of the heavens and the earth to form a terrifying inescapable net to annihilate his opponents. Once the inescapable net was used, no one would be able to get out. This was because the three-eyed savage beast king was challenging the might of the heavens and the earth. The three-eyed savage beast roared as the inescapable net shrank, gradually suppressing it. The terrifying power caused bloody wounds to appear on the three-eyed savage beast king's body, and blood flowed out of it. Humph! Evil creature, die! Shin King's body emitted boundless divine light. He drew upon the power of the heavens and the earth with all his might, wanting to obliterate the three-eyed savage beast king within the inescapable net. Rays of destructive divine light appeared within the inescapable net. A few rays of divine light even pierced through the three-eyed savage beast king's body. However, the three-eyed savage beast king was a savage beast king. It was so powerful that it was comparable to a celestial. It wouldn't die so easily. Even though its body was pierced through, it was still incomparably ferocious. Just when everyone thought that the three-eyed savage beast king wouldn't be able to escape death, an accident occurred. At this critical juncture, the three-eyed savage beast king's third eye that was tightly shut finally opened. It was a terrifying eye. There was no pupil in the eye. There was nothing but primal chaos. It was as if a primal world was evolving within the eye. Swoosh! A ray of primal chaos divine light shot out from the three-eyed savage beast king's vertical eye. It directly broke through the inescapable net and pierced through the body of the Shin King who was guarding the ancient heaven gate. Shin King's blood splattered. The reversal of the situation shocked everyone. A Shin King was injured. That savage beast actually injured a Shin King. Humph. That three-eyed freak is really patient. He only attacked at this moment. Hei Tian couldn't help but sneer at this scene. These savage beasts that had walked on the path of a supreme beast king had already awakened their intelligence. Their intelligence wasn't inferior to that of humans. These savage beast kings disdained to transform into human form and maintain their strongest form. On the hill in the distance, Gu Fei and the others witnessed everything. The savage beast kings that were comparable to the Shin King and the Immortal Emperor were truly powerful. If no other experts came, the three savage beast kings would be able to annihilate all the human cultivators in the vicinity of the ancient heaven gate. The one-horned savage beast king had yet to make a move. Everyone felt an immense pressure bearing down on them. That one-horned savage beast king seemed to be disdainful of killing these weak lifeforms in front of it. It seemed to be waiting for something. Chapter 890. The Immortal Emperor and Shin King, who had cultivated to the celestial being realm, wouldn't really die as long as their souls weren't destroyed, even if their bodies suffered a destructive blow. In order to kill the celestial being realm Immortal Emperor and Shin King, one had to use a special method to erase their souls. Although the body of Shin King, who was guarding the ancient heaven gate, was pierced by the primal chaos divine light, his life wasn't in danger. The flesh and blood on the wound were growing rapidly and would soon recover completely. However, the Shin King's divine ability was broken, and his soul was impacted. His origin spirit felt like it was about to shatter, and he quickly retreated. However, the three-eyed savage beast king didn't want to let him go. Bang! The three-eyed savage beast king stomped on the ground with its sturdy legs, causing the ground to collapse. Its huge body soared into the sky and fiercely pounced towards the Shin King. Swoosh! Before the three-eyed savage beast king could reach the Shin King, the vertical eye on its forehead had already opened, and another primal chaos divine light shot out, piercing towards the Shin King. Primal chaos demonic eye. I didn't expect this three-eyed savage beast king to have cultivated such a terrifying divine ability of the demon race. Hei Tian's heart palpitated at the sight of this. Gu Fei and the others also felt a chill in their hearts. The primal chaos killing light shot out from the vertical eye on the three-eyed savage beast king's forehead was too fast. Even the Shin King couldn't dodge it. Bang! The retreating Shin King's body shook violently, and the primal chaos killing light immediately pierced through his chest, leaving a bowl-sized bloody hole. Shin King's blood splattered out from the wound. Roar! The Shin King bellowed. The three-eyed savage beast king's primal chaos demonic eye was too powerful. The primal chaos killing light was extremely fast, and it was hard to dodge. This made the Shin King feel that his life was in danger. Swoosh! Another streak of chaotic light shot over. Chaotic force surged, destroying everything it passed by. Even space itself was about to be reduced to nothingness. It was extremely terrifying. Moreover, this time, the chaotic killing light directly pierced through Shin King's head, intending to destroy his spirit and kill him on the spot. Damn it! Shin King roared furiously. Almost at the same time, a ball of divine light burst out from between his brows. The divine light wrapped around a tiny figure and soared into the sky. Its speed was also extremely fast. Bam! In the next moment, Shen Qing's head exploded like a watermelon. Everyone was stunned by the scene. The high and mighty Shen Qing actually ended up like this. Even though existences above the immortal god realm could live forever, it didn't mean that they wouldn't die. It was just that it was hard for them to die. Shen Qing, who was in the celestial being realm, still had a weakness in his body. The weakness was his head. In the head, there was a place that was filled with endless mysteries, the Naiwen Palace. The Naiwen Palace was where the primordial spirit resided. It could be said to be a world inside the body of a cultivator. It didn't matter if the other parts of the body were destroyed, because they could be recovered. However, if the head was destroyed, the Naiwen Palace would collapse, and the spirit would also dissipate. There was only one result, and that was the soul would scatter. The powerful Shen Qing, who was in the celestial being realm, had a primordial spirit that was strong enough to leave the Naiwen Palace and exist independently. Therefore, when the Naiwen Palace collapsed, as long as the primordial spirit escaped in time, it wouldn't be considered as real death. At the critical moment, the Shen Qing, who was guarding the passage to the ancient heaven gate, escaped with his primordial spirit. The speed of the primordial spirit escaping was extremely fast. In an instant, it had already rushed into the depths of this world and disappeared into the horizon. Roar! The three-eyed savage beast roared. He tore the headless corpse left behind by Shen Qing into pieces, causing Shen Qing's blood to flow on his body. It was extremely ferocious. When everyone saw this scene, they trembled with fear. Some people directly turned around and fled. These savage beast kings from the ancient desolation world were too strong. Even Shen Qing was defeated and almost killed. Among everyone present, the strongest were the celestial being realm Shen Qing and the celestial emperor. If even these existences weren't a match for these savage beast kings, who else could contend against these savage beast kings? Let's retreat too. He Tian said. They were hiding on the short mountain, but they also felt the strong pressure from the savage beast kings. This kind of savage beast king wasn't something they could deal with. Taking advantage of the fact that they hadn't been discovered by the savage beast kings, retreating now was undoubtedly a wise choice. Big brother. Xiao Qing also agreed with He Tian's suggestion. It was too dangerous to stay here. When did you all become so timid? There's no need to be afraid. Gu Fei said. Although these savage beast kings were powerful, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Gu Fei held a shocking killing weapon in his hand, which was why he was so calm. After all, he had once burned a divine king to death. The divine fire of the phoenix marrow divine pearl was much more powerful than the true sun fire of the sun pearl that the old turtle gave to Balan. As long as Gu Fei activated the phoenix marrow divine pearl, not to mention the three celestial being ancient desolation beast kings, even a great expert of the present era would have to retreat. This. Xiao Qing couldn't help but blush, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Since boss says so, then let's continue watching the show. Hee hee. He Tian laughed. This guy was proficient in the art of seeking fortune and avoiding calamity. Once there was danger, he would definitely run faster than anyone else. Balan didn't make a sound at the side. Both Xiao Qing and Balan were demon cultivators, but the path they took was different from that of the savage beast king. They didn't maintain their original appearance, but transformed into human form and cultivated the supreme demon god's Tao. The supreme demon god's Tao and the supreme beast venerable's Tao were actually different paths that led to the same destination. When cultivated to the highest level, no one knew which was stronger and which was weaker. After the three-eyed savage beast king destroyed Shen Qing's physical body, its pair of blood-red eyes stared at the immortals. Swoosh! 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 Without any hesitation, all the immortals present turned around and fled. What a joke! This three-eyed monster could even cripple Shin King, let alone the Immortals. The three-eyed savage beast king's chaotic demonic eyes were too terrifying. No one dared to fight it, and all of them chose to retreat. TSK. A bunch of cowards. He Tian said disdainfully. Gu Fei, Xiao Qing, and Balan heard this and couldn't help but turn to look at He Tian. No matter how thick-skinned He Tian was, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. It seemed like he was the first one to say that he wanted to flee. Swoosh. The chaotic demonic eyes on the three-eyed savage beast's forehead opened and closed continuously, shooting out chaotic killing rays that pierced through the Immortals who were fleeing in all directions. Miserable shrieks rang out one after another. The Immortals who were hit by the chaotic killing rays only had time to let out a shrill scream before their bodies and souls were destroyed. They disappeared into the void, leaving nothing behind. The three-eyed savage beast king was about to start a massacre. Chapter 891. Swoosh. The chaotic divine light pierced through the void and instantly caught up to an immortal that was flying far away. In an instant, this immortal was killed in the void. The chaotic divine light flickered continuously. In just an instant, 7 immortals were killed by the three-eyed savage beast king. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Roar! Evil creature, don't you dare be impudent. The Sword Emperor who was fighting with the Golden Divine Wolf roared furiously. Then, he pointed with his finger. A purple sword light immediately shot towards the three-eyed savage beast king like a dragon. Swoosh! The chaotic demonic eye on the forehead of the three-eyed savage beast king surged with chaotic force. The chaotic killing ray pierced out and directly dispersed the Sword Emperor's sword light. Moreover, the chaotic killing ray didn't stop there. After dispersing the Sword Emperor's sword light, the chaotic killing ray pierced straight towards the Sword Emperor. Clang! The sound of clang rang out. The Sword Emperor protected his body with the Supreme Sword Qi. The Emperor's sword rushed out from his dantian, and only then did it destroy the chaotic killing light. Even the Sword Emperor was shocked. The three-eyed savage beast king's chaotic demonic eye was really too powerful. The Emperor's sword suffered a great impact, and even the sword energy in its body was shaken. Roar! The Golden Divine Wolf suddenly roared at the three-eyed savage beast king, as if it was blaming the savage beast king for being a busybody. Then, it launched an even more ferocious attack at the Sword Emperor. Swoosh! 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 Countless golden light blades shot out from the body of the Golden Divine Wolf. The wings on its back seemed to have turned into 2 golden heavenly blades. They cut through the void, minced the world, and swept towards the Sword Emperor. Clang! Countless purple sword lights shot out from the Sword Emperor's body. At this moment, he was the sword, and the sword was him. He and the sword became one. Boundless power of the world gathered from all directions. A divine sword that was 3,000 meters long appeared in the sky. Then, it directly slashed down at the Golden Divine Wolf. The terrifying sword Qi rippled in all directions. The cold sword Qi made people's hearts palpitate. This was the heavenly sword, the sword of a celestial being. It was terrifying to the extreme. Countless golden light blades were shattered, and the power of metal was dispersed. Swoosh! The Deva sword was like a hot knife through butter, cutting off one of the golden wolf's wings. Golden blood splattered everywhere, and the golden wolf let out an earth-shattering howl as it fell from the sky. The Sword Emperor's attack is indeed much stronger than the Shin King's. Seeing this, Gu Fei was quite shocked. The celestial sword was so powerful that it seemed as if it could cut through everything in the world. This was the might of heaven and earth. The Sword Emperor of the celestial being realm could use the power of heaven and earth to transform it into sword Qi. Once the heavenly sword appeared, it immediately heavily injured the Golden Divine Wolf. Humph. If Boss had also cultivated to the martial emperor realm, I'm afraid that you would be able to shatter the heaven sword and kill the sword emperor with a flick of your finger. He Tian said with a low laugh. Among all the cultivators in the world, in terms of attack power, they were definitely the strongest among the martial artists. Even sword cultivators would find it difficult to catch up to them. The strength of their martial bodies could even be compared to the connate divine beasts. In ancient times, there was a supreme martial artist who had cultivated the indestructible martial body who killed a primordial evil dragon that was born from the heaven and earth. Shattering the heaven sword with a flick of my finger, killing the sword emperor with a flick of my finger. Gu Fei murmured to himself. He was now only at the 5th or 6th heaven of the immortal realm. How long would it take for him to cultivate to the celestial being realm? Just thinking about it made his heart palpitate. Roar! At this moment, the golden divine wolf that fell from the sky surged with boundless murderous aura again. It soared into the sky and charged towards the sword emperor who had become one with the sword. At this moment, the sword emperor had turned into 1,000 zhang long heavenly sword, emitting boundless sword chi. Even the one-horned savage beast king, who was disdainful to attack, stared at the heavenly sword in the sky. The celestial sword had become the only thing in the world, attracting everyone's attention. Although the golden divine wolf had one of its golden wings chopped off by the celestial sword, it could still fly. This savage beast king could fly even without wings. However, after losing one of its wings, the golden divine wolf's speed immediately slowed down. It was no longer as fast as lightning, and it was almost difficult to catch its shadow. The golden blood of the savage beast king dripped from the wound. At this moment, every drop of blood emitted a dazzling divine light like a golden flame. A terrifying golden power surged out of the golden divine wolf's body, shaking heaven and earth. The golden divine wolf attracted the golden power of an area, and its whole body emitted a dazzling golden light, making it hard for people to look at it directly. The golden divine wolf was going all out. Swoosh! The celestial sword in the sky slashed down again. The dazzling sword light soared tens of thousands of zhang, and the whole world seemed to be split in half. A pitch-black spatial crack appeared in the void. Roar! The golden divine wolf let out a terrifying roar, and a huge sound wave spread out in all directions. Even a few clouds in the sky were shaken away. The endless golden light dissipated under the celestial sword, and the condensed golden power was also ruthlessly shaken away. The celestial sword seemed unstoppable and indestructible. Without any suspense, where the sword light passed, the golden divine wolf's head was chopped off by the celestial sword. Golden beast king blood gushed out from its neck. Golden light flickered, and a small golden wolf about a foot long rushed out from the golden divine wolf's body. The small golden wolf soared into the sky, trying to escape. It was the primordial spirit of the golden divine wolf. Although the golden divine wolf was the king of the savage beasts and walked the path of the supreme beast king, it still cultivated the primordial spirit of a beast king. Buzz! The celestial sword vibrated, about to destroy the primordial spirit of the golden divine wolf. However, at this moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly erupted, as if a giant beast had been awakened from its slumber. Then, a beast claw that was as large as a mountain slammed down on the Devaman's sword. Rumble! The entire world was shaken by this huge beast claw, and the void collapsed. The celestial sword was directly slapped 100 miles away, almost breaking into pieces. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. That beast claw was so powerful that it shook the heavens and the earth, and even sent the celestial sword flying. The beast claw emitted a monstrous energy wave, and a terrifying aura spread between heaven and earth. After slapping the celestial sword away, it continued forward for more than 10 miles before dissipating in the void. Everyone was shocked. The celestial sword could kill a savage beast king, and this was something that everyone could see. However, it was still sent flying by a beast claw. When the beast claw slapped the celestial sword away, the primordial spirit of the golden divine wolf took the opportunity to escape. It directly rushed into the ancient heaven gate, and directly returned to the untainted ancient world.